man opened his eyes and found himself transformed into the most miserable baron in another world. His territory was desperately poor. His people were starving and panicking, and everyone thought he wouldn't survive this winter. But just when everyone was waiting to laugh at him, the extraordinary Lord system was activated. He started with a peanut field on the verge of total crop failure, and while others were helpless, he used modern knowledge to step in and reform it directly. No one knew that inside the body of this little lord who seemed close to ruin, there was already a different person. From this moment on, this most rundown fief was about to see a dramatic change. It all started 2 days ago. That day, I suddenly sat upright. My drowsiness had not yet faded, but my mind had already gone blank for a moment. This was definitely not my shabby rental room. Before my eyes was a small, old, rundown house, just over 20 square meters, small enough to see from one end to the other at a glance. The table was a solid wooden one with a missing corner. On it were a tea set and several yellowed sheets of parchment. The writing on the parchment looked like ghostly scribbles, and I couldn't understand a single word. Just as I was about to ask myself why I was here, it suddenly felt as if an entire ocean had been forcibly stuffed into my mind. Ding! Host has awakened. System activating. A magnetic female voice suddenly exploded by my ear. A massive flood of memories surged in crazily, and a swelling pain shot straight to the top of my head, making me cry out on the spot. I clutched my head tightly and gritted my teeth as I endured it. I had no idea how long had passed before the pain finally began to subside little by little, but my clothes had already been completely soaked through with cold sweat. In that short moment, I had received the full 16 years of memories belonging to this body. I understood now. I had transmigrated. This was a world called the Magic Fantasy Continent. There were nobles, knights, and also mages. And this body of mine, originally named Chris Jordan, was a 16-and-a-half-year-old baron. He had just come of age half a year ago and arrived at his own fief, Hope Town. Just then, a line of golden text slowly unfolded before my eyes. Mission: there is a problem with the peanut field in your territory. If it is not resolved quickly, it will cause a reduction in grain production. Host: proceed to the peanut field immediately and solve the crisis. Mission reward: Battle Chi Awakening. I reached out to touch the words. They were clearly visible, yet completely untouchable. I instantly realized it. That system from just now was my cheat. And this reward, to the current me, was practically life-saving. Because in this world, talented children could awaken Battle Chi at the age of 12 and become powerful knights. And even the latest would not be past 15. But I was already 16 and a half. Logically speaking, I should have been completely cut off from ever becoming a knight in this life, and could only live out my days as an ordinary person. But now things were different. With this system, I had a chance to defy fate and change my life. So what was there to wait for? I had to do this mission immediately. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. The one who came in was a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, his hair perfectly in place. I immediately recognized him from my memories. Randall, the steward of Hope Town's administration, who specialized in assisting me in managing the fief. He placed a hand over his chest in salute and respectfully reported yesterday's work to me. After finishing, he added one more thing. My lord, there is one more matter. The peanut field in the territory has turned yellow over a large area. It must be because those lazy serfs have been slacking off again. I have already punished them on your behalf. I waved my hand. In my view, this matter was not that simple. Slacking off? Not necessarily. And besides, this was exactly the task the system had given me. I had to go take a look myself. I stood up and pushed open the door, walking down the long, narrow corridor, with Randall following closely behind me. Along the way, all the servants and maids lowered their heads and saluted when they saw me. When I walked out of the castle, what lay before me was a stretch of barren, desolate sandy land, with only a few patches of lush green farmland visible in the distance from time to time. At the castle gate, 5 burly men came forward to greet me. The man in the lead had muscles like bulging rocks, a head of red hair, and even a red beard. At a glance, you could tell there was explosive power hidden within him. He was my chief knight, Jonathan, a 3rd-tier knight. The remaining few were all 1st-tier knights. Jonathan, make preparations. We're going to take a look around the territory. Without a word, he turned around and led out a reddish-brown horse from the stable. This horse was my exclusive mount, and also the only horse in all of Hope Town. I swung myself onto the horse. Jonathan held the reins, while Randall and the 4 knights followed behind on foot. On the road in the early morning, a group of sallow, skinny people carried hoes on their shoulders and hurried toward the fields. The moment they saw me, They immediately dropped to their knees in terror. To these serfs, I was the one who controlled their life and death. More than 10 minutes later, we arrived at the terraced peanut field. In the 13 or 14 mu of land, more than half of the peanut seedlings had already begun to yellow. From a shabby thatched hut by the field, an old man in his 50s or 60s scrambled and stumbled out. He was dressed in rags, so thin he was little more than a skeleton, and his body was covered in whip marks. Old John greets the Lord. He knelt in front of me, trembling like a leaf. Randall walked up and kicked old John hard, letting out a cold snort. "You lazy fool. You must have watered them too little. That's why the peanut field ended up like this." Old John was so frightened that he repeatedly begged for mercy. "My lord, I've been wronged. I water them once every week. I have never dared to slack off." I raised a hand to stop Randall. Then I swung down from the horse, casually picked a yellowing peanut leaf, and gently rubbed it between my fingers. Randall hurried over. "My lord, how can you do such dirty work yourself? It undermines your noble status." I ignored him. As a modern person, I simply did not buy into that sort of thing. And after rubbing that leaf, I already understood the situation. These peanuts were not lacking water at all. They were lacking nitrogen fertilizer. I first walked over to old John, who was kneeling on the ground, and asked him when the last fertilization had been. Old John looked completely confused and asked me in return, "My lord, what is fertilization?" I said, "Fertilizer." As a result, he scratched his head and still did not understand. Even Randall and the others standing nearby all looked equally bewildered. I pinched the bridge of my nose and changed the question. "Then how do you usually take care of these peanuts?" He said that every day, morning, noon, and night, he weeded 3 times and caught bugs 3 times, without missing a single day. Fine, that was a useless question. Only then did I realize that the productivity of this world was so backward that it did not even have the concept of fertilizer. How much they harvested depended entirely on heaven's favor. That made things easy. I immediately gave the order. "Randall, pass down the command. Tell all the serfs to stop what they're doing. Go dredge pond mud from the pond. Then mix in the plant ash left over from the bottoms of the pots after burning. After stirring it well, bury it in the farmland." In Hope Town, my words were imperial decree. Once the order was given, the serfs had to carry it out immediately. This place had vast land and few people. The whole town had only around 200 people, fewer than a village on Earth in my previous life. Before long, more than 140 young and middle-aged laborers were driven off to dig pond mud. Those who couldn't swim went to gather firewood and burn ash, then mixed the ash and pond mud together and gradually buried it in the peanut fields. I just sat under the shade of a tree and watched quietly. After one whole morning, with the joint efforts of more than 100 people, all the dozen-plus mu of land had been treated with this crude homemade fertilizer. When the work was finished, I stood up, patted off the dust, and threw out one more sentence that stunned everyone present. "Randall, go count it up. Today, each serf is to be given 20 copper coins as payment." 20 copper coins was enough to cover several days' worth of food for an ordinary person. Randall could hardly believe it on the spot. "My lord, how can this be? It is only right and proper for serfs to work for their lord. How can they also be given money?" I raised my hand and directly cut off what he was saying. He could only salute and say, "Yes, my lord. You are truly too benevolent." I didn't care what he thought. I came from Earth, and what I believed in was pay for labor. If you didn't give these skin-and-bones serfs some benefit, where would they get the strength to work their lives away for you? The moment this order was passed down, the serfs practically exploded with excitement on the spot. Praise be to my lord. May heaven bless the benevolent lord. Amid those heartfelt cheers, the corner of my mouth curled up slightly. And at that very moment, that magnetic female voice sounded in my mind once more. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and receiving the reward, Battle Chi Awakening." In an instant, a stream of warmth surged out from the depths of my body. It was warm and comforting in a way that was impossible to describe. I stretched out my palm, and with a thought, a mass of silvery white swirling chi appeared out of thin air in my hand. At that moment, I understood. I was now already a trainee knight. As long as I trained a little more and built up the total amount of battle chi, I would be able to become a true first-tier knight. Chief Knight Jonathan was the first to rush over, his face full of delight. "My lord, you have battle chi now?" He was a third-tier knight, the most sensitive to battle chi. The moment anything happened here, he noticed it immediately. But after the surprise, his face was full of confusion again. Because logically speaking, I had long since passed the age to awaken battle chi, so this simply made no sense. But he asked no more questions. He only saluted excitedly with a hand over his chest. May the glory of knighthood shine upon you. To people like them, a lord with battle chi and an ordinary lord were worlds apart. An ordinary lord might spend his whole life shrinking within his territory, with no hope at all. But a knight lord was different. He could earn military merit through outward conquest, rise in rank, expand his land, and the people under him would then also have a chance to rise. I mounted the horse again and leisurely headed back, looking all the way at this barren and backward land that yet belonged completely and utterly to me. When I returned to the castle, my personal maid, Rose, came forward to greet me. She was 17 or 18, with long wavy light blonde hair and a very eye-catching figure. She attended to me during my meal. A steak was served, along with silver knife and fork. This was the display of nobility. Even if one was a down-and-out country noble, the tableware still had to be silver. To be honest, I wasn't very used to eating steak, but I had no other choice. Rose stayed by my side and served me the whole time, even gently wiping the corners of my mouth for me. According to the customs of this world, a personal maid was supposed to serve her lord in every way, including warming the bed and sleeping with him. But judging from the memories, the previous owner of this body really had never touched her and had even still been a virgin. After lunch, I returned to my room and took a nap. Since I couldn't go back, then I would use this identity and live well. But this peace did not last very long. I was awakened by a burst of urgent knocking. Servants rarely disturbed their master while he was resting unless something urgent had happened. Standing outside the door was a maid, and a single sentence from her made me instantly wide awake. My lord, Jonathan has returned with word that Baron Anthony is causing trouble in your territory again. Anthony Hughes, my neighbor, had always been at odds with this body and came looking for trouble every few days. The key point was that he was a first-tier knight, while this body of mine had originally only been an ordinary person. So in every previous conflict, it was always the former Chris who suffered. I clenched my fist and got up, heading outside at once. Outside the castle, Jonathan was already there waiting with the horse. Lead the way. Let's get there immediately. On the road, I got the whole story straight. Between Anthony's territory and mine stood several poplar trees. A serf from my territory had relieved himself under the trees and happened to be spotted by the patrolling Anthony. He insisted that the serf had crossed the boundary and wanted to execute him. There was a particular principle involved here. A lord had the power of life and death over his own serfs, but others had no right to interfere. To privately deal with another person's serf was equivalent to a naked provocation toward that noble. To put it bluntly, this was not really a matter of crossing the boundary at all. Anthony was just making an issue out of it to humiliate me in public. If it had been the old weak Chris, he probably would have just swallowed this silent humiliation. But I was different now. I was a transmigrator, and I had never been someone who could just swallow this kind of anger. Back in my student days, I was known for fighting viciously. If anyone dared provoke me, whether I could beat them or not, I'd roll up my sleeves and go at them. When we arrived at the scene, a crowd had already gathered there. Under the poplar trees stood a richly dressed young man in his 20s, with short chestnut hair and gray-brown eyes. It was Anthony. The moment he saw me arrive, the corner of his mouth lifted. On the tree beside him hung a raggedly dressed man, covered in whip marks, able to let out only weak groans. "Anthony, what are you trying to do?" I swung down from the horse and spoke coldly. He sneered. "What am I trying to do? Your serf entered my territory. That is provocation, and I am going to execute him." The serf hanging from the tree weakly defended himself. I didn't. Smack. Anthony slapped him across the face. "One of your feet crossed over." My expression instantly darkened. This guy had clearly come looking for trouble on purpose today. "Release him. Right now," I warned. Anthony froze, as if doubting his own ears. Since when had this weak neighbor become so tough? Not only him, even Jonathan was slightly taken aback. In the past, his lord had always endured if he could. Why was he suddenly being so forceful today? Anthony pulled out more than a dozen silver coins from his clothes and casually tossed them, letting them land by my feet. I'm buying this man's life. In the past, Chris might very well have accepted that deal. More than a dozen silver coins was more than enough to buy the life of a serf. But today's me was not going to indulge him. "I told you to release him." I roared again. "And what if I don't?" He looked at me mockingly. "Jonathan, draw your sword." With a clang, Jonathan and the four knights all drew their weapons in perfect unison. On the surface, both sides looked evenly matched, 1 third-tier and 4 first-tier fighters on each side. But Anthony himself was also a first-tier knight, while I was just an ordinary person, so that gap became obvious immediately. but I had no intention of reasoning with him at all. Charge. I took the lead and rushed straight at Anthony. My lord, I have waited for this moment for a long time. Jonathan also lunged toward the opposing third-tier knight. In the half year since coming here, he had been holding in his frustration, and today he could finally vent it to his heart's content. Dozens of serfs in the distance watched quietly. This was a matter between nobles and knights. They had no right to interfere at all. You ignorant brat. Anthony released silver battle chi. Don't blame me for not sparing your dignity. Then let's see. I also released battle chi, but I was only a trainee knight. The density of my battle chi was far from something a true first-tier knight like him could be compared with. Bang! Our fists wrapped in battle chi collided together. The force of the recoil shook me back 4 or 5 steps, while he retreated only 2 or 3. He laughed lightly. So what if you've awakened battle chi? You're only a trainee knight. Today I'll show you what a gap really is. As he spoke, he casually picked up a tree branch to use as a weapon. Then come and try. I charged at him suddenly, and just as I was about to reach him, I kicked up a spray of sand straight toward his eyes. Anthony instinctively raised a hand to cover his eyes. It was in that opening that I threw myself at him and knocked him to the ground. What followed was a fight with absolutely no sense of knightly honor. I scratched with my nails, bit with my teeth. Every dirty trick I could use, I used. In the blink of an eye, his face and body were covered in wounds. He howled in pain and wildly threw punches. I ignored it completely. I bit down on his ear, blood flowing through the gaps of my teeth, while my nails viciously raked across his face, leaving 5 bloody marks on the spot. This rogue style of fighting left everyone present dumbfounded. Even the 10 knights who had been fighting stopped and stared blankly at the two of us. Help me. Hurry and help me. Anthony stretched out a hand and called for help. One of the opposing knights glanced at Jonathan and said, "If this goes on, both lords will be injured. Why don't we pull them apart?" Jonathan deeply agreed. So the 10 knights put aside their hostility for the moment, rushed up together, and forcibly separated Anthony and me. At this point, Anthony's face had been scratched to pieces, his ear was bleeding, his clothes were in tatters, and he was trembling with rage as he pointed at me. "You madman, you are not fit to be a noble." My own face was bruised and swollen in patches too. I spat out the blood in my mouth. Whether I'm fit to be a noble or not is not for you to decide. If you dare provoke me again next time, you'll suffer even more. You, he shouted, "You," 3 times, then suddenly tilted backward and fainted from anger on the spot. Take him and get lost. If he dares come to my territory to cause trouble again, his fate will only be worse than today. That ruthless ferocity sent a chill even through the heart of the opposing third-tier knight. Several knights hoisted Anthony up and fled in disgrace. I pointed at the serf hanging from the tree. Take him down. No matter what, this poor man had suffered this undeserved calamity because of the dispute between 2 lords. Jonathan rescued him in just a few moves. The moment the man landed, he knelt before me. "Thank you, my lord. May heaven bless you." I asked him his name. "Dean, my lord. Those silver coins are your compensation. Take them back and nurse yourself properly. I'm still counting on you to work for me." Dean froze. I patted off the dust, mounted the horse, and rode away. Behind me rose a chorus of heartfelt praise from the serfs. With a lord willing to stand up for them like this, how could they fear not living a good life? When I returned to the castle, Rose took one look at my face and cried out in shock. "Heavens! Which bastard beat my lord into such a state?" I waved my hand. "It's fine. The guy who hit me ended up worse off than I did." That was the honest truth. Anthony was probably still unconscious even now. With injuries like his, he wouldn't be recovering properly in less than 10 days to half a month. I leaned back in the reclining chair while Rose gently applied medicinal wine to me. As she looked at my young face, she seemed a little lost in thought. But that faint stinging pain kept me fully awake the whole time. I knew very clearly in my heart. Today I had won by relying on rogue tactics, but the gap in strength was real. Once Anthony recovered, there was no guarantee he wouldn't come back to trouble me again. So the most urgent matter was to break through to first-tier knight as soon as possible. At that moment, the system notification rang out again. "Ding, mission updated. An uninvited guest has arrived in your territory. Treat them well, and you will gain an unexpected reward. Mission reward, unknown." An uninvited guest? I sat up and walked outside the castle. Jonathan was leading people in boxing practice. I called him over. "Take 2 men and patrol the territory. If you find any suspicious person or anything strange, report back to me immediately." "As you wish, my lord." He accepted the order and left at once. This time, The system's wording was very vague. It only said that an uninvited guest had arrived, without saying whether it was a person or an object. I could only have my subordinates stay extra alert. But even by nightfall, there was still no word from Jonathan's side. It seemed this so-called uninvited guest would not be easy to find. After dinner, I shut myself in the study and began writing and drawing on parchment. Having transmigrated to another world and become a penniless lord, I had to quickly rely on the knowledge from my previous life to figure out a line of business of my own. Only then could I truly get life on track. But no matter how hard I racked my brains, I could not come up with much. Either I lacked the materials, or I simply did not understand the necessary techniques at all. Before I knew it, it was already deep into the night. I yawned and prepared to return to my room to sleep. And at that very instant, I suddenly noticed that at the doorway, at some unknown time, a figure wrapped from head to toe in a gray robe was standing there. I was so startled that I jerked and retreated again and again, even knocking over the chair. Judging from that outfit, it was clearly a mage. Who are you? Why are you here? Thinking of that mission from the system, I forced myself to calm down, righted the chair, and sat back down. My name is Tina. I am a mage. The other party pulled down the hood, revealing a face so beautiful it was almost suffocating. She looked 18 or 19, with skin as white as snow, chestnut blonde wavy hair, big eyes, and long eyelashes. She walked over openly and sat down across from me, resting her cheek on one hand, her sapphire-like eyes staring directly at me, this little lord. I poured her a cup of tea and politely asked what business had brought her to me. You really are different from those arrogant nobles. She laughed so hard that she swayed like a flower in the wind, took a sip of tea, and then said, "Then I'll be direct. I was recently injured, and I want to recuperate in your castle for about 3 months. Is that all right?" The moment I heard that, I understood. This lady wanted free food and lodging. In this world, mages were generally unwelcome among nobles because the things they studied were far too beyond common sense, so most of them had to fend for themselves. Someone like her, taking the initiative to ask a noble for shelter, was actually quite rare. I stroked my chin. "Miss Tina, there is no such thing as a free lunch. I can take you in, but what benefit do I get?" She leaned her face close to mine, her eyelashes fluttering, her breath warm as she spoke. "Little lord, I can sense that there is magic power inside you. I can teach you magic and make you a magic warrior who cultivates both battle chi and magic." A magic warrior possessed both battle chi and magic power, a fusion of knight and mage. At the same rank, magic warriors were the strongest. But cultivating both usually spread one's focus too thin, and in the end one's rank often failed to rise very high. I shook my head. "Sorry, I have no interest in becoming a magic warrior. I'm not satisfied with that payment." Ding! She tossed a ring in front of me. It gleamed with silver light, with a tiny bright yellow gem set into the front. Her eyes curved with a smile. "A magic item, a spatial ring. It has 100 cubic units of storage space inside, and it can be opened or closed with a small amount of battle chi. Adorable little lord, will you accept this gift?" I picked up the ring and infused battle chi into it. Instantly, 10 compartments unfolded in my mind. The 100 cubic units of space had been neatly divided into 10 equal parts. This thing was incredibly practical. With it in hand, it could save me an enormous amount of trouble. "All right, I'll take it." I put on the ring and then asked her, "Why did you come directly to me?" In this world, mages and nobles basically looked down on each other. Nobles thought mages were eccentric, while mages were annoyed by nobles' arrogant, superior attitudes. But this girl in front of me was clearly a little different. She propped up her chin. "Because you are not like those hateful nobles." "How am I different?" "I only arrived in your territory today. I saw that you didn't punish the serf who planted the peanuts, but instead thought of a way to solve the problem. I saw you stand up for your serf and teach another noble a lesson. I also saw you reward that pitiful serf with more than a dozen silver coins. You don't have the greed of nobles, nor that superior look on your face. I've met more than 100 nobles, and only you truly treat serfs like people." My heart stirred slightly. If I had transmigrated one day later, I probably would have missed this mage, because the former owner of this body had also been someone who absolutely did not treat serfs as people. This was the gulf of an era, and as someone from another world, I instead found myself fundamentally out of place among the nobles of this world. I refilled her tea and poured a cup for myself as well. But right at that moment, Tina suddenly frowned. She snatched my teacup away and brought it lightly to the tip of her nose to smell it. "What is it?" I immediately sensed that something was wrong. "Someone mixed magical poison into your teacup." Her expression instantly turned serious. That single sentence made me feel as if I had fallen into an ice cellar. The venom of a green-scaled snake, plus the saliva of a blue-eyed lizard, colorless and odorless, enough to kill a person instantly. She looked at me thoughtfully. When did you offend a mage? I reacted in an instant. The former owner of this body had probably died from exactly this kind of poison, which was why I had the chance to take over and be reborn. I lowered my head and searched through all the memories in my mind, yet I still could not find even the slightest clue. Was it someone Anthony hired? No. Although he and I had our frictions, it had not yet reached the point of life and death. Besides, Anthony was the beneficiary of this conflict. Getting rid of me, the neighbor he bullied every other day, would bring him no benefit at all and would only invite trouble. Once I ruled him out, I truly could not think of anyone else. This was no good at all. The enemy was in the dark while I was in the light, and someone who could silently poison my cup was very likely someone close to me. For no clear reason, I thought of my personal maid, Rose. If we were talking about poisoning, her suspicion was the greatest. I probed Tina carefully. While in my castle, have you sensed any magical fluctuations? For example, from Rose. She shook her head. No, they are all ordinary people without magic power. I stared into her eyes. Then if it were you who poisoned me, could you avoid everyone without making a sound? Tina's eyes widened. Are you suspecting me? If I had poisoned you, why would I warn you that your cup was poisoned? I quickly smiled and shook my head. No, you and I have no grievance between us. I just wanted to see what methods mages are capable of. Only then did her expression soften. If it were me, I would have at least 3 ways to poison someone without anyone noticing. The simplest would be an invisibility spell. I pressed on. What is the minimum level of mage needed to use those methods? She said, making this kind of poison is simple. A first-tier mage can do it. But those methods that don't alert anyone require at least a third-tier mage. The moment she said that, my brows immediately drew tightly together. In other words, there was a third-tier mage hiding in the shadows, watching my life. I had thought that after transmigrating here, I could just become a poor lord and slowly develop until I turned things around. I never expected there to be an enemy hidden in the dark who could take my life at any moment. The feeling sent chills down my back. Miss Tina, what rank of mage are you? I looked up at her. She looked no more than 20, yet she could casually mention 3 methods of poisoning. Her level absolutely could not be low. Tina gave a wicked smile. Secret. I rolled my eyes, but that was normal enough. She yawned. I'm so sleepy. Have your little maid prepare a room for me. I want to bathe and sleep. All right. My eyes shifted slightly. Rose lived on my left, and the room on my right happened to be empty. If Tina stayed there, then if that hidden mage returned, my life would at least have one more layer of protection. It was equivalent to gaining a powerful mage bodyguard out of nowhere. No matter how I thought about it, this deal was not a loss. I stretched lazily, got up, walked out of the study, came to Rose's door, and knocked lightly. My lord, do you need something? Rose rubbed her sleepy eyes and poked her head out. Prepare the room on my right for Miss Tina to stay in. I paused. And prepare a tub of hot water as well. Attend to the young lady while she bathes. Only then did Rose notice that there was a beautiful young woman standing behind me. I estimated that after traveling and roughing it all the way here, what Tina needed most at this moment was a good soak in a tub of hot water. People cleaned the castle every day, so even the empty rooms were very tidy. Rose only needed to clear out a few odds and ends before it could be lived in directly. Tina sat on the little bed and bounced twice. This bed is so soft. You nobles really do know how to enjoy yourselves. I silently rolled my eyes in my heart. Soft. Compared to the mattress from my previous life, this was harder than the floor. But there was nothing to be done. In this world, I was probably completely destined to be forever separated from a real mattress. Not long after, Rose brought in a tub of hot water. I instructed her to take good care of the young lady, then withdrew and shut the door behind me. Only Tina remained in the room. The relaxed expression on her face vanished in an instant without a trace. Her brows were tightly knit, as if she were enduring some kind of intense pain by force. She slowly took off her robe. On her snow-white skin were dense, worm-like dark red blood marks, along with more than a dozen wounds that were still oozing blood. This young mage was injured far more seriously than a little. Thinking back to the battle a few days ago, she still felt lingering fear. That enemy had been absurdly powerful. If not for the life-saving magic her teacher had left her, she would already be dead. Fortunately, she had successfully shaken off the pursuit and found a safe place like mine to recover. As for me, I was lying on the bed, quietly feeling the battle chi inside my body. That warm cyclone filled my body and tempered my flesh every moment without pause. This was precisely the fundamental reason knights were stronger than ordinary people. With a thought, the silvery white battle chi began to circulate on its own, making more than a dozen full cycles through my body. At that moment, I heard a crisp crack from deep within me, and immediately after, the battle chi inside my body suddenly grew much denser. I sat bolt upright. Had I broken through? From awakening battle chi to becoming a first-tier knight, I had actually used only one day. At this speed, across the entire magic fantasy continent, there had probably never been anyone like me before. After the breakthrough, a burst of scorching heat instantly spread through my whole body. My skin turned as red as a freshly boiled shrimp. But at the same time, I could also feel clearly that my physical strength was increasing at high speed, and every part of my body felt full of inexhaustible power. I estimated that the current me was at least equal to 3 of my former selves. That scorching heat lasted a long time. But immediately afterward, another cool and gentle energy emerged from inside my body and moved through me like rippling water, forcibly suppressing that wave of heat. I quickly realized this cool power was not battle chi, but another kind of energy. Could this be magic power? I remembered Tina's words. She had said there was magic power inside me. I stretched out both hands. Silvery white chi swirled from my right hand, while colorless, transparent energy like rippling water poured from my left. Stimulated by battle chi, my magic power had broken through as well. The total amount of the two energies was almost exactly equal, reaching an almost perfect balance, which meant that now, I was not only a first-tier knight, but also a first-tier mage. In other words, I was already a first-tier magic warrior. At that exact moment, the system's voice rang out again. Ding! It has been detected that the host has become a first-tier magic warrior. The system has now been upgraded to version 2.0, and the reputation function has been unlocked. Expanding territory, defeating enemies, and receiving the love and gratitude of your subjects can all earn reputation. Note, reputation is closely tied to cultivation. Once you accumulate enough reputation points, you can level up. The golden text before my eyes continued to shift. My rank, first-tier magic warrior. Reputation, 0 out of 2,000. New mission, within 3 days, obtain 100 reputation points. Mission reward, epic magical material, Dragon Eye Stone. My heart stirred slightly, and I immediately asked the system, does that mean as long as I accumulate 2,000 reputation, I can advance to a second-tier magic warrior? That magnetic female voice answered cleanly and directly. Yes. I nearly jumped straight off the bed. The greatest difficulty for magic warriors was that they had to cultivate both battle chi and magic, which split their energy tremendously, often causing them to fail to progress very far in either field. But now that I had System 2.0, as long as I had enough reputation, both powers could level up in sync. If that happened, then wouldn't I have a chance to become the first 9th-tier magic warrior in the entire history of the continent? With that dream of dominating this other world in mind, I fell into a deep sleep and slept especially soundly. Early the next morning, sunlight spread across the land, and I woke up. After washing up, I came to the dining room and sat down. Mrs. Ellen, the cook, brought breakfast, a cup of milk, 2 slices of white bread, along with silver knife and fork. Following noble etiquette, I cut off a small piece of bread and put it into my mouth. Ugh, it tasted awful. The bread was dry and hard, practically like chewing on a coarse steamed bun that had been left out for several days. I put down the knife and fork, lifted the milk, and took a sip, then nearly spat it out on the spot. It had a strong fishy smell and also a greasy layer to it. Most likely it had been heated immediately after being squeezed from the cow, and it was nothing like the rich, fragrant milk from my previous life. And yet, in the eyes of commoners, these two things were both considered luxuries, affordable only to nobles. Resting my cheek on one hand, I couldn't help but worry. If I couldn't get used to any of the food in this world, how was I supposed to go on living? Suddenly, a spark flashed through my mind. Right? I could make cream. If I sandwiched it in bread, it definitely wouldn't taste bad. In my previous life, I had been a pastry chef and owned a dessert shop. Making cream was an absolute piece of cake for me. But before I could get started, a commotion broke out outside. And no, please don't, Lord Robert. The steward Robert came in gripping Maid Karina by the collar. The girl's hair was disheveled. There was a bright red slap mark on her face. And with a thud, she dropped to her knees, her eyes full of tears. I asked what had happened. Robert saluted. My lord, Karina stole 30 silver coins from you. and I caught her red-handed. I walked over and lifted Karina's chin. "Why did you steal the money?" For my younger brother's treatment." She was trembling badly. I searched through the former owner's memories. Sure enough, she really had mentioned before that her younger brother was sick and that she wanted to ask for several months' wages in advance, only to be rejected outright by the former owner. Robert spoke up. "My lord, according to the noble code, you should have her hanged as a warning to others." I waved my hand. Kill someone over a little theft? My modern conscience simply couldn't get past that. Besides, in my memories, Karina had always worked diligently, always volunteering for the dirty and exhausting jobs. Killing her would also be a loss to me. I said, "I won't pursue this sum of money. Take it and use it to treat your brother. It will be deducted from your wages little by little in the future. But although I can spare your life, theft must still be punished in the end. Robert, take her away later and give her 20 lashes." "Thank you, my lord." Karina kowtowed repeatedly. Just then, a line of small text suddenly appeared before my eyes. Reputation from Karina, +5. I froze for a moment. My reputation increased just like that? I then looked toward the steward. "Robert, how much is your monthly salary now?" 8 silver coins, my lord. Starting next month, raise it to 10 silver coins. Reputation from Robert, +2. So this was the reputation system 2.0 had been talking about. Although Robert was happy, he still dutifully reminded me, "My lord, after lending that money to Karina, the cash and grain we have at home are only enough to last 1 month. And the crops in the territory will not mature for another 3 months." I waved for them to withdraw, but in my heart, I felt even more stifled. When other people transmigrated, they either became carefree young masters who lacked for nothing, or figures with immense backing. So why was it that when it came to me, I had to become a lord so poor he could barely jingle? The income of my barony depended entirely on the grain tax submitted by the serfs, and apart from that there was no other industry at all. That little bit of grain barely covered my daily expenses. No wonder the former owner had refused Karina in the first place. I racked my brains for a long time, yet still couldn't come up with a single way to make money. In my previous life, I had only been a pastry chef running a dessert shop. I knew nothing about big business. Forget it. Running out of food was a problem for 1 month later. For now, I should first solve the problem of what to eat. "Mrs. Ellen," I called toward the kitchen. "Bring me 5 eggs, a small bowl of white sugar, and a cup of milk." To make the simplest cream, those few ingredients were all I needed. I could make it with my eyes closed. The moment the things were brought over, I immediately cracked the eggs one by one, poured the egg whites into a bowl, picked up a knife and fork, and began whisking. Once it foamed, I poured in a little milk, added a spoonful of coarse sugar, and continued whisking. After repeating the process several times, the liquid in the bowl gradually thickened and turned into a pale yellow paste. Done. I dipped a finger in and tasted a little. The sweetness slowly melted over my tongue, carrying a rich, creamy fragrance. I scooped out a big portion and spread it over the bread, sandwiched 2 slices together, and took a bite. The texture was actually quite good, and I ate with great relish. After half a bowl of cream went into my stomach, I let out a satisfied burp. Suddenly, a thought popped into my head. If I rewarded this cream to the servants, could that also increase my reputation? The moment the idea came, I acted on it. I immediately had Mrs. Ellen call over all the servants in the castle. 5 minutes later, aside from Karina, who was still being punished, the remaining 5 servants stood neatly in front of me. "This is something I just made. All of you have a taste." The 5 looked at each other. None of them had ever seen such a thing before. In the end, Rose was the first to scoop up a bite and put it into her mouth. In the very next second, her eyes lit up like stars. "Wow, this is so delicious." Reputation from Rose, +2. The corner of my mouth rose slightly. As expected, it worked. And as my reputation rose, the battle chi inside my body also strengthened in sync. "Really? Let me try it too. I want some too." The 5 servants all scrambled for that half bowl of cream, and in one go they gave me another 10 points of reputation. With a thought, the golden text appeared. Reputation, 17 out of 2,000. In just this short while, it had risen by 17 points. At this rate, in less than a month, I would be able to rise to a 2nd-tier magic warrior. Lightning speed. "My lord, what is this delicious thing called?" Rose's voice pulled me back. I said cream. Rose licked her lips, still wanting more. "This is the most delicious thing I've ever eaten. Even those nobles in the city have probably never tasted it before, right?" Nobles? That single word instantly woke me up. Right. I could totally sell cream to those wealthy nobles. The locals of this world had never seen anything like it, so they would surely love it. and I could use it to escape my money troubles while also gaining a huge amount of reputation and continuing to improve my strength. 3 birds with 1 stone. I immediately returned to my bedroom and pulled out the small wooden box with the copper lock from under the bed. It contained all my possessions, exactly 30 silver coins. Whether I could turn things around or not would depend on this gamble. I packed the silver coins into a cloth bag, brought Jonathan and several knights with me, and headed straight for the nearest Mott city. It was a small city where quite a few nobles gathered. The ingredients for making cream could all be bought in the city, so I traveled light. 2 hours later, the city walls of Mott City, dozens of meters high, appeared before my eyes. After entering the city, I followed familiar paths to the commercial street. The former owner had lived in this city for 15 years, and I had the full 15 years of memories in my head. Jonathan was a little curious. "My lord, are you here to buy things?" "No, to sell something." I smiled. "You'll know in a moment." I first spent 5 silver coins to rent a shop in a good location, then gave each of them 3 silver coins and sent them off to buy milk, eggs, white sugar, as well as wooden basins, wooden spoons, and paper bowls. The items were quickly gathered and spread all over the floor. This time, I did not do it myself. Instead, I temporarily turned these knights into laborers. Crack all the eggs into the basins, keep only the egg whites, and throw away the yolks. Including Jonathan, each knight had a basin and a spoon in front of him. Knights had astonishing physical strength, so in just a few minutes the egg whites had already been whipped into foam. Then I had them add milk and sugar and continue beating. A little over 10 minutes later, the egg whites in the basins gradually thickened into a buttery consistency. Because the milk quality was very good, the cream that came out was a beautiful milky white. I tasted a mouthful, and the sweet fragrance slowly spread through my mouth, with a very rich milky flavor. This batch of cream was of extremely high quality. I calculated the cost. In total, I had spent 15 silver coins and made about 80 portions, so the cost of one portion was only 19 copper coins. Selling one for 50 copper coins wasn't excessive, was it? I had the knights scoop the cream into paper bowls, then set up a table neatly outside the shop entrance. I even gave it an elegant name, Snowflake Cake. It was white, just like snow. I was full of anticipation. But after waiting for a long time, not a single person even stopped to ask the price. I was puzzled. Could it be because no one was calling out to attract customers? I pulled Jonathan over. "Go shout. Say, snowflake cake for sale, sweet snowflake cake." "My lord, that wouldn't be very appropriate, would it?" He looked awkward. "If you don't shout, you won't have a salary next month. I've staked my entire fortune on this. If it doesn't sell, I'll go bankrupt on the spot today." So the people of Mott City witnessed a very bizarre scene. A hulking giant nearly 1.9 meters tall, standing in front of the stall and awkwardly calling out, "Essen snowflake cake, sweet snowflake cake." The sight made passersby laugh. Still, one young man really did stop to ask the price. 50 copper coins a bowl. Why is it so expensive? Forget it. He waved his hand and turned to leave. I was speechless for a moment. If he had only been willing to taste one bite, he definitely wouldn't think it expensive. I had no choice but to lower the price. 40 copper coins. Still no one came. 30 copper coins. A few people did glance over, but in the end none of them actually came up. The people in this city had an acceptance level for new things that was far too low. 20 copper coins. I silently covered my face. "My lord, how can something as delicious as snowflake cake have no buyers?" Jonathan had already eaten one full bowl clean and nearly licked the paper bowl as well, yet still looked unsatisfied. I wanted to know too. Seeing that the cream was almost starting to melt and not wanting to waste it, I simply rewarded each of them with one bowl. Even at 20 copper coins, no one was willing to buy it. I let out a sigh. "Lower it to 10 copper coins." "My lord, at that price we'll lose money." "Just do it. At least we'll recover a little of the cost. If we can't sell even a single bowl, then everything will truly be lost today." I never could have imagined that my very first business venture in another world would fail this miserably. In Mott City, there was a baron named Raymond who served as the city's administrative officer, living off the estate left behind by his ancestors. 12 years ago, he married a beautiful wife and had a lovely daughter. Later, they had a son as well. With both a daughter and a son, he had always felt that he was the happiest man in the world. But 2 years ago, a sudden turn of events completely shattered that happiness. His beloved daughter, Sherry, suddenly refused to eat for some unknown reason. Watching his daughter grow thinner by the day, Raymond became frantic and called in doctor after doctor. He even invited mages, but not only did his daughter's illness fail to improve, it only became more and more serious. Raymond was in terrible pain and could only numb himself by throwing himself desperately into work. On this day, after being busy for the entire morning again, he dragged his utterly exhausted body and prepared to return home. Just then, he heard a shout from the roadside. "Snowflake cake, sweet snowflake cake." That cry instantly stirred his memories. When his daughter was little, she had loved sweets most of all. She would always cling to his neck and act spoiled, clamoring for sugar cakes and candied hawthorns. But now, his daughter would not even touch the sweets she had once loved most. Seeing the item brought the person to mind, and as if possessed, Raymond walked over to the stall. "Boss, how much is the snowflake cake?" 10 copper coins a bowl." "Give me one bowl." He did not notice that when the men in front of him heard this, every one of them revealed expressions of barely concealed delight. It was only one bowl of pastry sold. Was that really worth getting this excited over? Raymond paid the money, carried the snowflake cake home, casually set it on the dining table, and then habitually asked the maid, "Did Sherry eat anything today?" The maid sighed. "Master, the cod soup I made. Miss didn't drink a single sip." Raymond let out a long sigh and turned to enter the study to handle official business. For a moment, the dining room was empty. Just then, a small, thin figure slowly walked in. It was a little girl of about 10, so skinny she was all skin and bones, as though a gust of wind could knock her over. It was Sherry. "Huh? It's only April, so where did this snow come from?" She stared at the white snowflake cake on the table, her face full of confusion. She liked snow, liked that kind of pure, flawless white. Even though she usually disliked eating, in winter she would always taste a little snow. She reached out, grabbed a handful, and stuffed it into her mouth. In that instant, her pitch-black eyes lit up. A second bite, a third bite. Before long, she had eaten the entire full bowl of snowflake cake clean. When Raymond came out after finishing his work, the first thing he saw was the empty bowl on the table. His wife had gone back to her parents' home with their son, and the servants in the house would never dare steal his food. Then, could it have been my daughter who ate it? Raymond's whole body jolted violently, and he practically ran out to find his daughter. By the pool, he saw Sherry washing her hands, and there were still faint white traces at the corners of her mouth. "Daddy, it was delicious. I want more." That short sentence made this iron-willed man burst into tears on the spot. His daughter was finally willing to eat again. "Good. Daddy will go buy more for you right now." His voice was shaking. Byron, gather all the servants in the house and come out with me." Raymond grabbed a large handful of silver coins from beside the bed and, with more than 20 servants in tow, stormed out of the house in grand fashion. That display was especially eye-catching along the way. Isn't that Baron Raymond? What's he doing? Could it be that he's fallen out with some baron and is going to fight? Come on, let's follow and take a look. And so, before long, a large crowd of gawkers had trailed along behind Raymond. Meanwhile, just as I was sinking into despair, I suddenly received a system notification. Reputation from Sherry, +10. Reputation from Raymond, +10. My whole body shook. "All of you, perk up, business is here." But when I saw more than 100 people surging toward us in a dark mass, even with how steady my nerves were, I still got startled. If the man at the front had not been that very customer from just now, I would almost have thought they were here to smash up the stall. Raymond rushed to the stall. 10 copper coins a bowl, right? However much you have here, I'll take it all. Sorry. I smiled apologetically. 10 copper coins was the previous price. Now it's 2 silver coins a bowl. You. Raymond's eyes widened. When I bought it just now, it was still 10 copper coins. You're raising the price on the spot. I put on a troubled expression. To be honest, 10 copper coins was a tasting price, a special discount just for the very first customer. This snowflake cake contains my family's secret recipe. The cost alone is 1 silver coin, and if you add labor and the shop, 2 silver coins a bowl is already very fair. All right. Raymond waved a hand. 2 silver coins it is. I'll take it all. Byron, if there's not enough money, go home and get more. At the side, Jonathan and the others' eyes all lit up. 2 silver coins a bowl. This was practically a road to riches. But to their surprise, I spoke up. Sorry, each person is limited to 1 bowl. I can't sell it all to you. A trace of surprise flashed through Raymond's eyes, and he let out a cold laugh. Interesting. This is the first time I've ever seen someone unwilling to do business. I quickly explained, "You may not know this, sir, but this snowflake cake is extremely difficult to preserve. In less than a day, it will melt away. If you buy that much, you won't be able to finish it, and it will all go to waste. I'm thinking of your interests too. If you really like it, just come again tomorrow." What I was actually thinking was, if you buy everything, how are other people supposed to eat it? And if they can't eat it, how am I supposed to gain reputation? Interesting. Fine, have it your way. I brought more than 20 people with me. Buying 5 bowls from you isn't too much, is it? Raymond slapped 10 silver coins onto the table. Not at all, not at all. Jonathan, pack it up for the customer. Raymond took the goods, and before leaving, he deliberately instructed me, save one for me tomorrow. Don't let my precious daughter go without it. Wishing you prosperous business. Thank you for the kind words. The moment Raymond's group left, the surrounding crowd exploded on the spot. Is this snowflake cake really that delicious? Is it actually worth Baron Raymond personally coming to clean out the stock? He just said he was afraid his precious daughter wouldn't get any. Isn't his daughter Sherry the one who has always refused to eat? Could she really have fallen in love with this snowflake cake? Come on, buy a bowl and try it. Mott City was prosperous to begin with, and there were plenty of merchants in town. There was no shortage of people who could afford 2 silver coins. The crowd swarmed over all at once. Boss, I want 1 serving. Me too. The snowflake cake that nobody had cared about before was sold out in the blink of an eye. Wow, this is way too delicious. So sweet. I've never had pastry this good in my whole life. Reputation from Kant, +1. Reputation from Forbes, +1. Reputation came flooding in like a tide. The only slight disappointment was that the reputation from outsiders was only half of what my own servants gave. In less than half an hour, all 75 servings of snowflake cake were sold out, bringing in a full 150 silver coins. The cost had only been 15. That was a full 10-fold profit. And not only that, I had also gained 75 reputation points. Adding in what I had saved up earlier, I had steadily broken past 100. The instant my reputation broke 100, I clearly felt a surge of heat inside my body. My battle chi flowed like rushing rivers, and its total volume suddenly increased sharply, becoming even more condensed. The system panel jumped accordingly. Reputation, 112 out of 2,000. Mission to obtain 100 reputation points within 3 days. Completed. Mission reward, epic magical material, Dragon Eye Stone, available to claim. I sent Jonathan and the others to pack up the stall and casually tossed out another sentence. Each of you gets another 2 silver coins as a reward. Thank you, my lord. Long live my lord. Reputation from Jonathan, +2. Reputation from Jack, +2. Good grief. The 4 of them gave me another 8 points. Taking advantage of no one paying attention, I slipped into the shop, turned my back to the entrance, summoned the system, and claimed the Dragon Eye Stone. In the next instant, a fist-sized black vortex exploded into existence before my eyes, wrapped in dark purple arcs of lightning. A stone about the size of a walnut fell out from inside, and I caught it in one grab. The stone felt icy in my hand. Its base color was whitish, covered in red patterns, and on one side there was a black ring. It looked exactly like an eyeball. No wonder it was called Dragon Eye Stone. I had no idea what exactly it was used for, so I would store it for now and ask Tina about it when I got back. I put it into the spatial ring and left the city for home, carrying a heavy bag of silver coins. Riding on horseback, I began planning my next steps. First, strength was the most important. This world was full of magical beasts, and there were plenty of bandits too. I had to become stronger with everything I had, and my battle chi was firmly tied to reputation. Second, I needed to develop new products as quickly as possible. Cream was delicious, but it was too sweet. Sooner or later, people would get tired of it. I decided to make jam. Then I would plant fruit trees on a large scale in the territory and build an entire industry chain, from planting to processing the fruit into jam. That way, I would be able to provide a large number of jobs for my people. Once the people had higher incomes and better lives, wouldn't reputation come rolling in like flowing water? For me, planting fruit trees and making jam could both make money and increase reputation. It was simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Just as I was happily fantasizing, turning the Dragon Eye Stone over and over in my hand. At that moment, Jonathan, who was leading the horse ahead, suddenly let out a sharp shout. "My lord, be careful." I abruptly looked up and saw a figure standing on a distant hill, wrapped all over in a black robe, with the face hidden from view and wisps of black energy curling around the body. It gave off a bone-piercing chill. "That's a dark mage." Jonathan's voice was more solemn than ever before. My heart instantly tightened. In this world, ordinary mages were strange, but most of them were still fairly kind. Dark mages alone were the exception, temperamental and cruel, treating human life like grass. In history, some had even committed mad acts like massacring entire cities. Ha ha ha. The black-robed man let out a sinister laugh and raised a pale, gaunt face. "Something I, Blake, have searched for all these years without finding. and yet I run into it here. Heaven truly is helping me. My heart skipped a beat. He was here for the Dragon Eye Stone. But when Blake's gaze shifted from the stone to my face, he suddenly froze. You're the Baron of Hopetown? Impossible. You clearly drank the magical poison I prepared. How could you still be alive? My brows furrowed. So it turned out that the one who had poisoned the previous owner of this body to death was this very bastard. Good. Old and new debts would be settled together today. Protect my lord. Jonathan drew his long sword, and the other knights immediately formed a tight guard around me. Come out, my little darlings. Blake waved a hand, and black smoke exploded behind him as 4 monsters slowly emerged. One was a giant purple two-headed snake, as thick as a man's waist and a full 15 meters long. One was a monster with the head of an eagle, the body of a lion, and black wings on its back. One was an abomination with a wolf's head on a human body, wielding a spiked club. And the last was a giant wild boar covered all over in fish scales. All 4 monsters had crimson red eyes and looked bizarre to the extreme. That two-headed snake and the dark mage are mine. The others are yours. Jonathan could tell at a glance that the two-headed snake was the strongest. Go! Blake swept a hand, and the 4 monsters roared and lunged forward all at once. I jumped straight off the horse. Let's not forget, right now, I too was a first-tier magic warrior. The battlefield instantly descended into chaos. The two-headed snake opened its blood-filled maw and lunged at Jonathan. He rolled aside to avoid it and thrust his sword backhandedly, but the snake's scales were unbelievably hard. Sparks flew, and the blade slid right off. Immediately after, the snake's tail swept across and sent Jonathan flying more than 10 meters. The other 3 monsters also completely tied down the 3 knights. As for Blake, being able to summon 4 such powerful monsters so easily meant his level absolutely was not low, at least 3rd tier. Just as Jonathan was beginning to struggle to hold out, a black whirlwind rose beneath Blake's feet and sent him rushing toward me. Jonathan leapt up violently and stabbed at him with one sword thrust. Blake raised his wand and pointed it, and a black translucent shield instantly appeared. Jonathan's sword only numbed his own tiger's mouth from the shock. The shield itself did not move in the slightest. Overestimating yourself, Blake sneered. A black magic orb shot out from the tip of his wand and flew straight toward Jonathan. Jonathan barely dodged it, but the two-headed snake on the other side had already opened its mouth to bite again. Handling the two-headed snake alone was already difficult enough. With a dark mage added on top of that, Jonathan was instantly placed in grave danger. Life magic, brute force vines. Just then, a crisp, girlish shout suddenly rang out. For thick, green vines, each as thick as an arm, shot through the air and tightly bound the two-headed snake, forcibly restraining its heads. I followed the sound, and dozens of meters away stood a girl in a gray mage's robe, looking only 15 or 16, with a bit of baby fat still on her face. She held a walnut wood wand in her hand, and on her chest was pinned a badge with 2 leaves. With one lift of her hand, a large patch of seeds scattered over the ground. A flash of green light came from her wand, and the seeds instantly took root and sprouted, growing into a mass of thorny brambles that lashed savagely at the two-headed snake, drawing repeated screams from it and covering it with bloody holes. I was stunned watching this. The girl looked about my age, yet she was this fierce. It was practically like sowing beans and summoning soldiers. Judging by the badge on her chest, she was clearly a 2nd-tier mage. Oomph, meddlesome fool. Blake snorted coldly and pointed his wand at the two-headed snake. Demonization. A purple-black light instantly enveloped it. The two-headed snake's body swelled a full circle larger. Its wounds stopped bleeding. Purple-black mist roiled all over it. Horns grew from its heads, and its 4 eyes shone with eerie scarlet light. After being demonized, it was actually able to suppress a 3rd-tier knight and a 2nd-tier mage at the same time. Suddenly, I felt Blake's gaze coldly lock onto me. The look in his eyes was clearly the look one gave a dead man. Sure enough, in the next second, riding black wind, he flew toward me at top speed, raising his wand as black lightning burst from its tip. No! Jonathan let out an unwilling roar, but there was no time for him to save me. I shifted my body slightly and barely evaded the arc of lightning. It blasted into a 2-meter-high boulder behind me, shattering the rock into pieces on the spot. Blake had already flown to right in front of me. With a sinister grin, he aimed his wand at me again. At that very moment, I suddenly shot out a hand, grabbed his wand in a tight grip, yanked hard backward, and at the same time drove my knee viciously into his lower abdomen. Bang! The wand flew out of his hand, and Blake himself was knocked 4 or 5 meters away, crashing heavily to the ground, his face full of shock. Usually, those petty nobles would have long since been scared weak in the knees at the sight of him. But how was this brat in front of him acting completely outside common sense? I grabbed the wand with both hands, braced it against my knee, and snapped it hard. Crack. I broke it cleanly into 2 pieces. You want to kill me? You think you're worthy? I wrapped battle chi around my fist and punched Blake, who had just climbed to his feet, straight back to the ground. He hurriedly used magic power to prop himself up and brushed a hand across his ring, pulling out a spare wand. My eyes and hands were quick. I kicked his wrist, and that wand flew more than 100 meters away. A mage without a wand was like a venomous snake with its fangs torn out. And now both his main wand and his spare wand were gone. I exploded completely, the light of a first-tier knight's battle chi suddenly blazing brilliantly. How can there be such a young first-tier knight? Blake cried out in shock. Because transmigrators are awesome, no explanation needed. I could not be bothered to waste words with him. Silver battle chi wrapped my fists as I smashed punch after punch down on him. Without a wand, he was almost no different from an ordinary person. In less than a minute, I had beaten him until his face was bruised and swollen and 4 or 5 of his ribs were broken. Boom. With the final punch, I smashed him flat to the ground. My lord, catch! Jonathan roared and, with all his strength, threw his long sword toward me. I leapt up, caught the sword in my right hand, pointed the tip downward, and drove it down viciously. Thud! The long sword pierced straight through the dark mage's chest. Blood splashed across my face, still warm. Blake's eyes were unfocused, yet his eyelids never closed. He died with his eyes open. Reputation, +20. With his death, the 4 monsters in the distance let out shrill screams at the same time, then all dissolved into puddles of thick liquid. Phew! I let out a long breath and dropped to the ground, my heart still pounding violently. At that moment, I noticed that the dead Blake was still wearing a ring on his hand, a silver band with a milky, white gem set into the front. I remembered that he had brushed his hand across the ring just now to take out the wand. Could this also be a spatial ring? I stepped forward and took it off. You're really amazing. A crisp female voice came from nearby. I looked up and saw that it was the female mage walking over. Thanks for the help. I raised a hand in greeting. My name is Chris, Baron of Hopetown. Linda, a second-tier mage who specializes in plant magic. She sat down beside me, sounding very natural. It's nothing. Exterminating dark mages is every mage's responsibility anyway. While talking to her, I infused battle chi into the ring I had just acquired. 10 compartments immediately appeared in my mind. But when I saw what was inside them, my expression changed instantly. 6 of the compartments were filled with transparent jars containing pale green liquid, inside which were soaked a horse's body, a dog's head, and all kinds of half-animal corpses. And even more horrifying, those body parts were still moving. They were all alive. What is it? Linda immediately sensed that something was wrong. Covering my mouth and forcing down the urge to vomit, I ran to the distance and dumped everything from the ring out in one go, clattering it all over the ground. Only after quite a while did I come back, looking awful. Just what kind of obsession did that guy have, collecting so many animal corpses? Linda looked completely unsurprised. Some dark mages practice grafting magic. They stitch 2 kinds of animals together into one monster. Those monsters just now were made that way. A shiver ran through me. No wonder they had looked so grotesque. Don't throw away all of his things. Some of them are actually quite valuable. Linda ran over and searched through the pile for a while, then finally brought back 4 walnut-sized dark gray crystal spheres. What are these? Magic soul crystals. Her eyes shone with excitement. With them, you can absorb the souls of magical beasts and forcibly establish a master-servant contract, making the beasts obey unconditionally. You can also store the beasts inside the crystal, making them easy to carry around. So those 4 monsters just now were released with these? That's right. Once the master dies, the contracted magical beasts die too. She handed the crystals to me. You were the one who killed the dark mage with your own hands. These things should belong to you in the first place. I accepted 3 and handed the remaining 1 to Linda. Thank you for stepping in to help. You're welcome. Oh right. I took out the dragonite stone. What exactly is this thing used for? At that instant, Linda's eyes went wide and shone with light. This. Where did you get this? I picked it up. There was no way I was going to expose the system. Your luck is way too outrageous. Her face was full of envy. This is an extremely precious material, an essential component for forging epic-grade magical equipment. My thoughts stirred slightly, and I suddenly asked, You study plant magic, right? So that means you can make crops grow quickly? Of course. She patted her chest. "Why are you asking?" I said with a smile. "How about this? You come to my territory and work there for half a year, and this Dragon Eye Stone will be your payment. What do you think?" In my view, a mage who could accelerate plant growth was worth far more than a single stone. "Deal." Linda agreed immediately without even thinking. "Come on, return to my territory with me first. 6 months from now, this Dragon Eye Stone will be yours." All right. I brought Linda along and continued on the road. Obviously, I couldn't very well ride a horse myself while making a girl walk, so we simply all went on foot together. When the setting sun was reduced to its last faint glow, we finally returned to Hope Town. "So this is your territory?" Linda looked around curiously. I asked her how it felt. She casually tapped her wand, and several little flowers immediately bloomed from the ground. "The soil is very fertile. I quite like it here." It seemed I really had picked up a treasure with this girl. Just then, a knight who had stayed behind at the castle came running from afar and saluted. "My lord, Baron Anthony is over at the boundary line making a scene and demanding that you go over." I let out a cold laugh. I hadn't expected that guy to recover so quickly. "Come on, let's go meet him." More than 10 minutes later, I arrived at the scene. "Chris, you bastard," Anthony cursed through gritted teeth. His body was wrapped in bandages, and his entire ear was thickly covered. "Oh, still not beaten into submission yesterday." I looked at him with open mockery. "Boy, dare to fight me one-on-one." He stared at me fiercely. He was determined to recover the face he had lost yesterday, no matter what. "Fine," I agreed without hesitation. I agreed so readily that Anthony was stunned for a moment instead. Could this brat be hiding some kind of trick? But then he thought again. He himself was a genuine first-tier knight. "Oh right, I forgot to tell you." Silvery white battle chi slowly emerged from my body. "I am now a first-tier knight too." "How could you possibly be a first-tier knight?" Anthony and all his men were stunned on the spot. After all, Anthony had awakened battle chi at 15 and gone through 4 full years of hard training before finally becoming a first-tier knight. But this brat in front of him was only 16. A first-tier knight at 16 was an existence as rare as phoenix feathers and Chelan horns across the whole continent. There's nothing impossible about it. I beckoned with one hand. "Sword." Jonathan immediately understood and threw his sword toward me. I weighed it in my hand and pointed the tip straight at Anthony. "Come on, let the two of us lords settle once and for all today who comes out on top." "Brat, if you're courting death yourself, don't blame me." Anthony drew his sword and charged, his eyes filled with jealous fury. Clang! The two swords collided violently, sending sparks flying. The former owner of this body had practiced swordsmanship in childhood, and I had inherited those memories, so I was hardly a complete amateur. I suddenly exerted force and flicked my sword upward, making him stumble, then followed smoothly with a kick to his lower abdomen. Anthony staggered backward, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Battle chi erupted from both of us at the same time, making us shine under the sunset like 2 silver beacons. Judging from the fluctuations of battle chi, I, this newly advanced first-tier knight, was actually not inferior in the slightest to him, this established first-tier knight. This time I took the initiative, gripping the sword with both hands. Silver battle chi extended outward and forcibly condensed into a 2-meter-long blade of light, practically turning it into a greatsword. I swung wide and hard, every strike brimming with momentum, forcing Anthony backward again and again. My lord's fighting style really suits my taste. Jonathan watched from the side with obvious delight, but the third-tier knight on Anthony's side, a man with a full beard, gave a cold snort. "Don't get smug. My lord hasn't even used a battle technique yet." Jonathan's expression darkened slightly. Battle techniques were skills performed with battle chi, and their power was extremely strong. But I had only just stepped into first tier and had never learned one at all. Anthony was driven back more than 10 meters by my sword, his whole body covered in wounds. Suddenly, he let out a furious roar. "Brat, you forced my hand." Battle technique, Azure Lotus Sword Art. As the words fell, he spun out a flourish with his sword, battle chi gushing wildly like a blooming lotus, and the blade was instantly dyed with a layer of azure light. My brows immediately furrowed. Since I had never learned a battle technique, trying to meet it head-on was absolutely impossible. I could clearly feel that the power of this strike was terrifying. If I failed to withstand it, I would die on the spot. But right at that line between life and death, I entered a state so mysterious it was beyond words. My mind suddenly became utterly clear, and scenes from martial arts films and dramas I had watched in my previous life flashed rapidly through my head. At this moment, those moves became incomparably vivid. I moved according to memory. My body dragged out after images. My palms flew, and my battle chi actually transformed into a divine dragon circling around me. My lord, this is... Jonathan and the others were all dumbstruck. Clearly, they had never seen such a battle technique before. Is this a self-created battle technique? The bearded man collapsed to the ground, his face filled with terror. One had to know that battle techniques were things refined by predecessors generation after generation, and some had even taken an entire family over 100 years to perfect. But those who could create a battle technique in battle by sheer chance were pitifully few across the whole continent. 18 Dragon Subduing Palms. I thrust my left palm forward sharply, and the silver battle chi dragon let out a resonant dragon's roar as it charged straight toward Anthony. Anthony's azure lotus sword art met it head-on, but that azure lotus almost instantly shattered. With unstoppable force, the battle chi dragon slammed straight into him. Anthony let out a scream of terror. The necklace and bracelet on his body shattered at the same time, turning into layers of light that stacked into 4 or 5 barriers and energy shields. They were all magical defensive items. Bang, bang, bang. Those shields blocked the battle chi dragon for only a brief instant before they all shattered. After piercing through the 4 or 5 layers, the dragon had become almost transparent, yet it still slammed hard into Anthony's body. Anthony flew backward, vomiting blood, his longsword leaving his hand as his whole body crashed heavily onto the ground. His bloodshot eyes stared wide. You, how could you possibly have such a powerful battle technique? Jonathan, the bearded man, even Linda, all of them were stunned speechless. As onlookers, they had seen it most clearly. The power of my battle technique was stronger than Anthony's by far more than just one level. While everyone was still in shock, I strode forward, grabbed Anthony by the collar, and pressed my sword directly to his neck. We can talk this out. We can talk this out. He instantly caved and begged for mercy repeatedly. Lord Chris, calm down. According to the noble code, you have no right to kill a blameless noble. The bearded man was so anxious that even his voice trembled. Yes, it's true that I have no right to kill him. I smiled, but the smile carried a chill. But cutting off his manhood shouldn't be against the law, right? Anthony's crotch turned cold, and he hurriedly clamped his legs together. You madman. In this world, when conflicts happened between nobles, as long as nobody died, causing injury or disability did not count as breaking the law. And like me, Anthony was a second son with no inheritance rights. As long as I didn't kill him, the family behind him probably would not seriously pursue the matter. Once Anthony realized this, he was truly afraid. Fortunately, the bearded man was quick-witted and immediately stepped forward. Lord Chris, how much money do you want? I held up 3 fingers. 3 gold coins. 3 gold coins equaled 300 silver coins, or 30,000 copper coins. Enough to keep me going for quite a while. Why, you're basically a bandit. Anthony roared from the ground. 5 gold coins. I slowly added 2 more fingers. This time, Anthony did not dare make another sound. I did not continue raising the price either. As a remote little lord like him, he probably couldn't produce any more money anyway. Half an hour. After that, every extra 10 minutes adds 2 more gold coins. I took out my pocket watch, my tone calm. Anthony gnashed his teeth. Marshal, go under my bed and bring me my cash box. The bearded man scurried off at once. Linda, tie him up. Holding this sword is tiring. In truth, with the physique of a first-tier knight, not only could I hold up one sword, I could hold it for an entire day without getting tired. This was purely an act for his sake. Linda lifted her wand and pointed. A flash of dim green light passed, and tinder shoots instantly burst from the ground, wrapping Anthony up into a big leaf-wrapped dumpling in the blink of an eye. A mage. Anthony cried out in shock. He had never imagined in his dreams that not only had my strength exploded upward, I also now had a mage by my side. In less than 10 minutes, the bearded man came sprinting back with a black box in his arms. You idiot. The key is with me. Why are you handing the box to him? Anthony lay on the ground, cursing furiously. I carried the box over to him and casually cut the vines. With a resentful face, Anthony took out the key and opened the box. Half of it was money, mostly copper and silver coins. As for gold coins, there were only 3. With a face full of pain, he first took out the 3 gold coins, then began counting the silver coins. But even after turning the box upside down, he could only scrape together 195 silver coins, and there weren't even 500 copper coins. For a moment, the scene became awkward to the extreme. Even if Anthony emptied his entire fortune, it still wasn't enough to ransom himself. Forget it, I don't want the 5 silver coins. With a thought, I activated the spatial ring and swept away all his silver coins. Reputation from Anthony, +5. I was completely dumbfounded. I had taken you prisoner, and after undercharging your ransom, you actually felt gratitude toward me? Good grief. I think I may have discovered a new way to farm reputation infinitely. All right, you're free now. I sheathed my sword. I turned and left with Jonathan and the others. Only after we had gone far away did Anthony dare spit viciously at my back and continue making threats. But now he only dared bark behind my back. In terms of strength, I had already surpassed him, not to mention that I now had a female mage at my side who could casually cast spells. By the time we returned to the castle, the sky was completely dark. The steward Robert stood at the gate with all the servants. Thank heavens, my lord, you've finally returned. I walked straight inside. Starting next month, everyone's wages in the castle go up by 2 silver coins. Thank you, my lord. Long live my lord. Reputation from Rose, +2. Reputation from Ellen, +2. By the time the round was over, I had directly pocketed 16 reputation points. Now that I had the snowflake cake as a money tree, I didn't care about this little bit of money at all. I might as well convert it into reputation and use it to raise my strength. That was far more practical. My lord, I must remind you. Robert had just begun when I cut him off directly. I pulled out a bulging money bag from my spatial ring and shook it in front of him. It jingled loudly, and there were at least over 100 silver coins inside. At once, the chief steward fell silent on the spot. Oh right, to celebrate my advancement to first-tier knight, Mrs. Ellen, take out all the meat in the house. Tonight we're holding a bonfire barbecue. My lord, you're already a first-tier knight now? The moment those words came out, everyone was stunned. Yesterday, my lord had only just awakened Battle Chi. From trainee knight to first-tier knight in only one day. This was nothing short of a miracle. Even the legendary holy knights probably had not possessed such talent. Congratulations, my lord. May the glory of knighthood forever shine upon you. Reputation from Ellen, +1. Reputation from Robert, +1. Amid a chorus of praise, I easily collected another 10 reputation points. When a lord grew stronger, what that brought his people was the most direct and solid sense of security. I also instructed Rose to prepare a room for Linda, while I myself sat in the little courtyard and watched the servants running busily about. Bonnie, you fool, the steak is cut too thick. George, that's not how you scrape fish scales. A smile hung on my lips. I really liked this feeling. Everyone bustling around preparing dinner, and then all of us eating together in lively company. At this moment, it truly gave off the warmth of home. The bonfire was lit, and the fragrance of roasting meat drifted everywhere. That large stone table in the courtyard, which the former owner had once impulsively had built and then left sitting and used and gathering dust, finally came in handy today. I sat in the seat of honor. Jonathan and Robert sat below me on either side. The two mages, Linda and Tina, officially met each other as well. The servants originally did not dare sit at the table at all, but I forcibly dragged them over to sit down. Raise your cups to congratulate our Lord on advancing to first-tier knight. Robert raised his mug of ale high, his face full of joy. Congratulations, my lord. My lord is a ruler blessed by the light of knighthood. I raised my cup in return, and everyone drained theirs in one go. The former owner had not been good at socializing, but fortunately Robert, ever the smooth operator, held the scene together, and the entire banquet was warm and cheerful. The young maids drank a little wine. Their pretty faces flushed red and danced and sang around the bonfire. At this meal, everyone ate a full 40 to 50 gene of meat, directly using up half the castle stock. Late into the night, Tina and I climbed to the top floor of the castle and stood by the window, gazing out at the star-filled sky. Looking down from this 4-story castle, all of Hope Town lay in full view. The entire territory was dark, with only a few scattered weak lights here and there. It's beautiful and very quiet, isn't it? I turned to look at her, like a child showing off a treasured creation. Tina nodded. I like it here. There are none of those annoying noble restraints. It's free and easy. It's just... She let out a soft sigh. We're enjoying peace here, but those people and serfs still don't have enough to eat or enough to wear. I said decisively, I will change this place. I'll make this territory better day by day. Tina looked at me seriously. You're different from those hypocritical nobles. I believe you. I took the chance to ask, from now on, can you teach me magic? Originally, I had planned to give up magic and focus solely on battle chi, because cultivating both usually meant neither side reached a high level in the end. But now System 2.0 had tied reputation and strength together, so I didn't need to worry about that problem at all. Naturally, Learning one more path was all profit and no loss. Tina rolled her eyes. You should first polish your magic power up to first tier before saying that. I snapped my fingers, and a powerful fluctuation of magic power instantly spread out. I am already a first tier mage now. How is that possible? Tina's mouth fell open at once, and she stumbled backwards several steps in shock. With that tiny weak fluctuation of magic power you had yesterday, at a normal rate it should have taken at least half a year to reach first tier. How could you possibly break through overnight? She said irritably. We already had an agreement. I give you the ring, and you let me stay for 3 months. I rubbed my chin. How about this? I let you stay for 6 months. What do you think? My injuries will be healed in 3 months. Why would I stay that long? Then for the first 3 months, food and lodging are included. For the last 3 months, I will fully cover all the materials you need for your magic experiments. How about that? I coaxed persuasively. Having a noble lord provide your materials is far safer and far more convenient than collecting them painfully by yourself out in the wild. It also saves a lot of time. Tina thought for a moment. All right, deal. No matter what, personal strength was the foundation. The future upper limit of a continuously growing magic warrior would definitely be terrifying. Just then, a pitch-black pigeon flew in through the window. Its eyes looked like 2 glowing orange-yellow beans. From a distance, they looked like 2 little lamps. The instant I saw it, a strange feeling rose in my heart for no reason. Be careful. That's a pigeon made with grafting magic, Tina warned in a low voice. No wonder. Bound to the pigeon's foot was a tiny message tube. Who would be sending me a letter? For some reason, a feeling of unease quietly crept into my heart. I opened the message tube and took out a rolled-up slip of paper. Tina first lightly tapped the pigeon with her wand. It's safe. No trace of poison. Only then did I pull the slip out and slowly unfold it. Dear little lord, you killed our companion. We will not let you go. It was only one short line, yet it made my whole body feel as though I had fallen into an ice cellar. The companion mentioned in the letter was obviously the dark mage I had killed today. But what made my scalp go numb most was those 2 words, our companion. The one who wrote the letter was not one person, but a group. One dark mage had already been troublesome enough. If a whole group came, how was I supposed to fight that? True, Blake had taken the initiative to provoke me first. But with dark mages, what reason was there to speak of? There was none at all. This grudge was already completely irreconcilable. Worse still, they knew my identity and where I lived. The enemy was in the dark and I was in the light, and I had no confidence in my heart at all. I told Tina everything about the ambush on the road in exact detail, only brushing lightly past the part about the Dragonite Stone. So the one who poisoned you was that dark mage. He had his eye on the Dragonite Stone in your hand, but instead he was killed by you, and now you've been targeted by the organization behind him. Tina propped up her chin and began thinking seriously. That's about it. I scratched my head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I had just promised to cover 3 months of materials for her, and before fulfilling it, I had already brought in a bunch of life-threatening enemies. Tina and I were not related at all. If she wanted her ring back right then, turned around, and left, I would not have been surprised in the least. Unexpectedly, Tina instead patted me on the shoulder and said solemnly, "Don't worry, I'll help you deal with them." Really, my eyes lit up immediately. That's wonderful, thank you so much. Starting tomorrow, I'll learn magic from you. I need to become stronger as quickly as possible now. All right, she nodded. After making the arrangement, I yawned and went back to my room to sleep. After I left, Tina looked at the note delivered by the black pigeon, her expression thoughtful. Back in my room, I lay on the bed and silently planned. I had to speed up the development of my territory and the improvement of my strength. With a bunch of those ghostly things lurking in the dark and watching me, there was no way I could ever sleep soundly. Still, I was not too afraid. As a transmigrator, if I let myself be frightened by the natives of this world, that would be far too embarrassing. What's more, I had the system. My growth speed was absurdly fast, and I could even use the system's rewards to recruit more powerful mages. Thinking and thinking, I drifted off to sleep. Early the next morning, after washing up, I came to the dining hall to find that the 2 mages, Tina and Linda, had already arrived and were happily eating cream bread. "Chris, they said this snowflake cake was invented by you. Is that true?" Linda asked me with puffed cheeks. Of course. Reputation from Linda, +2. Reputation from Tina, +2. Oh, these 2 girls had started contributing reputation to me as well. I smiled to myself. Don't worry. Once you help me get the fruit trees planted, I'll be able to make things even tastier than snowflake cake. Really? Linda's eyes lit up at once. Then let's hurry up and get started. In a few days, we'll go to Mott City to buy saplings first. By the way, how long would it take you to make a sapling bear fruit? Linda counted on her fingers. 5 days. In 5 days, I can make one sapling grow into a full tree, then flower and bear fruit. Not bad. That'll save me a huge amount of time. If they grew naturally, it would take at least 1 or 2 years, and at that point I might as well just buy the fruit directly. The main reason I want to buy saplings instead of fruit is still to create jobs for the people in my territory. They get wages, and I get reputation. A win-win. After breakfast, I followed Tina outside the castle to learn magic. She handed me a wand. I'll teach you the most basic spell first, Fireball. Release your magic power and imagine a ball of fire at the tip of your wand. As she spoke, an orange-red flame ignited at her wand's tip. That's it. I thought I'd have to chant a long, complicated tongue twister. Don't underestimate Fireball. Most mages take anywhere from a few days to 1 or 2 months to learn it. Tina stopped halfway through. Because at the tip of my wand, a fireball identical to hers had already ignited. It doesn't seem hard. I casually flung the fireball toward the open ground. Boom. The fireball exploded on the spot, dirt flying everywhere, and a scorched pit half a meter deep was blasted into the ground. If that's the case, then can I cast other spells too? I began imagining a bolt of lightning gathering at the wand's tip. In the next moment, a dark blue arc as thick as a thumb shot out violently, and Tina's eyes widened on the spot. Crack! The arc struck a half-meter-high boulder more than 10 meters away, and the stone instantly burst apart into fragments all over the ground. Wind blade. I turned my wand tip again and condensed an invisible blade of wind. Tina's mouth dropped so wide it looked like an egg could fit inside. The wind blade shot out with a whoosh, and a tree as thick as a bowl snapped cleanly in response, its break as smooth as a mirror. Are all of those things you just learned? Even Tina's voice was trembling. Yeah, just got lucky. I truly hadn't expected magic to be so easy to pick up. Tina sucked in a sharp breath. Back then, it had taken her 3 days to learn Fireball, and her teacher had praised her as a naturally gifted mage. But what did that little bit of talent amount to in front of me? Not only had I learned instantly, I could infer more from one example and derive 2 more spells on my own. This kind of talent was simply heaven-defying. Those 3 spells had consumed about 1/5 of my magic power. In other words, I could still cast at most around 15 more. With that kind of power, dealing with 20 or 30 trainee knights would be no problem at all. Tina wiped the sweat from her forehead. Chris, would you be willing to take me as your master? I looked at this girl who was only about 2 years older than me. No way, you're too young. If I really called you teacher, I'd feel like I was getting the short end of the deal. Tina exploded on the spot. Don't look down on me. I may not be very old, but I'm a 4th-tier mage. I froze for a moment. I had known her rank wasn't low, but I truly hadn't expected her to be as high as 4th tier. A 4th-tier mage could flatten a small town without too much difficulty. That alone was enough to show that her talent absolutely wasn't something ordinary people could compare with. I can learn magic, but let's skip the part where I call you teacher. Humph. Tina turned away in a huff. That day, I kept practicing until I had completely drained every last bit of magic power before finally stopping to rest. Let's stop here for today. The only thing you're lacking now is actual combat experience. She was clearly very satisfied with my performance. After resting for a while, I gathered all the servants and knights together. To celebrate my advancement to a 1st-tier magic warrior, I've decided to take all the grain currently stored in the castle, turn it into food, and distribute it to the people. My lord, then what will we eat ourselves? Mrs. Ellen was the first to panic. Don't worry. I smiled. I'll send people to Mott City to buy supplies. We only need to keep enough for today's lunch. My lord, you are truly too benevolent. Once the people hear this, who knows how happy they'll be. I clapped my hands and began assigning tasks. Mrs. Ellen, prepare the big pots and cook. Jonathan, take men to the cellar and move out the grain. Robert, inform the people to bring their own bowls and spoons. Knight Shiloh, go to Mott City at once and buy back 5,000 jean of grain. What about me? Linda pointed at herself. I thought for a moment. The flowers and plants around the castle are yours to manage. First, cultivate me a proper garden. Got it. Linda ran off happily, completely unaware that her task was really just there to make up the numbers. For a while, the entire castle sprang into action. Bags of rice and flour were carried up from the cellar. Large pots were set up in the courtyard, and smoke from cooking soon began curling upward. Steward Robert beat on a bronze gong while shouting back and forth through the territory. Congratulations to our lord on advancing to a 1st-tier magic warrior. Every resident, bring your own bowl and spoon, and come to the castle for a free lunch. Our Lord really advanced to first-tier magic warrior? Of course it's true. I saw it with my own eyes yesterday. My Lord beat Baron Anthony flat and extorted a huge ransom from him. The Lord is treating us to food? Come on, let's hurry over and look. I haven't had a full meal in many days. And so the residents of Hope Town came in groups toward the castle, dragging their families along. Most of the bowls in their hands were chipped, their coarse linen clothes were full of patches, their eye sockets were sunken, their complexions waxy yellow, and their skin rough like old tree bark. When they saw white bread steaming over the great pots, giving off hot vapor and a mouth-watering smell, each of them couldn't help swallowing hard. Line up, one at a time. Jonathan was in charge of maintaining order. Adults get 1 bowl of porridge and 2 loaves. Children get 1 bowl of porridge and 1 loaf. When Mrs. Ellen lifted the lid, slices of meat were actually floating in the white porridge. Wow, there's really meat. Praise the benevolent Lord. Reputation from Corin, +1. Reputation from Abel, +1. Every resident who received food contributed 1 point of reputation to me. This wave of food distribution directly brought me a full 220 reputation points. Looking at those satisfied and happy faces, I felt a wave of comfort rise in my heart. At least now, I already had the ability to let the people under me eat one truly filling meal. Vivian, don't run around. Just then, a little girl crashed headfirst into me. She looked only 5 or 6, pitifully thin, and the porridge in her hand spilled all over my robe at once. The child's mother was so terrified that she went limp on the spot, fell to her knees with a thud, and spoke in a trembling voice. Lord, Vivian didn't mean it. Please spare her. But I crouched down and gently pinched Vivian's little cheek. Little girl, don't run around. Be careful, or Uncle will spank your bottom. Vivian wasn't shy at all. She licked her lips. Will Uncle make porridge this delicious again in the future? Of course. In the future, you'll be able to eat things even more delicious. Reputation from Vivian, +2. Reputation from Cicely, +1. Only then did the mother finally breathe in relief and leave while holding her daughter, thanking me over and over. By the time I changed into clean clothes and came out again, the courtyard had already been tidied spotless, and the people had all eaten their fill and gone back to their work. Originally, I had wanted to go to Mott City again today to sell another round of snowflake cake, but after squeezing a large sum out of Anthony yesterday, I had enough money to spend for the short term. Roar! Just then, a deafening thunderous roar suddenly came from the distance, almost piercing a person's eardrums. The moment that sound rang out, a chill inexplicably rose in my heart. It's a dragon. Tina walked over, her expression graver than I had ever seen before. In this world, dragons represented evil and power. They were born with malice, burning, killing, looting, and committing every possible atrocity. Make your preparations. We'll go take a look. I returned to the castle and took out the gleaming green steel sword that had been a gift from the former owner's father when he came of age. By the time I came back out, all the fighting strength I had on hand had already gathered at the entrance. The 2 mages Tina and Linda, Chief Knight Jonathan, and 3 first-tier knights. Let's go. In the distance, waves of dragon roars still faintly echoed. Following the sound, we hurried all the way to the border where my land met Anthony's territory. From afar, we could see a black dragon crouched in the middle of a field. Its body was a full 30 meters long, like a giant lizard magnified countless times, covered all over in black dragon scales. 2 pairs of fleshy wings grew from its back, stretching more than 20 meters when spread. It also had a pair of savage dragon horns on its head, and its eyes were blood red. It kept breathing flames, setting the surrounding farmland ablaze, while bearing fangs and claws as it lunged at a knight in silver armor. That knight moved with extraordinary agility, avoiding the dragon's claws again and again while continuously thrusting with the long sword in his hand, each strike carrying astonishing power. Clearly, a true battle between man and dragon was unfolding right before our eyes. And around the outside of the battlefield, that guy Anthony and the knights under him were huddled together, every one of them looking heartsick. This fight was taking place in his fields, and every blow was the same as destroying his crops. We stopped outside the boundary line. We could not casually step into the territory of a hostile noble. Jonathan, what rank is that knight? I asked in a low voice. Jonathan stared for quite a while. If you ask me, he's at least no lower than 6th tier. A 6th tier knight. Of course, that dragon was only in its juvenile stage. If it were an adult, it could swallow that knight in a single bite. The dragons of this world were very special. They didn't need to cultivate it all. Every 10 years, they automatically rose one rank, and if they lived to 90, they would become one of the continent's top life forms. But while still juveniles, they often could not suppress the malice in their bodies and would run out to stir up trouble, so comparatively few actually lived smoothly into adulthood. Roar. The evil dragon was thoroughly enraged by that 6th-tier knight and spat out a blast of dragon fire, igniting an entire stretch of crops along the way. My crops. My crops. Anthony was almost going insane from heartache. He had only just been extorted by me, and now his crops were being destroyed too. It was truly adding frost to snow. After breathing several blasts of dragon fire in succession, that dragon was visibly panting a little. The 6th-tier knight seized the chance, wrapped battle chi around his longsword, and viciously slashed open one of its fleshy wings, cutting a bloody gash almost a foot long. The evil dragon instantly flew into a rage and lunged to bite again, and the man and dragon became entangled in battle once more. At that moment, Anthony also noticed me, and his eyes instantly reddened. "Brat, did you come here on purpose just to watch me make a fool of myself? Humph, don't celebrate too early." As soon as he finished speaking, he abruptly turned his head and ordered the 3rd-tier knight under him. "Gallows, take them and lure that dragon into Chris's fief. By your command." Although Gallows was also afraid of dragons, he simply didn't dare disobey and could only charge forward with grim determination. Very quickly, I noticed something wrong. The whole battlefield was slowly being drawn in the direction of my territory. Interesting. As Anthony's longtime rival, how could I possibly fail to understand this little bit of venomous scheming? "Linda, can the magic soul crystals in our hands contract that dragon?" Linda shook her head. "Even though it only has the strength of a 5th-tier magical beast right now, in essence it's still a 9th-tier magical beast, and its soul power is absurdly strong. Even the highest grade magic soul crystals don't have a high success rate, and the ones we have are just the lowest grade. At most they can contract 3rd-tier magical beasts." Alright then, I could only give up the idea. But according to what she said, this dragon currently only had 5th-tier strength. That meant our group, plus that 6th-tier knight, actually had a real chance of slaying a dragon. Tina was a 4th-tier mage, Jonathan a 3rd-tier knight, Linda a 2nd-tier mage, and then there was me, a 1st-tier magic warrior, along with 3 1st-tier knights. This lineup was already very capable. My lord, those people really are leading the dragon toward us. Only now did Jonathan realize it belatedly. Should we stop them? If that dragon enters our territory, the losses absolutely won't be small. Not yet. Wait a little longer. I waved a hand, my gaze fixed tightly on the front. That 3rd-tier knight Gallows was already going all out and had injuries all over his body. But under his guidance, the battlefield still moved bit by bit toward the boundary line. "Get ready." With a clang, I drew the green steel sword. "My lord, what are you planning to do?" Jonathan was a little confused. I stared at the evil dragon that was about to step into my territory and said word by word, "I'm going to slay a dragon." Jonathan's heart jolted, and he hurriedly tried to persuade me. "My lord, that's a 5th-tier magical beast." Tina, however, spoke directly. "With this many of us, and with that 6th-tier knight as well, taking down this dragon is not a problem. And an evil dragon is treasure from head to toe. If we succeed, we'll gain a large batch of precious magical materials." Linda looked even more eager to try. The moment Jonathan saw how things stood, he knew he couldn't persuade me, so he could only draw his sword as well and prepare to move at any moment. In the distance, Anthony watched the dragon finally leave his own territory and step onto mine. Secretly, he let out a sigh of relief, and there was even a trace of gloating at the corner of his mouth. "Humph, brat, now you know how formidable I am, right? I'll have this evil dragon burn every crop in your territory to the ground." After luring the dragon over, the knights under him all stopped, each one carrying wounds to a greater or lesser extent. Now only that 6th-tier knight was still fighting the dragon head-on. In the course of that battle between man and dragon, one of my best fields had already been burned to ashes. "Let's go. We're moving." I held the sword in my right hand and the wand in my left, charging out in the lead. Tina and Linda followed close behind, and Jonathan quickly brought the others along. In total, there were 7 of us. Lightning. I raised my wand and pointed, sending a finger-thick arc of electricity shooting out at high speed, striking the dragon directly in the head. Crackle. The electric arc knocked its massive head slightly to one side, and this completely enraged the huge beast. Roar. The dragon bellowed and slashed its sharp claws viciously toward me. "My lord, watch out." Jonathan shouted anxiously from the side. I immediately rolled away to dodge and, in the same motion, stabbed my sword toward the back of one of its claws. The tip scraped a line of sparks across the black dragon scales and then slid right off. With the defensive power of those scales, there was simply no way my current strength could easily break through them. Binding vines. Linda finally made her move. Green light flowed from the tip of her wand, and more than 10 emerald vines as thick as a person's thigh burst from the ground, rapidly winding around the dragon's whole body. Immediately after, Tina floated in midair, pointed her wand forward, and shouted in a low voice, "Magic storm." In an instant, the surrounding magic power began to turn wildly chaotic, condensing into a terrifying storm that was almost tangible. A towering magic tornado more than 8 meters high slowly took shape. Even from over 10 meters away, I could feel my cheeks being cut painfully by the wind. With a roaring howl, the tornado engulfed the dragon whole. Countless dense wind blades ravaged the dragon's scales madly. Those incomparably hard black scales were actually being peeled up in great patches. A woo. The dragon let out a cry of pain, clearly having suffered badly. That 6th tier knight immediately seized the opportunity, fully released his battle chi, swept it over his sword, gripped the weapon in both hands, and brought it down viciously toward the dragon's head. Boom! A dull, earth-shaking blast erupted, and a visible shockwave in the air spread violently outward from the dragon's head. That massive head was smashed sharply downward by the blow and slammed straight into the ground, blasting out a huge crater. If it had been an ordinary 5th-tier magical beast, once it sensed danger, it would have already been thinking of escape. But this was an evil dragon, a creature filled to the brim with malice and the urge to destroy. As far as dragons were concerned, the word retreat simply did not exist in their dictionary. Taking advantage of the opening, Jonathan, the other knights, and I all rushed up at the same time, our swords falling together and instantly cutting several bloody gashes into the dragon's body. Blood flowed everywhere. This dragon is even harder to deal with than I imagined. I looked at it being chopped down again and again, only to struggle back up each time, and muttered softly. Even though it was only 5th tier, its offensive and defensive power was actually more tyrannical than many 6th tier magical beasts. If this monster hadn't just exhausted itself by repeatedly spitting dragon fire, leaving it visibly weakened now, the danger on our side would probably be several times greater. Keep going. Increase the attack frequency and don't let it recover, I warned. On my left-hand wand, I condensed a fireball the size of a human head and hurled it straight at the dragon's eye. After all, I was still only a 1st-tier mage and couldn't produce Tina's terrifying level of power, so I could only try to target vital points as much as possible. The moment the dragon saw the fireball flying at it, it instinctively shut its eye. The fireball exploded with a boom, blasting into a rolling mass of flame across its face. Immediately after, the dragon forcibly broke free of the vines and counterattacked in one motion. Its massive body twisted, and its spiked tail swept across like a giant whip, enough to knock down several people in one strike. I hurriedly raised my sword to block. Tina summoned an energy shield, while Linda instantly grew a giant tree in front of herself. I felt both arms go numb, as if I had been hit head-on by a speeding car, and my entire body was thrown backward more than 10 meters. Tina and Linda fared a little better, since their magic had absorbed most of the impact for them. That 6th-tier knight, meanwhile, took the opportunity to push his assault even faster, forcing the dragon into such a passive state that it no longer had any chance to counterattack. He had come here specifically to slay a dragon, and with our sudden addition of fighting power, the probability of success had instantly risen quite a bit. In the distance, Anthony and his knights were all dumbfounded. Their original plan had been to lure the dragon into my territory and let it wreak havoc. The objective had been achieved, but why had the outcome turned out completely different from what they imagined? That plant mage was one thing, but what was the deal with the other mage? That level of attack power had to be at least 4th tier, didn't it? Since when had Chris actually managed to recruit a 4th tier mage? And how the hell had Chris himself learned magic too? Anthony only felt that everything he had believed all these years had been smashed to pieces, and for a moment his mind couldn't process it at all. The 3rd-tier knight under him also wore a blank expression. After going to such lengths to lure the dragon over, they had originally wanted it to wreck Chris's territory, yet now the dragon was the one being beaten down? Anthony still wanted to stir up more trouble in his heart, but after seeing the strength of that 6th-tier knight, he ultimately forced the thought back down. Heaven fears slash. At that moment, the 6th-tier knight leapt high into the air. Battle chi surged explosively from his body, shining brilliantly, even carrying a faint trace of gold, while a fierce wind pressed toward us. He raised his long sword high, and from the blade burst a terrifying sword aura more than 5 meters long. A trace of panic flashed through the dragon's eyes. It had clearly sensed a genuine threat from that strike. Black lightning flickered over the dragon horns on its head, the air distorted, and immediately after that, a black magic sphere more than 3 meters in diameter materialized out of nowhere. The 6th tier knight brought his sword crashing down, and the sword aura tore through the sky with it. At the same time, the dragon hurled out that black sphere, meeting the sword aura head-on. Boom! Violent airwaves and a fierce storm spread out instantly, sand and dust sweeping everywhere, while countless tiny black arcs of lightning slithered around like snakes. All of us were forced to retreat several steps, backing out of the storm's range. Very soon, we saw that the 6th tier knight had actually split the black sphere apart by force, and then continued the motion, slashing straight down toward the dragon's head. Boom! The dragon's huge body crashed heavily to the ground. A massive gash had been split open on its head, and blood rapidly gathered into a small red river. But even so, it still had not completely lost the ability to counterattack, and one claw shot violently toward the knight. After landing the strike, the 6th tier knight did not linger. He exploded backward with force from both legs. The dragon's claw missed and gouged a trench 7 or 8 meters long into the ground. Then it shook its head and actually stood back up again, and the horrifying wound on its head only made it look even more savage and terrifying. Then, in the next instant, something happened that no one had expected. The evil dragon suddenly drove its own claws viciously into its chest, forcibly punching 3 bloody holes into itself. Why is this thing suddenly mutilating itself? I was bewildered for a moment. Tina's expression instantly turned incomparably grave. If I'm not mistaken, it's unleashing one of the rarest innate abilities of dragonkind, Berserk. Before her words had even finished, the evil dragon suddenly tore out a great wash of blood-red light and completely wrapped itself in it. A strange crimson layer rapidly spread across its body, and a wicked, violent aura burst out wildly, forcing even that 6th tier knight to retreat at high speed until he withdrew all the way to our front. I didn't expect this thing to actually know Berserk. Today is going to be troublesome. The 6th tier knight's brows instantly knotted hard. The dragon opened its blood-filled maw, and countless crimson points of light rapidly gathered, condensing into a gigantic red sphere more than 4 meters wide in front of its mouth. Whoosh! The sphere shot out and was almost upon us in the blink of an eye. Quick! Fall back into defense! The 6th tier knight roared, sweeping his sword across as battle chi erupted into a huge silver curtain of light. We also went all out at the same time. Tina raised a magic shield, and Linda grew a giant sturdy tree. The instant the red sphere crashed in, heaven and earth seemed to be dyed crimson. Scarlet shockwaves swept outward in all directions. The whole field was turned into complete ruin, and every crop within 2 kilometers was reduced to ash. The shield we had built together first split with a tiny crack. Then that crack spread at astonishing speed until it covered the whole defense in an instant. Boom! Every barrier shattered at once. The red sphere, though weakened by half, still exploded violently in the middle of the group, and a scarlet mushroom cloud shot into the sky. I was blasted dozens of meters away by a terrifying force. The moment I hit the ground, sweetness rose in my throat, and I spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. The others were no better off. Jonathan's armor was damaged in many places. 2 of the 3 first-tier knights had passed out directly. Tina and Linda's wands had both snapped, and their clothes had been torn into tatters by the blast. As for the dragon, its wounds were still pouring blood, and paired with its crazed state, it looked even more eerie and terrifying. Beautifully done. Wonderfully done. In the distance, Anthony was so delighted he practically looked ready to take flight. Haha, these people really don't know their limits. Slay a dragon? I'd say today they'll end up throwing in their lives too. That bearded knight beside him gleefully fanned the flames. The dragon had already been hard enough to deal with in its normal state, and now it had stacked Berserk on top. Hot white breath blasted from its nostrils as it beat its wings and slowly advanced toward us. Although we had been scattered, we quickly regrouped, because everyone understood clearly that together we could barely contend with it. But once separated, we'd only be picked off one by one. Try this. I directly put away my wand and madly poured all my battle chi into my left palm, condensing a silver-white battle chi dragon. 18 dragon subduing palms. A majestic, resonant dragon's roar instantly rang out. I slammed my left palm forward, and that battle-chi dragon howled out along with the movement. And at that very moment, everyone saw it clearly. The evil dragon, which had just been advancing so aggressively, actually stopped in its tracks. Terror appeared on its face, and then it sat down stiffly on the ground, clutching its head tightly with both claws, its whole body trembling violently. Quick, everyone unleash your strongest attack. The sixth-tier knight's eyes lit up at once. His judgment was razor-sharp, and he immediately recognized this as a once-in-a-lifetime opening. Heaven-sundering, earth-cleaving slash, Iato slash, magic tornado, death maw blossom. My battle-chi dragon smashed hard into the dragon's head, instantly blowing open a bloody hole there. Even stranger, the bloody red color on its body rapidly faded as well, reverting it to its original state. Right after that, the dragon, now back in normal form, was forced to endure everyone's strongest attacks at once. Its entire dragon body was battered and bloodied until at last it collapsed to the ground on the verge of death, its eyes vacant. I immediately rushed forward. With absolute precision, the green steel sword in my hand drove straight into the bloody hole the battle-chi dragon had just blasted open. Thrust. The whole sword sank in. The dragon's body twitched violently twice, and then it went completely still. Dragon slain. Reputation plus 300. Only then did the sixth-tier knight, Tina, and the others gather around and inspect it carefully, confirming that the dragon really was dead through and through. Your battle technique counters dragons? The sixth-tier knight looked at me, his expression full of astonishment. If not for the palm strike I had just used, there was no way they could have suppressed this dragon so smoothly. I shook my head. I'm not sure either. Maybe. I guess so. You're very good. The sixth-tier knight patted my shoulder and said with a smile, I am Count Ford of Silent Ridge. Greetings, Count Ford. I bowed slightly in a standard noble salute. I am Baron Chris. You overpraise me, my lord. It was only luck. Good. Young, yet neither arrogant nor impetuous. Count Ford nodded with approval. To have this kind of strength at your age, your future is bound to be limitless. Thank you. I smiled. After saying that, Count Ford directly flipped over part of the dragon's body, exposing its relatively soft belly. Then he cut it open with his sword, searched around inside, and finally took out a black sphere about the size of a fist. I have great need of this dragon core, so I'll take it first. As for the rest of the dragon corpse, I'll leave it for you to handle. He looked at me with a smile. Baron Chris, you don't mind, do you? Of course not. I nodded. You played a part in slaying the dragon, so that is only proper. The dragon core was certainly precious, but compared with an entire dragon corpse, its value still fell short by quite a bit. Good. I still have matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. If you ever need help in the future, come find me in Silent Ridge. After saying that, Count Ford put away the dragon core, waved to us, and quickly departed, seeming rather pressed for time. After watching him leave, I finally couldn't hold back my excitement. I slapped my hands together and laughed. Come on, let's take a look at the spoils this time. Tina, Jonathan, and the others immediately gathered around, staring at this enormous body stretched across the ground. Though it was covered in wounds, its value had hardly diminished at all. The dragon's two fangs have excellent magical conductivity and can be made into dragon fang swords, the kind of weapon best suited for a magic warrior, Tina said first. The dragon horns are top-grade magical materials too, perfect for Linda and me to use in experiments. The dragon hide and scales can be made into armor. As for the dragon meat, well, that can be eaten too. In the distance, Anthony clenched his fists so tightly his nails almost dug into the flesh. That whole dragon corpse is so precious, and that sixth-tier knight actually just left it directly to Chris? A genuine mountain of treasure lay right before his eyes, yet he could only watch someone else carry it away. Anthony was so jealous he was almost going mad. But according to the noble code, anything that fell within a territory belonged to that territory's lord. This dragon now was my perfectly legitimate private property, and no one could take it away. No matter how bitterly he hated it, there was nothing he could do. After all, with the tiny manpower he had, even if he really had lured the dragon over, he still wouldn't have been able to kill it. My lord, your hand. Jonathan suddenly pointed at my right hand. At his reminder, I finally noticed that red scales had somehow grown across the back of my right hand. What's going on? I was a little surprised and raised it to touch it. The uneven texture was perfectly distinct. It seems only the places that touched dragon blood grow scales, Tina reminded me. That's true. I nodded. Just now, my right hand had been holding the sword and driving the green steel sword all the way into the dragon's head, so only my right hand had gotten dragon blood on it. At that moment, the system updated the mission. Mission: the evil dragon's blood has caused a mutation in your body. Collect dragon blood and take a dragon blood bath. Reward: dragonkin form. I stared at the golden text floating before my eyes and froze for a moment. Then I simply dipped my left hand in some dragon blood as well, and right in front of everyone, red scales visibly began growing across the back of my left hand too. Tina and the others saw this and also tried smearing some dragon blood on themselves, but none of them underwent any change. Only I actually grew scales. Jonathan, bring this dragon corpse back. Drain all the dragon blood for me. Collect the blood on the ground too. Not even the blood-soaked sand is to be left behind. Yes, my lord. Jonathan moved at once, first leaving one knight behind to guard the scene and prevent anyone from stealing dragon blood. Then he personally went over to assess the dragon corpse's weight. Tina cooperatively added a levitation spell, and with Jonathan plus the 2 revived knights, the 3 of them barely managed to lift the massive dragon corpse. Come on, back to the castle. I waved a hand. So all across Hope Town, the people working in the field saw their lord return with his knights, carrying a wounded evil dragon back with them. Is that a dragon? Our lord really slew a dragon. Our lord is invincible. Reputation from Thor, +1. Reputation from Kuchi, +1. By the time we walked all the way back carrying the dragon corpse, my reputation had risen by another 100 points or so. In other words, killing this dragon had brought me a full 400 reputation points altogether. When we returned to the castle, Steward Robert and all the servants were already waiting at the gate. My heavens, my lord, did you really kill this evil dragon? Of course. I smiled and nodded. Reputation from Robert, +2. Robert, have the servants drain all the dragon blood. In a while I'm going to bathe in it. I lowered my eyes to look at my hands. The scales had already disappeared, but with a single thought, it felt as if they could surface again. As you wish, my lord. Robert respectfully accepted the order. Mrs. Ellen, tonight we're eating dragon meat. Yes, my lord. After giving the orders, I first returned to my room on the 2nd floor and changed into clean clothes. After that fierce battle, my whole body felt unbearably sticky. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. It was Rose. My lord, the dragon blood is ready. You may go soak whenever you like. Good. I nodded and followed her to the bathroom on the 3rd floor. In the middle of the bathroom stood a giant wooden tub, filled to the brim with red liquid. Even from a distance, the smell of blood was so strong it was almost overpowering. Rose, if the dragon blood runs low, keep adding more. No matter what I turn into, do not be afraid. I waved a hand. Yes, my lord. As Rose withdrew, she also closed the door behind her. Through the window, I could see Robert already directing people to hoist the dragon corpse high up, while several servants held wooden buckets beneath the wounds to catch the blood. I drew the curtains, took off my clothes until only a pair of shorts remained, and slowly sat down into the tub. The dragon blood was actually warm. Sinking into it felt like lowering myself into a hot spring, so comfortable it was almost impossible to describe. The moment my body touched the blood, a layer of red scales spread over my skin at a speed visible to the naked eye. I slowly sank deeper into the tub, leaving only my head above the surface, and stared up at the ceiling overhead. Without realizing it, I actually fell asleep. I had no idea how long I slept. By the time I woke up again, half the dragon blood in the tub was still left. With a splash, I rose from the tub and walked straight to the mirror to examine what I looked like now. The me reflected in the mirror hardly looked human anymore. My entire body was covered in red scales. All 10 fingers had grown long, sharp nails. A pair of dragon horns about 10 centimeters long had grown from my head, and from my back there even sprouted a pair of dark red wings the size of a palm. I lightly clenched my fist and felt as if my entire body was overflowing with inexhaustible strength. Not only that, my perception of the magic in the air had become much sharper too. Fire elements seemed to flow naturally around my fingertips. I snapped my fingers lightly, and a flame instantly ignited in my palm. System prompt: congratulations on completing the mission. Reward obtained, dragonkin form. In my current state, my combat power could increase by at least 50% directly. The only question was whether further dragon blood baths in the future might improve it even more. With a thought, the scales on my body began slowly receding. Before long, I had returned to the appearance of an ordinary person. Of course, dragonkin form was not without cost. It required the continuous burning of either battle chi or magic power to maintain. With my current reserves, I could keep it up for at most 5 minutes. I got dressed and stepped out of the bathroom, just in time to run into Rose carrying a bucket of dragon blood upstairs. "My lord, you're awake?" Rose's eyes were sparkling. I nodded. "No more soaking for now. Pour that bucket in, then go mind your own work." "Yes, my lord." Rose smiled with curved eyes. "Oh, right. There's an especially strong horse outside the castle. My lord, you should go have a look." "An especially strong horse?" I raised an eyebrow, instantly interested, and quickly walked outside the castle. At that moment, only the last trace of sunset remained in the western sky. The dragon corpse had already been mostly processed. The dragon horns had been cut off, the scales stripped clean, and even the full hide had been peeled away intact, exposing broad stretches of bright red dragon meat. Several servants were still holding buckets and catching blood from the wounds, though much more slowly now. Clearly there wasn't much left. "My lord." Jonathan came up to me and raised a hand toward the distance. "That's the horse over there. I've had the knights keep watch on it and not let it run off." I followed the direction of his finger. Sure enough, several hundred meters away stood a large chestnut horse. Its muscles were absurdly developed, basically the bodybuilding champion of horses, and its shoulder height was a full 2 meters, nearly half again as tall as an ordinary horse. I did not rush over immediately. Instead, I first asked, "How did you discover it?" Jonathan replied, "I sent men to gather the dragon blood spilled during the battle, and they ran into it. This thing isn't afraid of people at all. It followed 2 knights all the way to the castle area and wouldn't leave no matter how much they drove it away." "That's a bit strange." I picked up a bucket of dragon blood and slowly approached, set the bucket on the ground, and then stepped back a few paces. That horse really was bold. It immediately came over, stuck its head straight into the bucket, and began gulping down dragon blood. Then, right before my astonished eyes, fine scales rapidly began growing over its body. 2 bulges rose on its forehead, and a pair of fangs even emerged from its mouth. "My lord, what in the world is this?" Jonathan was dumbstruck beside me. "If I'm not mistaken, this should be a dragon blood horse with dragon lineage." I spoke slowly, but as soon as that thought turned in my head, my heart suddenly sank, since I too could absorb dragon blood and transform into dragonkin form. Did that mean this body itself also carried dragon bloodline? Yet after searching through all the former owner's memories, I still couldn't find any trace of the family having anything to do with dragons. I shook my head and forcibly suppressed the distracting thoughts, then slowly began approaching it. "My lord, be careful. This horse has a fierce temper. It probably won't be easy to tame," Jonathan hurriedly warned. I took out a magic soul crystal from my spatial ring. If it couldn't capture an evil dragon, could it really not capture a mere dragon blood horse? When I closed to within 3 meters, the horse immediately became alert, fixing its eyes on me. The scales that had grown on its body did not disappear the way mine did. Could it be that this transformation was permanent for it? I took one more step forward, and it suddenly whipped around, lashing out viciously with its hind legs. I crossed both arms over my chest and took the blow head on, only to feel a huge force slam into me and shake me back more than 10 steps. What tremendous strength! I roughly estimated that this horse's power was at least 7 or 8 times that of an ordinary horse, and traveling 3 or 4,000 li in a day was probably no problem. My heart stirred at once. It was fast, strong, and even that one kick wasn't something an ordinary trainee knight could withstand. More importantly, it seemed capable of continuing to grow. If I kept feeding it dragon blood in the future, would it become even stronger? I stopped forcing the issue. I had already tested enough of its background, and the next step was simply to contract it with the magic soul crystal. There was no need to insist on taking it by brute force. Before long, Jonathan brought Linda over. "Linda, perfect timing. Quick, teach me how to use this magic soul crystal." "One moment." Linda first took out a parchment scroll, then a magic pen, and drew a strange, complicated pattern on it. "Now, drip your blood onto it first." I used the green steel sword to lightly cut my palm, and blood dripped onto the parchment. Instantly, multicolored light began flowing across it, giving off a solemn and sacred aura. "Then use the crystal to absorb that horse's blood." Linda pointed at the dragon blood horse. I charged over with sword in hand. Sensing danger, the horse turned and bolted. Jonathan and 2 knights immediately moved in from 3 directions, surrounding it in the middle. But it was clearly no pushover either. The 2 bulges on its forehead actually lengthened by several more centimeters, almost like short horns. Right after that, red points of light rapidly gathered above its head, condensing into an orange-red fireball the size of a football. This thing could actually use magic too? My understanding of it instantly rose another level. In terms of combat strength, it was already no weaker than a first-tier magical beast. And it was very smart too. It aimed the fireball at the weakest first-tier knight in the encirclement, clearly planning to tear open a gap first. Boom. The fireball exploded against that knight. Though he managed to raise his sword in time to block, he was still blasted into several rolls on the ground, and a gap instantly opened in the encirclement. The Dragonblood horse seized the opportunity, turned, and broke into a wild sprint. If it truly managed to get fully up to speed, catching it afterward would be difficult. You drank my dragon blood and still think you'll get away that easily? I let out a cold laugh. Dragonkin form. The moment the words fell, my body was instantly covered in red scales, my muscles rapidly swelled, and explosive strength flooded my body. I kicked off hard with both feet, and my whole body shot out like a cannonball, leaving behind only a stretched red afterimage. Sensing the forceful wind rushing up behind it, the Dragonblood horse lashed backward with its hind legs, kicking up a cloud of dust. I passed straight through the dust cloud without slowing in the slightest, leapt high into the air, and pounced onto its back. Another fireball condensed above its head, the surrounding air warping slightly from the heat, and it blasted toward me head-on. But in Dragonkin form, I simply didn't fear it. I caught the fireball directly in one hand and crushed it shut, the flames leaking out through my fingers. My lord is... This was the first time Jonathan had seen me in this form, and he was completely stunned. Seeing its attack fail, the Dragonblood horse suddenly ignited flames beneath all four hooves, and its speed surged yet again. Where do you think you're going? The wings on my back snapped once, strips of red light shooting out and propelling me like a rocket straight over its head, after which I landed heavily onto its back. It bucked wildly, desperately trying to throw me off. I drew back my right fist and smashed it hard onto its head. Its body instantly went limp, and the entire horse crashed straight to the ground. Of course, I had held back. With the strength of Dragonkin form, if I had truly used my full power in that punch, it would have died on the spot. The Dragonblood horse was knocked unconscious by a single blow. I used my nails to carve 5 bloody marks into its neck, then took out the magic soul crystal and thoroughly soaked it in the horse's blood. The dark gray crystal instantly turned blood red. I immediately handed the crystal to Linda. Quick, what's next? No rush. It'll be done soon. Linda released her magic power and softly chanted a spell. The parchment actually rose by itself, floating above the crystal, then slowly wrapped around it and seeped inward bit by bit like melting snow. In the distance, the Dragonblood horse lying on the ground suddenly twitched violently, opened its eyes, and a blood-red rune slowly emerged on its forehead. At the same time, I could clearly feel that a strange connection had suddenly formed between me and it, as if an invisible thread had tightly bound the two of us together. The Dragonblood horse calmed down, stood back up, and lifted its head to look at me. I walked over slowly. This time, with the master-servant contract in place, it indeed showed not the slightest resistance. I swung myself onto its back and urged it into a run. Clop, clop, clop. The crisp sound of hooves echoed continuously across the open plain. The wild wind slammed into my face head-on, but I still wasn't satisfied and kept urging it faster. I wanted to see its true limit with my own eyes. The scenery around us flew backwards so quickly that I had to lower my body as much as possible to reduce the wind resistance. Flames burned beneath the Dragonblood horse's forehooves, and from a distance it looked as if it were running on fire. I stretched out one hand to feel the wind pressure and made a rough estimate in my heart. This speed was already close to 150 kilometers per hour. This is incredible, absolutely fucking incredible. I couldn't help bursting into loud laughter, then patted its head to signal it to slow down. The flames on its hooves gradually went out, and its speed slowed accordingly. At last, it shifted into a light, easy trot along the road. Let's head back. I turned the horse around and rode toward the castle. Today's gains were simply enormous. First, I had slain an evil dragon and unlocked Dragonkin form, and then I had subdued such a divine steed. It truly counted as returning fully loaded. By the time I got back to the castle, it was completely dark. I swung down from the horse and pointed the magic soul crystal at it. A black vortex appeared out of thin air. The Dragonblood horse looked back at me once, then turned and stepped inside. The vortex quickly shrank into a clump of black mist and flew back into the crystal. I put away the crystal and looked around again at the busy servants. At this point, the evil dragon's blood had nearly all been drained, and its enormous body had already been cut into chunks of various sizes. Robert, Where have the dragon fangs, dragon scales, and dragon hide been stored? Those three are the most important. They can be used to forge weapons and armor. In the cellar, my lord. Would you like to go take a look? Robert immediately walked quickly over to my side. The underground level was a long, narrow corridor with an oil lamp hanging every 3 meters along both sides, brightly illuminating the surroundings. Robert opened the first room on the left. The first things I saw when I walked in were the 2 dragon fangs on the table, each a full 1.2 meters long. There were still bloodstains on them, and just looking at them sent a chill through me. In the corner of the room lay 16 dragon claws of varying lengths, the longest nearly 1 meter. Scattered across the floor were 50 or 60 canine teeth and molars the size of fists, looking like a heap of oddly shaped stones. I already had a plan in mind. The 2 fangs would be made into long swords, best suited for me personally. The claws could be turned into short swords and daggers. Though their magical conductivity wasn't strong, they made up for it in sheer sharpness and could absolutely arm an elite squad. As for those canine teeth and molars, they could simply be made into axes and used as backup weapons. I casually stored the 2 fangs in my spatial ring. Come on, let's see the next room. The second room was covered wall to wall with dragon scales. Each scale was the size of a palm and a full 2 centimeters thick. They still felt faintly cool to the touch, and at a rough glance, there had to be at least several thousand of them. I picked one up at random and slashed across it with the green steel sword. The sharp blade only barely managed to leave behind a shallow pale scratch. If armor were forged from these scales, then full force attacks from any knight below 3rd tier could probably be tanked head-on. That kind of defense was simply monstrous. I selected 100 of the most intact scales and put them into my spatial ring, planning to head to Mott City in a couple of days and have a proper set of Real armor made for myself. In the third room, the entire giant dragon hide had been folded up like a blanket and piled on the floor. I walked over and touched it. The surface felt slick, the thickness was a full ½ centimeter, and its toughness was astonishing. If dragon hide were paired with dragon scales to make armor, it could absolutely become something impervious to blades, spears, water, and fire. It was top-tier material. Beside it lay a dragon sinew as thick as a thumb, pale yellow in color. I reached out and pulled hard. A section that was originally only about 10 centimeters long actually stretched all the way out to 40 or 50 centimeters. What a good thing. My heart leaped with joy at once. If this were used to make a bow, its penetrating power would definitely be far beyond that of any ordinary bow. My lord, once the dragon bones are stripped out, I'll choose the best one for you and pair it with this dragon sinew to forge a dragon bone bow. It will surely let you display divine might. Robert seized the moment to add a perfectly timed compliment. Thoughtful of you. I patted his shoulder. Come on, let's head out first. By the time we came out of the cellar, almost all traces of the evil dragon had been dealt with, leaving only scattered dark red bloodstains on the ground. Just then, 5 ox carts arrived outside the castle, piled high with bulging burlap sacks. Knight Shiloh, who had gone to buy grain, had returned. My lord, I have fulfilled the mission. Shiloh gave me a standard knight salute. 50 gene per sack, 100 sacks in total. The 5,000 gene you wanted are all here. You've worked hard. I patted his shoulder. As a reward, you'll be eating dragon meat tonight. Dragon meat? Shiloh's mouth dropped open on the spot. That's right. Your lord slaughtered an evil dragon today. I looked at him with a smile. Reputation from Shiloh, plus 10. Shiloh had gone out first thing in the morning to buy grain and hadn't made it back in time to witness the dragon slaying. But just hearing the news still earned me another wave of reputation. At that moment, the middle-aged man delivering the grain stepped forward as well. 3,000 gene of rice and 2,000 gene of wheat. The full price is 1 gold coin and 10 silver coins. You've already paid the deposit, so now you only need to add 1 more gold coin. I directly took a gold coin out of my spatial ring and casually tossed it to him. Now that I had 2 spatial rings, I basically carried my money on me at all times. The middle-aged man caught the gold coin and immediately smiled so broadly his teeth were all but invisible, then quickly bowed and withdrew. Come on, let's eat dragon meat. I threw an arm around Shiloh's shoulders and headed into the castle together with Robert. I sat in the seat of honor and had Rose call over everyone who had participated in slaying the dragon. The dragon meat is here. Mrs. Ellen and the others brought out plate after plate of roasted dragon meat. Its fragrance spread everywhere, and just the smell alone made my appetite flare up. To our lord, Robert, the seasoned mood setter, once again began driving the atmosphere. Thanks to my lord, we too have had the chance to eat such precious dragon meat. To our Lord. Everyone raised their cups in unison. Reputation from Robert, +2. Reputation from Jonathan, +2. Reputation from Tina, +2. 5 knights, 2 mages, and Robert made 8 people. In one burst, they gave me 16 reputation points. I gave Robert an approving look. This man really was someone who could always surprise me. With a single simple sentence, he had pride lose 16 reputation points for me. Eat. I cut off a piece of dragon meat and put it into my mouth. Mrs. Ellen's cooking really was good. The outside was crisp and the inside tender. The texture resembled beef, but it had more chew to it, and every bite was packed with rich flavor. The moment one piece of dragon meat went down, a warm sensation immediately rose in my stomach. Right after that, it felt as if a burst of strength had appeared out of nowhere within my body, and every part of me was suddenly brimming with endless energy. Damn, this is one hell of a tonic. My eyes lit up instantly. The effects of this evil dragon meat were far too obvious. I could practically feel my physique being strengthened. Everyone present who ate the dragon meat visibly became more flushed and rosy-faced. Reputation from Jonathan, +2. Reputation from Shiloh, +2. After tasting the benefits of the dragon meat, everyone contributed another fresh wave of reputation. With a thought, the system panel immediately appeared. Reputation, 837 out of 2,000. In just a few short days, my reputation had already surged to 837, nearly halfway there. At this rate, in less than half a month, I would probably be able to advance to a second-tier magic warrior. I ate 2 full plates of dragon meat in one go. It felt as if a little furnace had been stuffed into my stomach. Every pore on my body relaxed. I felt unbelievably comfortable, and my sense of strength rose noticeably too. If I ever got the chance again, I definitely had to slaughter a few more evil dragons. This one alone had already made me absurdly rich. The others at the table were all feeling their changes with joy as well, especially Jonathan and the other knights. The battle chi in their bodies had very clearly strengthened somewhat compared to before. After the meal, everyone gradually dispersed, while I alone went up to the 4th floor of the castle. Standing high above, gazing out at the pitch-black territory beyond, I couldn't help letting out a soft sigh. Today I had successfully slain a 5th-tier evil dragon, but the thought that there was still a dark mage organization lurking in the shadows and watching me kept my heart from ever feeling at ease. A faint, pleasant fragrance drifted over, and Tina appeared silently at my side, leaning on the windowsill with me. Just then, my eyes suddenly narrowed. I fixed my gaze on a large tree in the courtyard, raised a hand, pulled out my wand, and pointed downward. Crackle! A dark blue electric arc instantly shot out and blasted directly into the tree more than 10 meters away. A black shadow immediately dropped out of the canopy. I raised the wand again at once, and a gust of wind swept up that black shape and carried it directly to the 4th floor. Oh, you're getting more and more skilled with magic. Tina laughed softly at my side. Looks like the wand I gave you wasn't wasted. I ignored her and fixed my gaze tightly on the black shape. It turned out to be a bizarre bird, with the body of a cuckoo but the head of an owl. Another one of those abominations made through grafting magic. I turned it over and examined it thoroughly, but found no letter and no other clues. I instantly felt irritated and ran a hand through my hair. The fact that these dark mages already dared to spy on me directly was infuriating. But Tina covered her mouth and suddenly let out a small laugh. What are you laughing at? I looked up at her. Actually, you don't need to worry too much about those people, she said leisurely. They've got other matters occupying them right now, so they can't spare attention to come trouble you for the time being. Oh, sounds like you know that organization very well. I smiled at her. Were the injuries on your body also thanks to them? Tina curled her lips. More or less. I'm all ears. I put on a listening expression. Only by knowing both myself and the enemy could I win every battle, so I had to learn as much about that organization as possible. Tina gazed into the distance and slowly began speaking. It's a dark mage organization active in the northwest of the Eagle Kingdom, called the Edmund Society. As far as I know, there are more than 100 dark mages in the society, and more than a dozen of them are above 3rd tier. Their leader, Edmund, is a 5th tier dark mage. And not only that, she paused. They also worship a 6th tier evil dragon. Hearing this, I couldn't help sucking in a cold breath. I had known from the start that the group I had provoked wasn't simple, but I truly hadn't expected that such terrifying strength was hidden behind them. More than a dozen dark mages above 3rd tier. What kind of concept was that? A few days ago, I had risked life and limb just to kill Blake, and he alone had been enough to suppress a 3rd tier knight, a 2nd tier mage, and several other knights all at once. If the dark mages in the Edmund Society were all as difficult to deal with as he had been, then how was this war even supposed to be fought? And on top of that, they actually worshipped a 6th-tier evil dragon. Just look at today's 5th-tier dragon to know what that meant. Only with the combined force of a 6th-tier knight, a 4th-tier mage, a 3rd-tier knight, a 2nd-tier mage, a 1st-tier magic warrior, and 3 1st-tier knights had we barely managed to bring down a 5th-tier evil dragon. How powerful would a 6th-tier dragon have to be? I hardly dared imagine it. Seeing my grave expression, Tina spoke to comfort me. Don't worry. Within 1 year, they probably won't come trouble you. But after a year, what you may be facing is the entire Edmund Society. I raised a hand and pinched the bridge of my nose. That really doesn't count as good news. 1 year was too short. Even with the Extraordinary Lord system as my cheat, I still might not truly be able to gather enough power within a year to contend against the Edmund Society. But as a transmigrator, I would never admit defeat so easily. Besides, between me and the Edmund Society, things had long since reached the point of no return. I had killed one of their people. That was one debt. And going further back, Blake had been the one who poisoned the former owner of this body to death with magical poison. That was another debt. New hatred and old grudges. Not a single one of them would be forgotten. All right, don't worry too much. Worst case, you can just leave the Eagle Kingdom in the future, Tina said. No, I'm not going anywhere. I shook my head and said word by word. I am going to uproot this harmful Edmund Society completely. No dark mage deserves to continue existing in this world. Reputation from Tina, +5. Tina's eyes seemed to brighten slightly. I'll stay with you and fight all the way to the very end. Thanks. I slowly let out a breath, and my heart finally settled somewhat. So what if there was an organization hiding in the shadows and constantly watching me? I wasn't alone. I had friends, and I had people who cared about me. From now on, the security around the castle is in your hands. These grafted creatures must all be cleared out as quickly as possible. I don't want to live under their surveillance. I looked at her seriously. I knew almost nothing about the Edmund Society, yet they were able to keep me under watch every moment. The feeling was suffocating. I had to cut away all of their eyes and ears first. Tina patted her chest. Leave it to me. Tomorrow I'll use magic to scan the entire territory. I guarantee not a single grafted creature will remain. Much appreciated. I nodded. Before war truly began, I absolutely could not let them see through all of my hidden cards. Otherwise, whether for me or for all of Hope Town, it would be a disaster. Tina added one more reminder. You need to recruit more powerful knights and mages as soon as possible to deal with the battle a year from now. With just the manpower we have now, it will still be too hard to withstand the Edmund Society. I will. I nodded. But before that, I need to develop the territory first. Otherwise, even if I recruit people, I won't be able to afford to support them. That really is a problem too. Tina fell into thoughtful silence. It's getting late. Go back and rest first. Tomorrow I'm taking them to Mott City again to keep selling snowflake cake. I'm going tomorrow too. Tina's eyes suddenly lit up. If I stir with wind magic, it'll be much faster than them using spoons. I smacked my forehead. Right? How did I forget that? Thanks, Tina. You're welcome. She yawned. I'm going to sleep first. Good night. After watching her leave, I also turned and returned to my own room. Now I finally had a rough understanding of the Edmund Society, and the time left before me was only 1 short year. There were 2 things that had to be pushed forward at the same time. First, I had to create a truly stable industry for Hope Town as quickly as possible, so the territory could develop rapidly and I could continuously harvest reputation from the people. Second, I had to forge equipment from the materials left behind by the evil dragon as soon as possible to raise my own combat power. Especially those 2 dragon fangs. I was genuinely looking forward to seeing what grade of weapon they could become. Early the next morning, when the first ray of sunlight shone through the window, I woke up. After washing up, I came to the dining room. Mrs. Ellen had already served fried eggs and cream bread. Smells so good. Tina walked in, sniffing the air, with Linda following behind her. Come on, eat together. As I ate, I said, Linda, come with me to Mott City today to buy some fruit tree saplings. Help me choose good varieties. Leave it to me. Linda didn't even raise her head from chewing her bread. Just buy them. In a few days, I can make them flower and bear fruit. Good. That completely put my mind at ease. With this little girl who specialized in plant magic around, filling the whole territory with fruit trees wouldn't be a problem at all. After breakfast, I walked out of the castle and said to Jonathan, who was in the middle of training, make preparations. We're going to Mott City again today. Yes, my lord. He immediately ran off to notify the other knights. I took out the magic soul crystal and infused it with magic power. With a puff of smoke exploding outward, the dragon blood horse slowly stepped out from inside. "You'll have to work hard today." I reached out and stroked its head. It snorted and proudly lifted its chin. Linda and Tina also came out of the castle at that moment. I pointed at the dragon blood horse and gestured invitingly. "You too, ride this one." "Yay, I've wanted to ride it for ages." Linda instantly became excited and ran over, trying to jump up, but she was too short. Her two little legs flailed for quite a while, yet she still couldn't climb up. I silently covered my face, walked over, grabbed her by the waist, and casually lifted her onto the horse's back. "I can do it myself." Tina took out her wand, and a whirl of wind rose under her feet, letting her float lightly down behind Linda. At that moment, Jonathan also arrived leading the reddish-brown horse, with 3 knights behind him. I swung into the saddle and waved my hand. "Set out." Just like that, the 7 of us headed grandly toward Mott City. While traveling on the road, I suddenly noticed that the reddish-brown horse under me kept intentionally or unintentionally edging toward Tina's side, and I couldn't help feeling puzzled. "What's with this horse today?" "My lord, you may not know this." Jonathan tried to suppress a laugh as he explained. "Your horse is a mare. The dragon blood horse is a stallion. So that's it." I rubbed my forehead. Turns out my horse was in heat. Thinking about it, that made sense. The dragon blood horse had an outrageous physique and noble bloodline. Among horses, it was absolutely a tall, rich, handsome dream specimen. It seemed that in the future, I couldn't keep it shut in the crystal all the time. I'd have to let it out more often and let it build some feelings with this reddish-brown mare. If one day it really could produce a foal carrying dragon blood, then even if the bloodline wasn't pure, it would still absolutely be much stronger than an ordinary horse. I simply didn't bother interfering and let the 2 horses move side by side. But the dragon blood horse was clearly not interested in this at all, and every now and then even turned its head to glare at the reddish-brown mare. If I hadn't been present, it probably would already have kicked the little mare flying with 1 hoof. 2 hours later, we finally reached Mott City. To avoid the scales and mutations drawing too much attention, I first put the dragon blood horse back into the magic soul crystal before entering the city. After the guards carried out their routine inspection, they let us through without issue. But when we arrived at the shop we had rented before, we found a middle-aged man already standing at the entrance, as if he had been waiting there for a long time. "Steward Byron?" I recognized him at a glance and couldn't help being a little surprised. "What are you doing here?" I had a deep impression of Baron Raymond, that major customer who had looked after my business, so naturally, I also remembered the steward by his side. "You've finally come." The moment Byron saw me, he immediately strode over and gripped my hand tightly. "Yesterday you didn't come sell snowflake cake, and my lord was frantic." "My apologies, something really delayed me yesterday." I gave him an apologetic smile. "But I promise that from now on, I'll basically come every day." Yesterday morning, I had been busy handing out food to the people to earn reputation, and in the afternoon, I had gone dragon slaying. I truly hadn't been able to find any spare time. "Then hurry up and make it. My young lady is still waiting to eat it." Byron was terribly anxious. All right, right away." As I opened the shop door, I grabbed a handful of silver coins and handed them to Jonathan. "Take them and buy the ingredients." "Yes, my lord." Jonathan accepted the order and led the others away. I turned to Byron and said, "My apologies, but the recipe for snowflake cake must remain confidential. I hope you'll understand." Byron first smacked his forehead, then immediately understood. "Then I'll step aside for now and come back in an hour to buy it. Farewell." As the chief steward of a baron's household, he naturally knew the rules well. The formulas behind a noble family's business could never be casually leaked. Before long, Jonathan and the others returned with the ingredients. "Follow the same process as before. Leave the mixing to Tina," I instructed directly. The knights first cleaned the wooden basins, then poured in the egg whites and lined them up neatly one basin after another. Tina took out her wand and lightly tapped the edge of a basin. A ring of wind immediately dropped into it and quickly curled into a tiny whirlpool. In less than a minute, the egg whites had been whipped into dense foam. Then she moved to the next basin and did the same thing. "So you can do it like that?" Jonathan and the others were all stunned. This was who knew how many times easier than having them pan away whisking by hand with spoons. Once the egg whites were ready, sugar and milk were added, and the mixing continued. In only a little over 10 minutes, 7 or 8 basins of cream were all finished, and efficiency had jumped several times over. "Put it into bowls, carry it to the entrance, and start selling." "Linda, the shouting is yours today." I had already thought this through. A fresh, bright young beauty calling out would definitely work better than having a bunch of rough men do it. Jonathan very obviously let out a secret sigh of relief. Making him shout about selling snowflake cake the other day had nearly embarrassed him enough to dig out a whole castle with his toes. How should I shout? Linda stared with her round eyes wide open. Just say, snowflake cake here, sweet snowflake cake. All right, I'll try. She turned toward the street and called out at the top of her lungs. Snowflake cake here, sweet snowflake cake. Her voice carried with astonishing force. It could probably be heard from several streets away. Snowflake cake is being sold again? Rob, is that the pastry you mentioned the other day? The one that's sweet and fragrant and looks like snowflakes? Yes, yes, yes. Hurry up and try it. It's delicious. Unlike the emptiness when we had first opened 2 days ago, snowflake cake had now completely made a name for itself in Mott City. Before long, a huge number of repeat customers had crowded in front of the stall. Boss, one bowl for me. I want one too. A long line immediately formed at the entrance, a full 20 or 30 people, with even more hearing the news and hurrying over. Don't rush. Line up and come one at a time. I was practically blooming with delight inside. These people were basically lining up to deliver money and reputation to me. Silver coins clinked non-stop into the bag, while snowflake cake sold out in a steady stream. Reputation from Sean, +1. Reputation from Golly, +1. The corners of my mouth were almost splitting from grinning. And inside the shop, Tina was still tirelessly and efficiently producing more snowflake cake. With that high-efficiency female mage holding down production, our supply speed could fully keep up. But just then, a squad of knights in silver armor suddenly came jogging over, shoved straight through the crowd, and scattered the customers waiting in line in all directions. They were the city patrol guards. What are you doing? A middle-aged man had just started to complain when the companion beside him hurriedly covered his mouth in panic. The one in the lead was a young man of 25 or 26, a full 1.9 meters tall, sturdy in build, and bearing a 5 or 6 part resemblance to Anthony. This man was Anthony's real older brother, Howard Hughes, the eldest son of the Hughes family and the future heir to the Viscount's title. Howard opened with an angry shout. How dare you? Who allowed you to set up a stall in front of a shop? My brows furrowed. There isn't any rule in Mott City saying people aren't allowed to set up a stall in front of a shop, is there? You're blocking traffic, can't you see that? Howard roared. If everyone behaved like you, with customers lined up this long and clogging the road, wouldn't all of Mott City turn into chaos? Heh, other shops don't have business as good as ours, especially not that so-called Red Date Cake. I let out a cold laugh. Red Date Cake happened to be one of Howard's family businesses. I understood almost instantly. This guy had probably seen me taking his business and come here on purpose to stir up trouble. And you dare talk back? It was as if I had stabbed right into his sore spot, and Howard instantly flew into a rage. He thrust out his spear and jabbed straight toward the stall, trying to flip the whole table over. How dare you? I grabbed the shaft of the spear in one hand, my eyes almost spitting fire. Haha, what is there I wouldn't dare? Howard sneered and continued to force it forward. But in the next second, the expression on his face froze, because the spear had not moved even the slightest bit. How could this be? A storm had clearly erupted in his heart. I'm a second-tier knight. And this brat, half a year ago at his coming-of-age ceremony, he had still been an ordinary person. How could he suddenly have become a knight? I suddenly shoved forward, spear and all, and sent Howard staggering back several steps. After activating dragonkin form and eating evil dragon meat, my physical condition had already skyrocketed. In terms of pure strength alone, the current me was no weaker than an ordinary second-tier knight. How can you possibly have this much strength? Howard cried out in shock. In the next moment, silver-white battle chi erupted from his body. I refused to believe it. I raised a hand and drew the green steel sword, pointing the tip forward as silver battle chi slowly coiled around the blade. Battle chi? You've become a trainee knight. Howard's face was full of shock. No, with battle chi this strong, you're a first-tier knight? No. I shook my head, then drew out a wand with my other hand. I'm a first-tier magic warrior. Hiss. Howard sucked in a breath on the spot, his face full of disbelief. How is that possible? There's nothing impossible about it. I stared at him with a cold smile. If you came here specifically to make trouble, then let me give you one piece of advice. Crawl back to wherever you came from and stop making a fool of yourself. At your age, and you still can't even touch third-tier knight. You. Howard's face turned green with rage on the spot. My words had stabbed directly into the place that hurt him most. Among the 3 great Viscount families in Mott City, The heirs of the other two families in his age group had already entered third-tier night. Howard alone was still stuck dead at second tier, unable to advance. I drove the knife in deeper. What, you? If I were you, I'd have hidden myself at home long ago, so I wouldn't come out and get laughed at. Brat, you're asking to die. Howard's eyes reddened. With a furious roar, he swept his spear straight at me. I raised the green steel sword and blocked it head-on as my battle chi burst out as well. With a huge clang, sparks flew and a shockwave spread in all directions, forcing the surrounding crowd back by more than 10 steps. But just as Howard was preparing to launch a second move, a terrifying storm suddenly rose beneath his feet. Before he had time to react, he was already blown flying. Boom! Howard flew dozens of meters through the air, crashed heavily to the ground, and bit into a mouthful of dirt. Who did that? He scrambled up in a panic and looked around wildly. He could naturally feel that the force just now had not come from me at all. That was absolutely not something a first-tier magic warrior could possess. Tina walked slowly out of the shop, parted her red lips, and spoke only one faint word: scram. Though it was only a single word, it seemed to carry the force of an entire storm. And when Howard's gaze fell upon the 4-star magic badge on Tina's chest, his scalp instantly went numb. A 4th-tier mage. Just how had that Chris managed to hire a 4th-tier mage? In only a brief span, Howard had received far too many shocks. Looking at Tina's now cold face, how could he still dare linger? He turned and fled in a stumbling scramble. Humph! Tina flicked her sleeve and turned back into the shop. After a brief silence, the customers quickly lined up again. I put away my sword and wand and continued selling snowflake cake. If I hadn't been worried these innocent customers would get caught in the crossfire, I really would have wanted to fight Howard properly and test just how strong I currently was. After finishing his city patrol, Howard returned to his family's red date cake shop looking dusty and miserable. This shop stood on the same street as my snowflake cake store, one at the east end and one at the west. "Stephen, how much red date cake did we sell today?" he asked the moment he walked in. Stephen was in his 40s, his hair combed perfectly in place. He immediately bowed. "Reporting to you, my lord, we sold 3. Smack. Howard raised a hand and slapped the manager right on the head, roaring with rage. "That snowflake cake, 2 silver coins a serving, can sell dozens of portions, and your red date cake, 20 copper coins apiece, only sold 3? What am I keeping all of you for?" Stephen's face was full of grievance. Even without snowflake cake, red date cake usually only sold 7 or 8 pieces a day. Their thing was simply genuinely delicious. How could their own product compare? But he didn't dare say a single word of that, and could only stand there taking the scolding. If it won't sell, don't you know how to lower the price? The more Howard thought, the angrier he became, and he roared in disappointment. "Drop it to 10 copper coins. I refuse to believe that my Howard family's recipe, passed down for decades, can lose to some lousy snowflake cake." "As you command, my lord." Stephen bowed again. Logically speaking, as manager, he had no authority to change prices at will, but since the lord had spoken personally, he could only obey. "Oh, right, my lord. I had someone buy back 1 portion of snowflake cake. Would you like to try it?" "I'm not trying that garbage." Howard angrily refused at once, then immediately furrowed his brows again. "Forget it, bring it here. I want to see just how impressive it really is." Stephen clapped his hands, and before long a young man cautiously carried over a bowl of snowflake cake. That snowy white, delicate appearance was indeed pleasing just to look at. Howard, wearing a thoroughly impatient expression, scooped up a spoonful and put it into his mouth, and in the very next second, his eyes instantly lit up. Then came the second bite, then the third. In no time at all, he had polished off the entire bowl of snowflake cake. By the time he came back to himself, his whole face had already flushed red. Reputation from Howard, +1. As I watched the golden text drift past before my eyes, my head filled with question marks. This guy? Could it be that he actually has some masochistic tendencies? He suffered a loss here with me, then turned around and increased my reputation? Looks like I really should stay farther away from this kind of lunatic in the future. I muttered inwardly while continuing to sell snowflake cake, and in passing I also had someone make a signboard. On it were the 4 small words Hope Town and the 3 large words Snowflake Cake. Adding Hope Town naturally was to spread the name of my territory as well. Once the reputation spread, I would have a chance to attract more free commoners to move there, become my people, and then continuously contribute reputation to me. Just then, Shiloh came running over in a rush. "My lord, this is bad. Howard just slashed the price of red date cake in half. It's only 10 copper coins now." I glanced at the still very long queue in front of me and stayed calm. Let him. We'll sell ours. Customers who had truly fallen for the taste of snowflake cake would never immediately turn around just because some red date cake had gotten cheaper. And reality matched exactly what I had expected. Not a single person in line left. Smack. Howard slammed his hand onto the table again. Stephen, didn't I tell you to lower the price? Why can't you draw away even a single customer? My lord, I already sent people onto the streets to spread the word about the price cut everywhere, but Stephen's expression was extremely ugly. Red date cake had already been discounted by half, yet still no one came. I don't care. Today you must steal those customers from them. Howard roared while pounding the table with his fist, making it thud again and again. Stephen could only laugh bitterly inside. Even you yourself nearly couldn't stop eating after trying snowflake cake. What exactly was a mere manager like me supposed to do? Howard frowned and racked his brain for quite a while, then suddenly slapped his thigh. Cut it in half again. 5 copper coins apiece. My lord, absolutely not. At that price, we'll definitely lose money. Stephen was instantly shocked out of his mind. Customers are what matter most. Howard snarled viciously. Losing a little money in the short term is to make big money later. I refuse to believe that my dignified Viscount family can outcompete some country little baron. Yes, my lord. Full of helplessness, Stephen could only accept again. Extra, extra. The Hughes family's red date cake has dropped hugely in price. Originally 20 copper coins, now only 5 copper coins. A boy of about 15 shouted as he ran, dashing straight past the snowflake cake shop. But the customers in line merely glanced up once, then returned to standing where they were, not moving in the slightest. I couldn't help but sneer, trying to challenge 21st century flavor with price cuts? Howard, you're still far too green. Sure, doing that could pull away some bargain hunters, but there was no way it could truly shake my business. Because the two sides were facing fundamentally different groups of customers. Snowflake cake at 2 silver coins a bowl was always taking the high-end route to begin with. I searched through the former owner's memories. He had also eaten red date cake a few times before. To put it plainly, it was nothing more than mashed red dates stuffed into bread with a little sugar added on top, then sold for 3 times the price of ordinary bread. But snowflake cake was completely different. That was a proper cream pastry, a flavor that could still compete in the 21st century. What adult or child wouldn't love it? In less than an hour, my side had already sold a full 80 portions, taking in 160 silver coins along with 80 points of reputation. Seeing that Howard really couldn't stir up any meaningful waves, I finally relaxed completely and turned to Jonathan. You all stay here and watch the shop. I'll take Linda to buy fruit saplings. Yes, my lord. At my beckoning, the little female mage immediately trotted over after me, and the two of us walked out side by side. I remembered that there was a plant market in the eastern district of Mott City where many free commoners sold superior varieties they had cultivated themselves. A lot of nobles also sent people there to pick out saplings and bring them back to plant in their territories. In a few years, those could become entire orchards. Chris, what kind of saplings are you planning to buy? Linda's big eyes looked everywhere curiously, fascinated by everything in the city. Apples, pears, grapes, oranges, I answered casually. These were all very common fruits in my previous life, and especially well suited for processing. In the future, I plan to teach my people how to make fruit wine, juice, and jam to add several more industrial lines to the territory. As we passed the money house, I first exchanged 5 silver coins for 500 copper coins to keep us spending money and change along the way. Before long, the two of us reached the plant market. Looking from afar, there were stalls everywhere selling flowers, plants, and saplings. Night-blooming jasmine repels mosquitoes and calms the mind, guaranteed to let you sleep sweetly all night. Bright red roses, perfect for your wife, your young lady, or your sweetheart. Cries of sale rose and fell one after another, making the place lively beyond compare. Come on, let's go take a look. I raised my chin. Linda instantly brightened. As a mage specializing in plant magic, she clearly liked a place like this best. Young master, fresh-picked roses. Give them to the young lady beside you, and she'll look even prettier. Mint grass. Refreshes the mind. You'll regret it if you don't buy. I ignored all of it and took Linda straight toward our target. There are some apple saplings. Linda suddenly raised a hand and pointed toward a stall not far away. Come on, let's go check them out. The stall owner was a middle-aged man in his 40s. You two are here to look at fruit saplings? Top quality stock. Apples from these will grow big and sweet. He smiled while enthusiastically introducing the saplings. Those bright green apple saplings were about 50 centimeters tall, each root wrapped in a fist-sized clump of soil, arranged neatly on the ground. There were more than 20 of them in total. How much per tree? Not expensive at all. Not expensive at all. 20 copper coins. The middle-aged man smiled broadly and held up 2 fingers. I didn't answer right away and instead turned to look at Linda. Not this one, and that one. We'll take all the rest. Linda confidently pointed out several. The middle-aged man froze at once, his mouth falling open. This batch of saplings truly had been carefully cultivated as good stock, but among them he had secretly mixed in 3 failed inferior ones. Even an old hand like him, who had grown fruit trees for over 10 years, sometimes had to inspect carefully to tell them apart. Yet this little girl in front of him, who looked only 15 or 16, had picked all of them out at a glance. All right, minus those 3, 20 remain. For silver coins total. I directly placed 4 silver coins onto the stall. Actually, buying this many at once, I absolutely could have haggled. But right now I wasn't short on money, and there was really no need to waste words over a few scattered silver coins. Thank you, young master. The middle-aged man's smile became impossible to close. Though he hadn't managed to sneak out the 3 defective ones, selling 20 saplings in a single order still made him very happy. With a swipe of my hand, the 20 apple saplings were directly stored into my spatial ring. Come on, next stall. With Linda checking things for me all along the way, I almost perfectly avoided every inferior plant. After making a full round, the harvest was excellent. 20 apple saplings, 30 grapevines, 50 pear trees, and 50 orange trees. Just as we were preparing to leave, Linda suddenly looked shocked and pointed into the distance, nearly crying out aloud. I moved quickly, took one big step forward, clapped a hand over her mouth, and followed her gaze. On a small stall over 10 meters away sat a black seed. The seed was about the size of a walnut, oval-shaped, with a smooth, shiny surface. While firmly covering Linda's little mouth, I dragged her over to the stall. Boss, what is this black seed, and how much is it? The stall owner was a gaunt man. He immediately gave a sly grin. Young master, you have a sharp eye? This is my family's heirloom black pearl flower. The fruit it grows is as beautiful as black pearls. For only 20 copper coins, you can take it home. Forget it. It's kind of ugly looking. Not buying. I pulled Linda and turned to leave. Hey, don't go. 10 copper coins. 5 copper coins. How about 5 copper coins? The gaunt man instantly panicked. This seed was something he had picked up in the wild to begin with, and even he himself didn't know what it really was. In the spirit of earning even a little bit if possible, he was willing to accept 5 copper coins too. Only then did I turn back, toss down 5 copper coins, pick up the seed, and leave, my movements crisp and decisive. Once we had gone a good distance away, I finally let go of Linda's mouth. Why were you covering my mouth? Linda puffed out her cheeks and muttered softly. I looked at her. Then let me ask you, what exactly is this seed? Linda took a deep breath, her eyes shining. This is a magic plant seed. I could feel an extremely strong magical fluctuation from it. I never expected you to buy it for only 5 copper coins. This time we've made a huge profit. I rolled my eyes. If I hadn't covered your mouth in time and stopped you from shouting the words magic plant, then that stall owner would have flipped instantly and raised the price 10,000 times over, from 5 copper coins straight to 5 gold coins. Linda stuck out her pink little tongue. And of course I wasn't wrong. Which magic plant wasn't sold by the gold coin? And now I had picked up a massive bargain for only 5 copper coins. I was practically overjoyed inside. So what kind of magic plant will it grow into? I asked. Linda shook her head. No way to tell for now. A lot of plant seeds look pretty similar. We'll only know what it is after it's grown. All right, then I'm putting this in your hands. I handed the seed to her. Leave it to me. Linda carefully tucked the seed into the little pouch she carried with her. Maybe it'll become a magic plant with ridiculous combat power, like my Death Maw Blossom. I smiled. Let's hope so. Chris, what are you doing here? Just then, a magnetic male voice suddenly came from behind me. I turned and saw a young man of 25 or 26 standing there. He looked 70 or 80% like me, and in his right hand, he was holding a potted flower. Brent Jordan, my biological older brother, the eldest son of the Jordan family and the future heir to the Viscount's title. Brother, I came to buy some fruit tree saplings and plan to make an orchard back in my territory. The relationship between us brothers had always been good. Brent smiled and walked over, slinging an arm around my neck. It's been over a month since we've seen each other. Come on, I'll take you home. Grandmother will definitely be overjoyed to see you. All right, I agreed immediately. As it happened, the family already had an intermediate blacksmith, so I could also ask him to forge a dragon fang sword for me while I was there. For a moment, Linda stood frozen in place, unsure whether she should follow us or head back to the snowflake cake shop first. With my hands behind my back, I quietly beckoned to her. Linda's eyes curved at once, and she broke into a bright smile, quickly hurrying after us. The Jordan Viscount's residence wasn't far from here. After walking for a little over 10 minutes, we arrived, passing through the grand and imposing main gate and then along a long stone path. We finally came to a small courtyard off to one side. "Grandmother, look who I've brought back," Brent called toward the house. Inside, seated on a long bench, was an old woman in her 70s. Her skin was full of wrinkles, her hair mottled white, but a kind smile never left her face. It was Madame Vitry, grandmother. I greeted her with a smile. "Oh, my little Chris is back. Come here and let grandmother have a look at you." Supported by two maids, Madame Vitry stood up and tightly held my hand. "It's only been a month, and you already look much sturdier. It seems you've been doing quite well in your territory." "Yes." I smiled and nodded in reply. At that moment, she noticed Linda standing behind me. "Is this the Baroness you found for yourself?" And no. Linda was so startled, she waved both hands frantically, her whole little face flushing red at once. "We're just friends. This is Linda, a second-tier mage. She's currently working for me in my territory," I introduced. "Linda, this is my grandmother, Madame Vitry." "Madame Vitry, hello." Linda bowed slightly. "What a pretty girl." The smile on Madame Vitry's face deepened. "Thanks to Chris taking care of me. I'm staying in Hopetown for the time being and working for him." Linda smiled sweetly. "Oh, then Chris is truly blessed, being able to recruit such an outstanding mage as you." Madame Vitry directly took Linda's hand. "Grandmother, I only managed to hire her by using a precious dragon eye stone," I added from the side. "You're too kind, grandmother. I'm only a second-tier mage." Linda followed the conversation halfway before realizing what she was saying, and her face instantly reddened all the way to the ears. Good. Madame Vitry smiled so broadly her whole face crinkled. Her gaze moved meaningfully back and forth between Linda and me. Linda immediately lowered her head in embarrassment. "So who do we have here? Turns out our Baron has returned." Just then, a mocking, affected voice drifted in from outside. My brows immediately knit together. The one who came in was a young man of 23 or 24, wearing a luxurious pale purple robe. Though he was about 1.8 meters tall, he was thin as a bamboo pole, with a pointed chin and eyes narrowed into slits. He was also carrying 5 tied-up paper bowls in his hand, and they looked somewhat familiar. This was my cousin from my second uncle's family, Plato Jordan. My father had been the eldest son of the previous generation and had naturally inherited the Viscount's title, while my second uncle had only received a baron's title. And the Jordan family's wealth was only enough to support the enfeoffment of 2 more barons. In other words, if Plato wanted to become a noble, he had to wait until his father died to inherit the position. But the moment my 16th coming-of-age ceremony arrived, I was directly made a baron, and to make matters worse, the former owner of this body had only been an ordinary person without battle chi. So this fellow had never been able to stand me. "Grandmother, this is snowflake cake, the hottest thing in Mott City lately. It's delicious, you should hurry and try it." Plato set the 5 bowls of snowflake cake on the table and didn't forget to sneak in a barbed remark. 2 silver coins a bowl. It's not the sort of thing some country barons can usually afford. Since I bought a lot today, dear cousin, would you like a taste too? Chris invented snowflake cake. That shop selling snowflake cake is his too. Linda immediately curled her lip in disdain. "We eat this every day? We're practically sick of it already." In an instant, every gaze in the room turned toward me at once, and total silence fell. This was invented by you?" Plato's lips had begun trembling. "But didn't the shopkeeper say it was a family secret recipe?" I gave a cold snort. If I didn't say that, how was I supposed to attract customers? "I heard the cost of this thing is 1 silver coin per bowl. Don't tell me that was also." I glanced at him and spoke flatly. "The cost is only 18 copper coins. Tenfold profit." Everyone present instantly sucked in a cold breath, especially my brother Brent. As the future heir to the Viscount's title, he had already begun taking over the family businesses. Many of the industries in the Viscount's residence made a profit margin of only 20 or 30% at best. Something like snowflake cake, with tenfold profit, was the kind of thing he wouldn't even dare imagine. Plato was obviously shaken too and raised a hand to wipe the sweat forming on his forehead. He had seen with his own eyes how popular snowflake cake had become. If the profit from every bowl really was that outrageous, just how much money could that shop make in one day? You've already made so much money, and yet you come back to visit grandmother without even bringing a gift. Chris, you're really stingy. Plato quickly seized another chance to sneer in that mocking tone. This is the gift Chris brought, a potted violet. Brent knew I had been dragged back with him on the spur of the moment and hadn't had time to prepare anything, so he was just about to smooth things over for me. But before he had finished speaking, he saw my hand brush across my ring and directly take out a great chunk of bright red meat. Grandmother, this is 10 gene of dragon meat that I brought back for you. Eating it strengthens the body and prolongs life. Dragon meat. Brent froze completely, the potted violet hanging in midair in his hand, his throat seeming to go dry. Plato's eyes widened even more, his face full of disbelief. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Where did you get that much dragon meat? After all, across the entire continent, evil dragons were the very symbol of power. Even a newborn young dragon could rival a second-tier knight in combat strength. Linda, looking as if it were the most natural thing in the world, said from the side, "Yesterday we joined forces with a 6th-tier knight and successfully killed an evil dragon. So that 6th-tier knight split you a little dragon meat as payment?" Plato immediately relaxed, because in his view, that was the only reasonable explanation. Most likely that important person had casually tossed over a few scraps and sent Chris away. No, he gave the whole MMPH. Before Linda could finish, I had already lunged over in one step and clamped my hand directly over her mouth. This girl really had no restraint at all. She had absolutely no understanding of what it meant to keep your wealth from showing. If people found out that an entire evil dragon was currently lying in my territory, who knew how many greedy eyes would turn red staring at me? Madame Vitry watched Linda and me making such a fuss and smiled until her eyes nearly disappeared. Good, good, good. As long as it's something my little grandson brought me, grandmother likes it. Perfect timing too. Have the servants stew this dragon meat. All of you are staying here to eat with me today. All right, grandmother. While shaking my head at Linda to signal her not to go on, I finally let go of her mouth. A servant hurried over, took the dragon meat, and withdrew. But both Brent and Plato kept their eyes glued to that piece of meat as it was carried away. They both unconsciously licked their lips, and there was even a trace of greed in their eyes. They had at least heard something of the effects of dragon meat. In the capital of the Eagle Kingdom, 1 gene of dragon meat could even be bid up to the sky-high price of 1 gold coin, and even then it usually wasn't available for purchase. If it took a 6th-tier knight joining forces to deal with it, then the dragon's rank must not have been low, right? Plato only managed with difficulty to tear his gaze away. Linda nodded. That's right. It was a 5th-tier evil dragon, and it even knew berserk. We had to go to a great deal of effort to kill it. A 5th-tier evil dragon that knew berserk? Plato was even more shocked now. That level of combat strength was terrifying. Chris, tell me honestly, were you so scared at the time you nearly pissed your pants? Chris contributed the most during the hunt for that dragon. Linda eagerly cut in again. Without him, we never would have won. And in the end, he personally stabbed the dragon to death with a sword. How could that be? How is that possible? Brent and Plato cried out almost at the same time. Wasn't he just an ordinary person? You don't know yet, do you? Linda blinked. Chris is now already a magic warrior. A magic warrior? The two looked at each other, and both saw thick shock in the other's eyes. A so-called magic warrior had to cultivate both knightly battle chi and magic to 1st tier before being qualified to bear that title. But the problem was, when I had come home a month ago, I had still only been an ordinary person. And if you went past 16 without awakening battle chi, then in theory you were already completely cut off from ever becoming a knight. Yet in only 1 month, I had actually become a magic warrior? Plato's face was full of disbelief, and he gave a cold snort. I don't believe it. Chris, don't think that just because you found some little girl to brag for you, we'll believe your nonsense. Do you dare fight me one-on-one? Brent immediately shook his head lightly at me, clearly signaling me not to act rashly. Leaving aside whether or not I was really a magic warrior now, Plato himself was a peak 2nd-tier knight. Even if I truly were a 1st-tier magic warrior, I still might not be his match. But it was as if I hadn't seen my brother's look at all. I answered crisply, "What's there not to dare?" "Good. Then we'll meet at the training ground in a bit." Plato immediately turned and saluted Madame Vitry. "Grandmother, Chris and I are going to spar a little." "Go ahead." Madame Vitry was unexpectedly open-minded. Young people should have a bit of spirit. "Grandmother, I'll come back and keep you company later." With that, I turned and walked toward the door, casually crooking a finger at Plato as I went. Plato's face immediately darkened. He said coldly, "I hope you'll still be as smug later as you are now." Then he lifted his foot and headed outside. Brent hurried after us, clearly worried that Plato might strike too heavily when the time came, so he could intervene in time to save me. As for little Linda, she looked excited beyond measure and skipped her way out after us. The training ground was a very open area, about the size of a football field, usually used for the family's guards to train. At that moment, more than a dozen knights were drilling in the field. As Plato and I walked over side by side, a burly middle-aged man in his 40s immediately strode over, first giving a knight's salute. "Second young master, third young master, may I ask what this is about?" Plato waved a hand. "Sam, take your men to the side. Chris and I are going to spar." "Huh?" The captain of the guard looked stunned, practically suspecting he'd heard wrong. A second-tier knight was actually going to spar with an ordinary person? "Didn't you hear me? Move aside." Plato sounded very impatient. "Yes." Sam did not dare ask more. He hurriedly drove all the knights to the side and cleared the entire field. With a cold laugh, Plato pulled a long sword from the weapon rack and crooked a finger at me. "Come on, Chris. Let me have a good look at your skills." I stopped 10 meters away from him, brushed my hand across my ring, and directly took out the green steel sword and wand. Sword in my right hand, wand in my left, I assumed a standard combat stance. A spatial ring? Plato's pupils suddenly contracted. The Jordan family had never had much contact with mages, and there wasn't a single magical item of this level anywhere in the entire Viscount's residence. But in the next second, when he got a clear look at what I held, he froze again. 2 spatial rings? I could tell that by now. He had already suffered enough shocks for one day. What's with all the nonsense? Are you fighting or not? I looked at him with obvious impatience. You attack first. I didn't stand on ceremony. My legs suddenly exploded with force, and in an instant I rushed forward at astonishing speed. Plato's expression changed, and he immediately raised his sword horizontally to block, silver battle chi wrapping around the blade at the same time. Lightning. I pointed my wand forward with my left hand, and with a crackle, a dark blue arc as thick as a thumb shot from the tip. So it really is magic. Plato barked low and swung his sword toward the arc. Crack. Even so, his entire body was jolted into a stagger as he retreated repeatedly, and the right hand holding the sword had begun trembling slightly. The numbing effect of the lightning had already caused his arm to temporarily lose sensation. I immediately laughed inside. This idiot, did he not know that metal conducts electricity? The watching knights instantly erupted in an uproar. My God, when did the third young master become a mage? That's lightning magic. Sam, as captain of the guard, was himself a 4th-tier knight. He frowned and said heavily, "No, the third young master is not just a mage, he's also a knight." No sooner had he spoken than silver battle chi had already wrapped itself around the green steel sword in my hand. Using my speed advantage, I lunged in one burst right up to Plato and brought the green steel sword slashing down over his head. He still hadn't fully recovered from the numbness and hurriedly circulated battle chi to dispel it while raising his sword high to take the blow head on. Clang! The 2 blades collided, sparks flying everywhere, and the force exploding out of my strike made Plato's expression change sharply. Is this really the strength a 1st-tier magic warrior should have? I did not let up. With my left hand, I pointed the wand, and little points of fire quickly gathered at its tip, condensing into a scarlet fireball. Not good. Plato hurriedly ducked. The blazing fireball almost grazed the top of his head as it flew by, singeing several strands of his hair black. He retreated several more steps before finally managing to pull the distance open again. As expected of a 2nd-tier knight, I shook my head and sighed softly. If a 1st-tier knight had been standing there instead, once that fireball landed head-on, the battle would already have been over. From the first exchange, it looked as though I had the upper hand completely. But I myself knew very clearly that most of that advantage had come from seizing the initiative and from Plato underestimating me. Once he truly got serious, it was hard to say who would end up winning. Brent looked stunned. He had already seen my strength clearly, cultivating both magic and battle chi, and linking the two together so smoothly that right at the start, I had already made a 2nd-tier knight suffer a heavy loss. Was this really the same weak and useless Chris as before? As for the knights watching, every one of them had their mouths hanging open wide enough to fit an egg inside. My turn. Plato gritted his teeth and barked low. He slammed his feet down, and his whole body shot at me like a cannonball. Wind blade. I lifted the wand and pointed forward, instantly sending a rapidly spinning blade of wind cutting through the air. But Plato's speed didn't slow in the slightest. With one swing of his sword, he split the wind blade on the spot, then roared angrily. The strength of a second-tier knight isn't something your little parlor tricks can make up for. Take this, Chris. The long sword wrapped in battle chi was before my eyes in an instant, the fierce pressure of its wind making my cheeks ache. I raised the green steel sword and met it head-on. Only when the two swords collided did I truly understand the strength of a second-tier knight. That pressure was like a mountain standing before me, so heavy it was almost impossible to shake. Plato stood rooted in place without moving, while I was driven back 3 or 4 steps by that one strike. Even after eating dragon meat, when it came to pure frontal strength, I was still a notch below a peak second-tier knight. And Plato's follow-up attacks came in a continuous stream, his sword momentum endless and airtight. I could only keep parrying under pressure, retreating step by step. As expected of a second-tier knight, their combat strength really is terrifyingly strong. Yeah, even though the third young master is already a first-tier magic warrior, he still ultimately can't beat a real second-tier knight. How long do you think the third young master can still hold out before losing? The low murmur of the watching knights kept reaching my ears, and I myself had already been forced back more than 10 steps. Each step backward left a deep footprint in the ground. So this is all you've got? Plato's taunting voice echoed in my ears without pause. Of course not, I suddenly roared. In the next second, a whirlwind twisted together with flames in a frenzy, instantly winding itself into a blazing, dazzling tornado of fire. Magic flame vortex. The heat made the surrounding air tremble and distort. That scarlet tornado, carrying waves of scorching heat, swept straight toward Plato head-on. My god, he actually released 2 different elemental magics at once. In the distance, Linda covered her mouth and cried out in shock. As a mage, she understood better than anyone how difficult dual-element magic truly was. Not only did it require extremely strong control over both elements, it also demanded an exceptionally precise balance. If any single part lost control, the magic could even backlash directly onto the caster. Back then, Linda had ultimately changed to single attribute plant magic precisely because she could never get past that hurdle. Plato clearly also sensed the terrifying power of the flame vortex. He retreated repeatedly while his sword rapidly drew a flourish in front of him. A huge amount of battle chi surged madly from his body, and silver light exploded outward. Battle technique, blade storm. Violent sword chi spun at high speed in front of him, turning in the blink of an eye into a silver storm. In the next instant, the flame vortex and blade storm collided head-on. Sparks flew and thunderous booms rang out one after another. Plato, who was closest, was swallowed whole by the chaotic blast and flames that erupted. More than 10 seconds later, the storm gradually dispersed. Plato's figure reappeared, but he now looked obviously much more bedraggled. His hair had curled and scorched, and large sections of his clothes had been burned black. The whole field fell silent. Ha ha ha. Yet in the very next second, Plato suddenly burst into loud laughter. Chris, I admit your talent is astonishing, but now, I've found your weakness. My heart sank sharply, and an ominous feeling rose instinctively. Plato drew a deep breath, once again wrapped battle chi around his sword, then shifted to a two-handed grip and charged straight at me. The sword hacked down over my head. I hurriedly raised my blade horizontally to block, only to feel an incomparably heavy force coming down through the sword, pressing my body downward with it. In the next second, he withdrew and swept sideways. The transition so fast it was astonishing, both hands still driving the strike. I hurriedly raised my sword vertically to block again. After another huge clang, the fierce impact shook me into a stagger, and my whole arm went numb. Only then did I completely understand. I held my sword with one hand, and in pure contests of strength I was already far more than one level below him, who fought with 2 hands. Just as Plato himself had said, he really had found a way to crack me. If I threw away the wand and switched to using the sword with both hands too, then the situation would become a pure knight's duel. But a first-tier knight against a second-tier knight, the outcome would still be a loss. Under Plato's new wave of savage offensive, I quickly fell into a disadvantage again, and the fight became miserable for me. Looks like I really need to get that Dragon Fang sword forged as soon as possible. As long as I had a Dragon Fang sword with magical conductivity, I would be able to cast magic directly through the sword and wouldn't need to be constrained by the wand anymore. Looks like the third young master really is going to lose this time. Being able to hold out this long under a peak second-tier knight is already enough to be proud of. Low discussion rose once again from the crowd. Plato's heavy strike smashed down hard, shaking my footing into a stumble and nearly knocking me flat on the spot. Then he followed with a vicious kick. I instinctively raised my right arm to block, but the force still flipped me bodily through the air. I rolled across the ground several times before finally crashing down hard. Humph. A first-tier magic warrior is only this much after all. Plato curled his lip, his face full of disdain. Is that so? I slowly raised my head, looked straight into his eyes, and enunciated 4 words one by one. Dragonkin form. In the next second, my body suddenly swelled a full size larger. My muscles bulged, red scales covered my body, dragon horns emerged from my forehead, and a pair of palm-sized fleshy wings spread from my back. At this moment, I looked like a humanoid tyrannosaur. What is that thing? Plato was so frightened that he retreated repeatedly, his eyes full of terror. How did Chris become like this? Brent could hardly believe his own eyes. At this point, I no longer looked remotely like an ordinary human. The surrounding knights all cried out in alarm as one. I bared my teeth in a grin and casually put away the wand. In my Dragonman state, even without relying on a wand, I could still cast fire magic barehanded. With a sudden beat of the fleshy wings on my back, I shot forward in an instant at an astonishing speed. There was even only a faint red afterimage left in the air. So fast, Plato's pupils contracted sharply, and he swung his sword almost on instinct. Clang! I raised my hand and swung the green steel sword, smashing hard against his long sword with a dull, heavy crash. This time, I stood rooted to the spot without moving an inch. Instead, Plato was shaken back several steps before he barely managed to disperse that force. How did your strength suddenly become so much stronger? Plato's face was full of shock. He was a peak second-tier knight, only one step away from entering the third tier. Yet after merely transforming, not only had my speed soared, but even my frontal strength had directly risen by a huge margin. Don't be in such a hurry. The real surprise is still to come. I raised my left claw and slowly extended it forward. Points of red light quickly gathered in front of my palm, and an orange-red fireball slowly took shape, then rapidly expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. In only a moment, the fireball had grown to over 1 meter in diameter. Magic, explosive fireball. As the words fell, the enormous fireball dragged a long tail of flame as it blasted straight toward Plato. Battle technique, battle chi barrier. Plato's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly pointed his longsword forward. A massive amount of battle chi surged wildly out of his body, rapidly condensing into a silver shield nearly 2 meters tall in front of him. Boom! In the next second, a violent explosion suddenly erupted. Centered on the point of impact, a savage shockwave and scorching air burst outward in all directions. Billowing smoke and flames rolled and spread, and even the surrounding air was roasted into a faint distortion. Everyone only saw a figure being blown straight out of the explosive storm, flying dozens of meters before crashing heavily onto the ground. When they focused and saw clearly, everyone was completely stunned. The one who had been blasted away was actually Plato, the second-tier knight. At this moment, he looked absolutely miserable. The robe on his body was already torn to shreds, his hair had been burned into a scorched black mess, and his whole face was nearly covered in soot. This battle was my victory. The entire place fell silent. No one had expected the result to turn out like this. I took a deep breath, and the mutation on my body began to slowly recede. My swollen body gradually shrank back down, while the scales, dragon horns, and fleshy wings all disappeared, until I finally returned to my original appearance. What exactly was that just now? Brent quickly rushed over, grabbed my hand, and stared at me with a face full of shock. Let's go. I'll explain while we walk. I directly ignored the stunned and astonished looks around me and calmly walked forward. Linda also immediately trotted over and followed closely behind me. Watching the backs of the 3 of us leaving, Sam wore a complicated expression and murmured in a low voice. It seems our Jordan family has truly produced an extraordinary person. Plato raised a hand to wipe the ash from his face and ground his teeth. Chris, just you wait. Hey, this isn't the road to grandmother's courtyard. After walking for a while, Brent suddenly looked puzzled. Aren't we going to eat dragon meat? No hurry. As I walked forward, I spoke at the same time. I need to go find Mr. Daniel first and have him forge a weapon for me. This battle with Plato had made me even more clearly aware of my shortcomings. I was now already somewhat impatient to get the Dragon Fong sword made as soon as possible. Don't you already have the green steel sword father gave you? Why make a new weapon? Brent was clearly somewhat confused. You'll know once we get there. I gave him a mysterious smile. Master Daniel's forge was located at the far eastern side of the Viscount's residence. After walking for more than 10 minutes, We could already hear the clanging of metal from far away. That forge was built from bluestone, over 3 meters high and covering more than 300 square meters. At the front were 2 brownish-gray iron doors, looking heavy and rough. The moment the door was pushed open, a wave of scorching heat came rushing toward us. More than a dozen young and middle-aged men, bare to the waist and drenched in sweat, were hammering non-stop around furnaces and iron platforms. Firelight shone on their faces, roasting each of them bright red. The moment Linda saw the scene, she immediately gave a shriek, covered her eyes, turned around, and ran outside. These people were all Daniel's disciples. Among them, a few were already junior blacksmiths, while most were still merely apprentices, at best only able to barely forge some crude weapons. The crowd's attention was quickly drawn to us. A crew-cut man around 30 immediately jogged over. "Young masters, what are your orders?" "I want to see Master Daniel." I spoke directly. "Master has just finished forging a weapon for Lord Viscount and is resting now. I am his eldest disciple, Green. If the 2 young masters need anything, you can just leave it to me." "Sorry, but what I want made is probably not something your skill level can forge." I shook my head. Green curled his lip at that. "Third young master, I am a peak junior blacksmith. There really isn't much I can't forge. There's no need to trouble Master himself." "Humph, just a little brat. I really don't believe you can come up with any request that difficult." "Oh, really?" I raised a brow, then brushed my hand across my ring and directly took out a dragon fang. "I want to forge a dragon fang sword." "Here, you forge it for me." Green's throat bobbed, his eyes nearly bulged out, and his lips trembled. "Dr. Dragon Fang? If you can't forge it, then hurry up and get Daniel here for me." My tone had already gained a trace of impatience. "Why yes, third young master." Green's face immediately changed in fright, and he turned and ran at once. He stumbled as he went, almost as if he were rolling and crawling his way out. "Brother, what do you think of this dragon fang of mine?" I casually flicked the dragon fang, more than a meter long, and asked Brent with a smile. Brent was already somewhat dazed. "That 6th tier knight actually even left you a dragon fang?" The corners of my mouth lifted slightly. Of course, there was actually a bit of mischievous amusement in my heart. If Brent knew there was still an entire giant dragon lying in the cellar of my castle, the expression on his face would probably be even more jingta. Before long, Green came hurrying back with a bald man. That bald man looked to be around 40, over 2 meters tall, with terrifyingly powerful muscles and even clearly defined 8-pack abs. He was none other than the intermediate blacksmith, Master Daniel. "Where is the dragon fang?" Before Daniel had even fully stopped moving, he had already asked impatiently. In the next second, his gaze was locked firmly onto the dragon fang in my hand and could no longer move away. He rushed up to me in quick strides and raised both hands, as if he wanted to touch it but didn't quite dare to for the moment. He looked so excited that it was almost comical. "Here, Master Daniel, take a good look. Please help me forge the dragon fang sword as soon as possible." I directly stuffed the dragon fang into his arms. Daniel held the dragon fang and went completely still. In all his life, he had never seen a top-grade material on the level of dragon fang. He had originally thought he would never have a chance in this lifetime. But who could have imagined that today, a complete and intact dragon fang would fall directly into his arms? "Master Daniel, about when do you think this sword will be finished?" I asked. Only then did Daniel suddenly come back to himself. Reporting to third young master, this dragon fang is of extremely high quality, enough to be called top grade. It will need at least 10,000 hammer strikes before it can truly be forged into a sword. At the earliest, you can come collect it before nightfall tomorrow. Good. Then please start immediately. Only then did I relax slightly. The time was not exactly short, but it was still within the range I could accept. "Please follow me." Cradling the dragon fang, Daniel quickly walked ahead to lead the way. We passed through the noisy corridor outside and all the way to an independent forge room at the very back. This was Daniel's personal forging room. The door was a specially made giant iron door with excellent soundproofing, precisely to keep outsiders from disturbing his forging. As the pitch-black iron door was pushed open, the layout inside was revealed. This room was about 80 square meters. In the middle stood a giant forge furnace, about 1 meter high and roughly 2 meters long and wide, connected to an enormous bellows. Behind the furnace was a square forging platform about 2 meters in diameter. Mineral materials, tools, and coal were scattered around the room as well. "Green, start the fire." Daniel's eyes were shining, and his whole body was in an extremely excited state. As an intermediate blacksmith, this was the first time in his life he would use dragon fang to forge a sword. "Yes, master." Green immediately set dry grass alight, ignited the coal, and began pulling the bellows. Soon, blazing flames surged up in the furnace. The flickering firelight reflected everyone's face crimson, and the room's temperature rapidly rose with it. Using fire tongs, Daniel picked up the dragon fang and carefully fed it into the furnace to be heated. "Green, bring me my stash of fire crystals." Daniel gave the order without even turning his head. "Master, that's an extremely precious fuel, you." Green hesitated. Daniel directly rolled his eyes. "If I told you to get them, then get them. Less nonsense." "Yes." Green didn't dare say more. He immediately walked to the west wall and knocked on it. In the next second, a hidden door actually popped open in the wall. Inside the hidden door was a narrow passage only wide enough for one person. Green went in and rummaged around for a moment, then soon came out carrying half a sack of red crystals the size of goose eggs. Those crystals were semi-transparent, and inside them it looked as if magma were slowly flowing. Daniel took the fire crystals and casually tossed more than a dozen of them into the furnace. In the next instant, the furnace flames surged violently, and their color gradually shifted from ordinary bright red to pale purple. Not long after, under the searing heat of more than 1,000 degrees, the dragon fang was burned completely red-hot. But at that moment, a sudden change occurred. A phantom figure suddenly flew out from the dragon fang. That shadow was only a little over a meter tall, yet it was clearly the shape of an evil dragon, bearing fangs and claws in a way so savage it sent chills into one's heart. Roar! That evil dragon phantom let out repeated roars that made people's eardrums ache faintly. Then, its gaze suddenly fell onto me. Those eyes were filled with venom and killing intent, as if in the next second it would pounce over and swallow me, the one who had personally killed it, in a single bite. This sudden evil dragon phantom left everyone present frozen on the spot. But Daniel was trembling all over, his eyes full of fanatic excitement. This is actually a supreme-grade dragon fang, carrying a remnant soul of an evil dragon. Will this affect the forging? I immediately frowned and asked. Affect it? The impact is enormous. Daniel was so excited he nearly shouted. Once the forging succeeds, this sword will have a chance to nurture a true sword spirit. Not only will it acknowledge only one master, it will also remember its master's fighting style, and its assistance in future real combat will be astonishing. But the problem is, I was the one who killed this dragon. Its remnant soul is so hostile toward me now. Can it really acknowledge me as its master? I was still somewhat uneasy. That's simple. Daniel waved a hand. The remnant soul itself has no true intelligence left, only the most basic instincts. As long as you use your blood for the quenching, making it share the same origin as you, it will naturally acknowledge you as its master. Then I'm relieved. I finally let out a breath, then turned to Green. Bring me a container. Yes, third young master. After hearing that I had personally slain the evil dragon, Green's eyes when looking at me were already full of worship and awe, and he quickly brought over a ceramic jar. Dragon Man form. Without the slightest hesitation, I transformed again, then took out the green steel sword and lightly cut across my wrist. Next, I held the wound over the mouth of the jar and let the blood continuously pour into it. Daniel and Green, master and disciple alike, stared with their eyes wide open at my appearance at this moment. Splash! The blood flowed extremely quickly. In only 5 or 6 minutes, a ceramic jar had been filled to the brim, at the very least holding 2 or 3 liters. Fortunately, I was now already a first-tier magic warrior, with physical qualities far beyond those of an ordinary person, so I would not collapse into serious trouble from this amount of blood loss. Even so, I still felt waves of intense weakness. My Dragon Man form was forcibly Jichu, and my whole body felt unsteady, as if I were stepping on cotton. Third young master, with this blood of yours, I feel this sword's quality may be able to rise by yet another level. Daniel looked incomparably excited, because he knew very clearly that this would probably become the greatest masterpiece of his entire life. Sorry to trouble you, Master Daniel. My face was slightly pale as I spoke. No trouble at all. Daniel immediately shook his head. Being able to forge such a sword for you is the honor of my lifetime. By then, the dragon fang had already been burned red through and through. Using the fire tongs, Daniel took it out of the furnace and heavily set it onto the forging platform. Roar! 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 The evil dragon remnant soul instantly roared in fury and pounced at Daniel with bared fangs and claws. But Daniel stood where he was without even blinking. The remnant soul passed directly through his body, then immediately turned and pounced toward me. I instinctively took a few steps back, but seeing that Daniel was completely unharmed, I gradually set my mind at ease. When the remnant soul pounced onto me, I only felt a faint chill, like a thin layer of mist brushing over my body. Daniel then picked up the jar of blood and poured it all over the dragon fawn. Sizzle, sizzle. A large cloud of blood mist instantly rose up, and a faint smell of blood spread through the air. When I looked again at the evil dragon remnant soul, I found that it had clearly become much more solid. Its whole body was shrouded in a faint blood-red glow, and the venom in its eyes gradually turned into confusion. Daniel grabbed a pitch-black, gleaming forging hammer, and with a loud clang, smashed it hard onto the dragon fawn, shouting at the same time, "Return." The evil dragon remnant soul's gaze fell onto me once again. That look still carried struggle, as if it were wavering back and forth between closeness and fury. But after only a brief moment, it still gradually calmed down. Then, with a light beat of its wings, it slowly flew toward the dragon fawn and ultimately merged into it without a sound. Clang, clang, clang. Soon, the quiet forging room was left with nothing but rhythmic hammering. Once he entered a true forging state, Daniel completely forgot himself. His expression was solemn, his gaze focused, as if nothing else in the world could divide his attention. As for the rest of us, he had long since ceased to care. That originally curved dragon fawn was also gradually hammered straighter and straighter under one heavy strike after another. "Brother, let's go first." I lowered my voice and quietly called to Brent, giving a small wave of my hand as well. Brent's face was full of unconcealed envy, because he knew very well in his heart that once this dragon fawn sword was truly forged, it would definitely be a rare divine weapon. The two of us crept out of the forging room, gently closed the door behind us, and finally walked out through the main entrance together. Not far outside the door, Linda was standing there stamping her foot, puffing with anger as she muttered in a low voice, "Humph, a bunch of crude men." I walked over and lightly patted her shoulder. "Eek." Linda instantly jumped up like a startled kitten. Only after seeing clearly that it was me did she finally let out a sigh of relief. Chris, why is your face so pale?" "It's nothing. I just let a little blood out." "Come on, let's head to my grandmother's place." The three of us quickly returned to Madame Vitri's small courtyard. Grandmother had long since instructed the servants to bring the roasted dragon meat to the table. As for Plato, he had already cleaned himself up again and was now sitting there shamelessly. After seeing my somewhat pale complexion, Plato finally felt a little more balanced inside. Although this brat had beaten him, it was obvious he hadn't won easily either. "Back already?" Madame Vitri asked with a smile. "Yes, grandmother." The three of us sat down together. In front of each person were two palm-sized roasted meat steaks. "Let's eat." Grandmother took up her knife and fork first and cut off a small piece of dragon meat to put into her mouth. In only an instant, her complexion visibly turned much rosier. Her previously somewhat tired expression was swept away, as if she had suddenly become several years younger. "Chris, this really is wonderful stuff." Prestige from Vitri +10. "Grandmother, if you like it, then eat more. I still have more here." But Madame Vitri gently shook her head. "No need. These old bones of mine have already lived long enough, and I don't hope for living 100 years. Dragon meat is so precious that using it on me would only be a waste. Better to leave it for you young people to strengthen your bodies. Don't worry, grandmother. Even without eating dragon meat, you will definitely live to 100. I smiled and comforted her. Prestige from Vitri +3. I couldn't help but stir slightly inside. I hadn't expected that simply saying something pleasant could also increase prestige. "Little one, when did your mouth become so sweet?" Grandmother looked at me with loving eyes and smiled. "No, I'm only stating a fact," I answered in an utterly serious tone. Prestige from Vitri +2. As soon as grandmother started eating, Brent and Plato also immediately became unable to hold back. The two of them impatiently cut off a piece of dragon meat and put it into their mouths, and in the next second, delighted expressions appeared on both their faces at the same time. As knights, their perception of bodily changes was already far keener than that of ordinary people. With this one bite of dragon meat, the boost it brought was nearly equal to several days of bitter cultivation for them. The battle chi within their bodies churned and surged, as if it might break out of them at any moment. Prestige from Plato +5, prestige from Brent +5. By the way, in that sparring match just now, who exactly won in the end? Grandmother swallowed the dragon meat in her mouth and looked up at Brent and Plato. Plato immediately lowered his head, shrinking like a little quail. But Brent looked delighted, and even his tone carried unconcealable pride. Chris won. Plato instantly wished he could bury his head under the table. Grandmother froze for a moment, clearly somewhat surprised. Wasn't Plato a second-tier knight? I just saw Chris looking pale, so I thought he had lost. Brent immediately perked up and began explaining at once. Grandmother, you have no idea. Chris is not only a first-tier magic warrior now, but after killing that evil dragon, he somehow also gained an extremely powerful dragon man form. The reason his face is pale isn't because he lost the fight, but because he let out too much blood while forging the Dragon Fang sword just now. At this moment, Plato practically wished a crack would open in the ground so he could crawl into it on the spot. Prestige from Vitri +2. I never expected our little Chris to have such good talent. Maybe in a few more years, you really will be able to open up an even more glorious future for the Jordan family. Grandmother's face was full of gratified smiles. Grandmother, you're praising me too much. I only won this match by luck. Even your father, at your age, was only an apprentice knight. A trace of melancholy suddenly appeared in grandmother's eyes, as if she had remembered many things from the past. I didn't interrupt, only listened quietly. After finishing the dragon meat, it was as if grandmother had finally opened the floodgates of conversation, and she slowly said, I know there has always been some distance between you and your father, but in this matter, you shouldn't blame him either. On one hand, he is after all the Viscount and the head of the family, burdened all day long with affairs and so busy that he simply cannot attend to everything. On the other hand, at this point, grandmother's voice clearly lowered a little. Back then, he truly loved your mother very deeply, but your mother happened to die from difficult labor while giving birth to you. At that time, your father was almost overcome with grief, and several times he even wanted to follow her in death. If not for the fact that he still couldn't let go of you two brothers, he probably would never have held on until today. But in the final analysis, although this man is still alive, his heart died long ago. My heart jolted when I heard this. So the former owner of this body had no memory of this at all. No wonder father had always been so cold to me, while being obviously closer to my older brother. So it turned out that my mother had died in childbirth because of me. Grandmother, don't worry. I will find a chance to have a proper talk with father, and I will also do my best to repair the relationship between us. Having lived two lives, I had originally thought I had long since grown indifferent to so-called family affection. But when grandmother slowly told me these old stories bit by bit, my heart still couldn't help aching with sourness. Just having this thought from you is already enough for grandmother. She gently took my hand, her gaze tender. Your eyes really look very, very much like your mother's. Plato and Brent both sat silently to one side. Back then, they had actually already been a few years old, so they more or less remembered these things. They had just never brought them up in front of me. Then, grandmother suddenly took out a small and delicate sandalwood box from her sleeve. The moment the box appeared, a faint, subtle fragrance drifted out. With a soft click, the wooden box was slowly opened. On the soft yellow velvet inside lay a pendant in quiet repose. It was a heart-shaped ruby about 5 centimeters in size, and inside the semi-transparent gemstone, a pale blue vortex was actually slowly swirling, making it look mysterious and eerie. A gold chain was attached to it, gleaming faintly in the sunlight. Your grandfather gave this to me before he died and told me to keep it safe for him, saying it was something passed down from our ancestors. Grandmother gently took out the pendant and personally placed it around my neck. Our Jordan family was once quite illustrious several hundred years ago. As for why it gradually declined afterward, I can't really say for sure. But in you, I see the hope of the family's revival. So today, I am formally passing this token on to you. I unconsciously raised a hand and touched that heart-shaped ruby. A faint warmth actually seeped from the surface of the gem. Even more strangely, it seemed to be constantly releasing some kind of energy fluctuation from within, and the rhythm of that fluctuation was perfectly synchronized with my heartbeat, without the slightest discrepancy. Brent and Plato were both completely dumbfounded, because they had never known that the family still possessed such a token, and they had even less expected grandmother to pass it directly to me today. For some reason, when holding this heart-shaped gemstone, I always felt an indescribably strange sensation. Grandmother, it's getting late. I should be heading back now. I slowly rose to my feet. Though this was supposed to be lunch, by the time we actually ate, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. All right, be careful on the road. Grandmother instructed me with eyes full of affection. I waved to her, called Linda over, and then turned to leave. Behind us, grandmother kept watching our gradually receding figures. Even after we had completely vanished from her sight, she still did not recover from her reverie for a long while. As for Plato and Brent, the two of them exchanged a glance, both unable to keep a sour feeling from rising in their hearts. After leaving the Viscount's residence, Linda and I headed straight for the snowflake cake shop. By the time we reached the shop a little over 10 minutes later, the number of customers coming to buy snowflake cake had already dwindled. After all, in the whole of Mott City, there had only ever been a small handful of people willing to spend 2 silver coins on one small bowl of snowflake cake. "Jonathan, how were today's earnings?" I asked as soon as I stepped through the door. Jonathan was glowing with excitement. "My lord, we sold a total of 220 portions today, for a total income of 440 silver coins." As he spoke, he handed over a bulging bundle, packed full of silver coins. "Not bad." I took the bundle and nodded lightly. Today's money had indeed been very well earned. But what really concerned me was prestige. It had only risen by about 160 points so far. The problem wasn't hard to see. The novelty was gone. The first time someone came to try it, they would provide me with prestige. But once they came a second or third time, their prestige contribution basically stopped increasing. This wasn't a difficult issue to solve. Either lower the price so more people could afford it, or launch new products and recreate that sense of novelty. And my decision was to do both at once. After all, making money was only secondary. What mattered most right now was raising my strength as quickly as possible so I could deal with the battle against the Edmund Magic Association 1 year from now. "You all did well today. 5 silver coins as a reward for each of you." I casually counted out 30 silver coins, including Tina's and Linda's shares as well. Prestige from Jonathan +5, prestige from Jack +5, prestige from Shiloh +5. All of Jonathan's group gave me prestige increases. But although Tina and Linda also accepted the money, neither of them provided me with any prestige. That was perfectly normal. Mages simply didn't value money that much to begin with. So naturally, they wouldn't feel grateful enough over a mere few silver coins to generate prestige for me. "All right, it's getting late. Let's head back." I casually locked the shop door. Our group arrived at the city gate and took back the chestnut red horse from the guards. Right after that, I released the dragon blood horse from the demon soul crystal sphere as well. I had Linda and Tina ride the dragon blood horse together, while I mounted the chestnut red mare myself, and we headed toward Hope Town in the glow of the setting sun. Along the way, the dragon blood horse kept drifting toward my side, whether intentionally or not. Even the little chestnut mare beneath me don't move closer to it. But I quickly discovered that the dragon blood horse had little interest in that mare at all. The one it truly seemed to want to get close to was me. It seemed that what made it feel close to me was not merely the contractual restraint of the demon soul crystal sphere. More likely, it was because of the blood flowing in my body, making it instinctively feel a same origin kind of intimacy. "How about I give you a name?" Looking at the way it held its head high, I suddenly felt a bit inspired. "What should I call you?" "Got it, I'll call you Schweigen." The English word for dragon is dragon, and if you say it quickly, doesn't it sound just like Schweigen? The dragon blood horse immediately snorted, as if accepting the name. I settled it on the spot. Later, I'd build a stable for Schweigen outside the castle and let it stay together with that little chestnut mare. Feelings can grow over time, after all. Sooner or later, I was going to have it give me a dragon blood full. By the time we returned to the territory, the sunset had dwindled to only a faint glow in the western sky. As we passed the peanut fields, looking at the lush green peanut sprouts, Jonathan couldn't help sighing in admiration. "My lord, that method you taught really works. These peanuts actually all came back to life. This is science." The corners of my mouth lifted slightly. Thanks to the little bit of biological knowledge from my previous life, I could now put it to immediate practical use in this other world. This method would definitely have to be promoted among the commoners in the future. If people only know how to plant and not how to fertilize, then no matter how fertile the soil is, it can't withstand such abuse. "Yes, my lord." I had now completely seen it clearly. The productivity of this magical world was simply far too backward. They almost didn't even have the concept of fertilization. Over the course of thousands of years of agricultural development, it wasn't that people had failed to notice the problem of declining soil fertility, but the solution they had thought of was actually to rotate several plots of land in turn. Plant this one this year, switch to another one next year, and use crop rotation to barely alleviate soil exhaustion. And my arrival was destined to slowly change all of that. Of course, those were matters for the future. By the time we returned to the castle, Robert had already been waiting at the entrance with the servants for quite a while. Even Karina, who had been punished earlier, had already returned to work. "Welcome home, Lord Chris." Everyone saluted in unison. "Thank you." I waved a hand. "My lord, I have already prepared a dragon meat feast for you. Shall we serve it now?" Mrs. Allen asked with a smile. "Of course." I nodded. Although I had already eaten dragon meat at grandmother's place and recovered somewhat, I had lost far too much blood while forging the sword, and I still felt a bit weak, so I needed another replenishing meal. After walking into the dining hall, Ruth quietly followed in as well, preparing to attend me personally. Here comes the dragon meat. Mrs. Allen brought over a plate of fried meat steaks, with a few chopped scallion pieces sparsely sprinkled on top. I couldn't help frowning slightly. In this other world, it was meat steaks every single day in every possible meal. I was almost sick of them. At moments like this, I instead found myself missing the food of huaxia from my previous life. Pan frying, deep frying, steaming, stir frying, boiling. Just the cooking methods alone came in endless variety. Not to mention the 8 great cuisines. Just taking out any one of them would already be dazzlingly abundant. Looks like I needed to find a chance to teach Mrs. Allen how to make a few truly decent hometown dishes. I cut off a small piece of dragon meat and put it into my mouth. That familiar power quickly spread through my body, and the lingering weakness gradually dissipated along with it. As a magic warrior, my digestive ability was already extremely strong. The little dragon meat I had eaten at grandmother's in the afternoon had in fact already been completely digested by now. Ruth stepped forward at just the right moment, gently wiping the grease from the corner of my mouth with a white handkerchief, then quietly retreated to one side again. Mrs. Allen, make a few more portions of dragon meat and send them to the knights and the 2 mages as well, I instructed while eating. Yes, my lord. The meat stripped from that evil dragon alone amounted to more than 10 tons, and it was all currently frozen in blocks of ice in the cellar. If I relied on only myself to slowly eat through it, I might still be eating it by the year of the monkey. So I planned to eat it myself for a while first. Then, when I eventually truly grew tired of it, I would take it to Mott City and sell it openly. With the wealth of those great families, they would absolutely be willing to fight over it at a high price. Prestige from Jonathan +5. Prestige from Arthur +5. Very soon, Jonathan's group also got to eat dragon meat, and another wave of prestige came in for me. By the time the meal was over, my body had basically recovered almost completely. That earlier sense of weakness had also vanished entirely. I stood up and walked out of the dining hall into the courtyard on the first floor of the castle, planning to loosen up a little while I was at it. The bright moonlight spilled down. At a glance, I saw a small figure crouching in the courtyard, touching here and looking there, and occasionally even grabbing a handful of soil to inspect carefully. "Linda, what are you doing?" I asked. She turned around. "I think the soil in your courtyard is pretty fertile, and I want to cultivate that magic seed you gave me here today. You don't mind, do you?" "I don't mind." My answer was very direct. "Then let me say this first. If I really do cultivate some magic plant with especially outrageous power, and I accidentally demolish your castle, you can't blame me. It's fine, go ahead and plant it." In fact, I secretly wished she really would grow something formidable, so my castle could gain yet another layer of defensive strength. Then here it is. Linda quickly chose a small patch of open ground on the western side of the courtyard. That cypress tree in the east blocks the light. It's not suitable. I walked over to her side and quietly watched what she was doing. She took out a small shovel, dug a little hole, and buried the black seed we had bought this morning. Then she brought over half a bucket of water and carefully poured it in, and finally raised her wand and began chanting a spell in a low voice. A soft, glowing green light soon lit up at the tip of the wand. Before long, a tender sprout gently pushed through the soil, emerged from the ground, and slowly began to grow. "Do you want me to water it with some of my blood?" I suddenly asked. "Yes." Linda nodded immediately. "The energy in your blood is very strong. Watering it with a bit would indeed make it grow faster. But don't use too much. It may not be able to withstand it." "All right." I directly switched into Dragon Man form, then took the green steel sword out of my spatial ring and cut open my palm. Blood immediately began seeping out drop by drop, falling onto that little sprout and dyeing its leaves slightly red. But in the very next second, the blood was absorbed by it all at an astonishing speed. Right after that, I watched in some shock as the little seedling began growing wildly at a rate visible to the naked eye. In only 2 or 3 minutes, it shot straight up to more than 10 centimeters tall. I didn't dare let the blood flow too fast, so I could only control the wound and let the blood drip slowly, 1 drop at a time. But even so, I could already clearly feel that the seedling seemed to be joyfully welcoming this world. Those tiny leaves of its gently swayed like miniature little hands, making it look as though it were greeting me. More than 10 minutes later, that sapling had already grown to over 1 meter tall. And in the middle of that time, my wound had healed several times, forcing me to cut it open again more than once. Only when my body began to feel weak again did I finally stop. But very soon, I sensed that something was off. This newly grown little sapling, No matter how I looked at it, it seemed exactly the same as the cypress tree that had originally been in my courtyard. Are you sure this is really a magical plant? I turned to look at Linda. Linda herself was a little bewildered too. She had clearly sensed a very obvious magical fluctuation from that seed. But what had grown out of it now looked no different from an utterly ordinary tree. The two of us immediately stared at each other, and I had no intention of continuing to waste my blood on it. Once the wound healed, I couldn't be bothered to care about it anymore. But just then, an extremely strange leaf suddenly grew out from the top of the sapling. That leaf was as large as a palm, completely out of place among the surrounding normal little leaves. Even stranger, the veins on its surface glowed with a faint golden color, looking especially bright under the moonlight. I know now. Linda suddenly smacked her forehead, and the whole of her instantly grew excited. This is a very rare magical plant called a sentinel tree. Her eyes shone brightly, and her voice was full of excitement. This time, we really did strike treasure. Pick off that leaf and stick it over your eye. Try it and see. Half doubtful, I reached out, plucked off the leaf, and placed it in front of my eye. In an instant, the world before me changed completely. I actually saw a pair of legs. No, for legs. I looked upward again and saw a man and a woman standing there. The man was handsome and upright, dressed in a neat and simple noble outfit. The woman was petite and adorable, wrapped in a gray mage's robe. Wasn't that just me and Linda? I hurriedly took the leaf away, and only then did my vision return to normal. When I turned back to look at that so-called sentinel tree, it was once again no different from an ordinary big tree. This is the most powerful feature of the sentinel tree. Linda smiled and explained. It has no fixed form. It automatically grows into exactly the same appearance as the surrounding trees to hide itself. I put that leaf back in front of my eye and continued experiencing the sentinel tree's perspective. As I turned, looked up, or looked down, the image before my eyes changed in sync. Not only was it astonishingly clear, it could also freely zoom the field of view in and out. It was basically a 360-degree surveillance system with no blind spots whatsoever. What a good thing. I took the leaf down at once, and my eyes instantly heated up. Too bad there was only one tree for now. If I could plant sentinel trees all over Hope Town, that would truly be perfect. At that point, no movement anywhere in the entire territory would be able to escape my eyes. Whether suspicious people sneaked in or thieves and bandits appeared, I would be able to detect and deal with them at the very first moment. Don't worry, that's completely doable. As Linda spoke, she casually snapped off a branch from the sentinel tree and stuck it into the nearby soil. As long as these branches touch the ground, they can take root and grow into offspring trees. And the surveillance effect of the offspring trees is exactly the same as that of the parent tree. As long as the parent tree stays alive, it can continuously cultivate offspring trees without end, until the entire territory is covered. That's wonderful. My eyes lit up, and joy surged through me instantly. But just then, that sentinel tree suddenly changed once again. In almost the blink of an eye, the entire tree turned red all over. A layer of fine scales even appeared on the surface of the trunk, looking somewhat like dragon scales. Right after that, a mass of red light lit up at the top of the trunk. The light grew brighter and brighter, as if someone had installed a magical light bulb at the top of the tree. Whoosh! In the next second, a fireball the size of a football suddenly shot out from the red glow. The fireball streaked through the air and crashed directly into the ground more than 10 meters away. With a thunderous boom, a deep crater over a meter in diameter was blasted into the spot, sending dust flying everywhere. That power was not the slightest bit inferior to the standard fireball spell cast by a first-tier mage. And very soon, the red color on the sentinel tree rapidly faded again. It transformed back into the appearance of an utterly ordinary cypress tree, as if everything that had just happened had had nothing to do with it. It even lightly rustled its leaves. It looked as if it were smugly saying to me, "Master, am I amazing or what?" I was completely dumbfounded and couldn't help turning to Linda. Is this also one of the sentinel tree's original abilities? Linda looked equally shocked. No, she shook her head blankly. I only knew that the sentinel tree was especially strong in camouflage and surveillance, but I had never heard that it could actively attack. Most likely, your blood caused it to mutate. Hearing that, the words grandmother had spoken earlier suddenly rose uncontrollably in my mind. Our Jordan family was once quite illustrious several hundred years ago. Could it be that the Jordan family's ancestors really did hide some unknown secret origin? Linda casually snapped off a few more branches and continued planting them into the soil around the courtyard. Clearly, she planned to slowly raise these cuttings first, then transplant them throughout the territory once their surveillance ability had fully stabilized. As for me, I carefully put away that leaf with golden veins and tried out the sentinel tree's perspective a few more times. Without a doubt, this magic tree was definitely the greatest gain I had gotten today. I'll leave the sentinel tree in your care. I raised a hand and patted Linda on the shoulder. Then I took out that dragon eye stone from my spatial ring and handed it to her. Here, your payment. I'll give it to you in advance. Aren't you afraid that if I take the dragon eye stone, I'll just secretly run away? Linda blinked and looked at me playfully. Humph. I gave a light snort. If you really dare run off early, I'll send people to drag you back, break your legs, and make you stay in Hope Town for the rest of your life working for me. You really don't know how to treat a girl gently at all. Linda stuck out her tongue at me and even made a face. I reached out and directly pinched her soft little cheek, grinning deliberately. Oh, then tell me, how exactly should I cherish you? Huh. Linda smacked my hand away with a slap and ran off with a flushed face. I'm not talking to you anymore. After teasing this little lady mage, I put both hands behind my head and leisurely walked toward the second floor of the castle. My lord, the dragon blood is ready. Would you like to bathe now? Ruth happened to be walking toward me. All right. I nodded, then followed her into the bath chamber. The tub was filled with bright red dragon blood, and a faint smell of blood hung in the air. My lord, all the remaining dragon blood is here. All right, you may leave first. I waved a hand. Ruth obediently withdrew outside and closed the door behind her. I took off my clothes, revealing bronze-colored skin all over my body. By now, I was no longer the skinny youth I had been at the beginning. Firm muscles covered my whole body, their lines smooth and distinct, already faintly approaching a nearly perfect outline. I stripped down until only a pair of underpants remained. Only the heart-shaped gemstone pendant on my neck I did not take off. I slowly sat down into the bath. As my body sank into it, the dragon blood rose slightly, almost overflowing from the rim. Warmth wrapped around my body little by little. It felt like soaking in a hot spring, warm, comfortable, and relaxing enough to make one unable to resist loosening up. And in this state, Dragonman form was released on its own beyond my control. Leaning against the edge of the tub, I closed my eyes and slowly enjoyed it. Before I knew it, I had fallen asleep once again. No one noticed. The heart-shaped gemstone on my neck had quietly floated up at that moment. It slowly rose above my head and lit up with a brilliant crimson glow. Immediately after, one thin blue line after another spread out from the gemstone. In the next second, a layer of red mist also surged forth from within the gem. The red mist and blue lines intertwined and rotated around each other, finally transforming into a strange vortex of energy that completely enveloped me in my humanoid form. I suddenly felt an intensely powerful sinking sensation. It was as if my whole body had fallen into a boundless sea, completely out of control, able only to keep sinking deeper and deeper, down and down, endlessly down, as if I were falling into a bottomless abyss. Before my eyes, there was only endless darkness. All around was a void with no boundary I could touch. It felt as though, between heaven and earth, I was the only one left. An indescribable sense of loneliness also slowly welled up from the depths of my heart at that moment. But just then, a glimmer of light suddenly appeared ahead. It was a pure white ring of light. As if I had suddenly grasped a lifeline in despair, I immediately ran toward that light with all my strength. The white ring of light grew larger and larger until it expanded to more than 2 meters wide, and I could clearly feel that something inside the ring seemed to be drawing me in. That pull even resonated somehow with my heartbeat. I scarcely hesitated before plunging straight into it. The scene before my eyes changed abruptly. I found myself standing atop a city wall. All around me were soldiers clad in black armor. Dark clouds churned overhead, and the sky was so gloomy that not a trace of light could be seen. This city wall was astonishingly high, at least over 100 meters. And below the wall lay countless corpses strewn everywhere, while the air was thick with smoke and the stench of blood. Looking farther into the distance, there was an endless black mass stretching as far as the eye could see. It was an enormous army spread out in full formation. Even at a rough glance, their numbers had to be in the hundreds of thousands. Where's this? I was completely bewildered. Could I be dreaming? But this dream was absurdly real. Woo-woo. A deep and resonant horn suddenly sounded in the distance. In the next instant, the army of hundreds of thousands surged forward like a tidal wave, sweeping toward us. To battle. I heard myself suddenly draw a sword and point it at the sky, letting out an incomparably thunderous shout. Its penetrating force was so overwhelming that every soldier on the wall heard it with perfect clarity. I made the judgment almost at once. The owner of the perspective I was attached to at this moment was absolutely a truly peerless powerhouse. On the city wall, giant catapults were launched one after another in unison. Burning boulders were hurled out one after another, crashing into the enemy formation below and exploding on impact, each one taking more than a dozen lives in an instant. Yet that army of hundreds of thousands knew no fear at all. They were like a black flood, rolling relentlessly forward without the slightest slowdown in their advance. And within those ranks, there were not only humans, but also astonishing numbers of large magical beasts. Some of those beasts were even taller than a 3-story building. Mammoth war elephants, saber-tusked tigers. There was even a group of minotaurs more than 3 meters tall, charging forward in teams of dozens, while carrying gigantic battering rams. When those in front fell, those behind immediately filled the gap. Roar! Just then, a soaring dragon's cry suddenly rang out from the city wall. Immediately afterward, an enormous ice-blue dragon rose into the sky. Its body was about 60 meters long, slender and elegant, naturally carrying a feminine grace. That blue dragon raised a claw, and an enormous crystal staff appeared in its grasp out of thin air. A cold, deep blue light rapidly gathered at the top of the staff, then pointed straight toward the enemy forces. Forbidden spell, mysterious ice spike formation. In an instant, a gigantic blue 6-pointed magic array with a diameter of 2,000 to 3,000 meters appeared high in the distant sky. White mist spread, and freezing air churned. The surrounding temperature seemed to plunge by dozens of degrees in an instant. Then, a dense storm of sharp ice spikes rained down from the magic array. Each one was 7 or 8 meters long. Whether human or magical beast, once struck, they were pierced clean through on the spot. There was no chance of survival whatsoever. In less than 10 minutes, more than 10,000 enemy soldiers had already died under that forbidden spell. And just at that moment, I suddenly discovered that I had also let out a low dragon's roar. The scenery around me began rapidly shrinking. The soldiers who had originally stood level with me now barely reached my ankle. I lowered my head and found that my hands had already turned into a pair of crimson dragon claws. My entire arms were densely covered in dragon scales. Only then did I suddenly realize the owner of this perspective had actually transformed into a red dragon, and one even larger than the blue dragon just now, at no less than over 80 meters long. Sword come. Myself suddenly stretched out a dragon claw. At once, a giant red vortex split open in the high sky above. A rain of fire came crashing down from the vortex, rapidly gathering before my eyes and condensing into a gigantic flaming sword over 40 meters long. Myself seized that sword, leapt directly from the city wall, and charged into the enemy army. What followed was a complete massacre. Whether the enemies were human, magical beast, or minotaur, before that flaming giant sword they were as fragile as paper. One sweep of the blade, and an entire swath of enemies fell in unison. Like harvesting wheat, myself quickly fell into a killing frenzy, driving straight into the heart of the enemy formation without caring in the slightest about the attacks landing on him. Whether spears or arrows, when they struck that red dragon body, they felt no more than a tickle. "Jordan, save me." At that moment, an anxious female cry for help suddenly came from afar. Myself whipped around at once. I looked in that direction as well. Only then did I see that at some point, 5 black dragons had already appeared on the city wall. They were binding that blue dragon tightly with thick chains. "Lisa." The instant that cry of alarm left my mouth, I discovered that I was already frantically beating my wings, flying desperately toward the wall. But the enemy reacted with equal speed. 3 of the black dragons immediately rose into the air to intercept. The flaming giant sword in my hand came crashing down head-on, carrying boundless fury. Those 3 black dragons each drew out a black spear 70 or 80 meters long. One raised its spear horizontally to block. The other 2 thrust in from left and right at the same time. Myself swung the sword in a fierce sweep, first knocking aside the 2 side-thrusting spears, then turning the slash into a thrust. With a single strike, I severed the black spear blocking from the front, and the flaming blade, still carrying unstoppable momentum, pierced straight through the chest of the foremost black dragon. Uft! A great spray of dragon blood burst forth, raining down upon the earth. The other 2 black dragons immediately showed fear and desperately beat their wings, turning to flee into the distance. Forbidden spell, scorching sun crescent break. Myself suddenly raised the flaming giant sword and pointed it at the heavens. In an instant, endless firelight shot upward. Even the heavy storm clouds were torn open by force. Long-lost sunlight finally poured down once more, bringing a fleeting moment of brightness to the battlefield. Flames and sunlight merged together, finally condensing into a blinding little sun. In the next second, that small sun exploded. Solar fire carrying golden radiance poured down in a frenzy, all of it flooding into the flaming giant sword. Myself swept the sword horizontally. A golden crescent blade of light fully 500 meters long shot forth in an instant. The entire sky was stained gold and crimson by that one stroke, as if heaven and earth themselves were about to be split in two by that sword. The two fleeing black dragons were nowhere near fast enough to outrun the blade of light. In a single instant, both were cut clean in half at the waist. The two black dragons were severed into 4 pieces on the spot. A great quantity of blood and entrails sprayed through the air. The upper halves of their bodies were not yet fully dead, still crawling on the ground in agony and letting out shrill screams. But I had no time to finish them off. With another violent beat of the wings, I accelerated once more toward the city wall. He wanted to save that blue dragon. But at that moment, one of the black dragons on the blue dragon's right suddenly pulled out a scroll from behind its back. Then, with astonishing familiarity, it spread the scroll open with its dragon claws. In the next second, a burst of dark golden light shot out from the scroll. Myself clearly realized something was wrong and immediately raised the giant sword to block. But that light completely ignored all defenses. It landed directly on me. Immediately afterward, black mist began pouring wildly out from between the gaps in the dragon's scales. Those black vapors were like chains, rapidly wrapping around the entire body. At the same time, a gigantic black magic array suddenly appeared on the ground below. At the center of the array was the unmistakable pattern of a savage dragon head, and the black mist rising from my body connected completely with that magic array, becoming an incomparably powerful shackle. In the next moment, I could no longer move at all. Those two black dragons bared their teeth in feral grins, quickly dragging the blue dragon with chains and beating their wings as they flew off into the distant sky. "Jordan, save me." That soft yet despairing female voice grew farther and farther away, weaker and weaker, until at last, it could no longer be heard at all. "No, Lisa." Myself let out a nearly broken howl. But now he couldn't move even a single finger. He could only watch helplessly as the blue dragon vanished at the edge of his vision. And the army of hundreds of thousands below also began withdrawing as swiftly as a receding tide. In fact, they retreated even faster than they had come. Only at that moment did I finally understand. So this grand and thunderous siege had been nothing but a feint from the very beginning. Their true target had always been that blue dragon, and that blue dragon alone. Everyone in the city, including myself, in this perspective, had been completely deceived. All the images suddenly came to an abrupt stop. Darkness swallowed my vision once again. Immediately afterward, I felt a powerful sense of weightlessness, as if I were suddenly rocketing up from the bottom of the sea back toward the surface. I suddenly opened my eyes, my chest heaving violently as I gasped for breath. My clothes had long since been soaked through with cold sweat, and at this very moment, bright sunlight shone outside the window. It was already the next morning. The dragon blood in the tub had also vanished completely, not a single drop remaining. What a vivid dream. I raised a hand and wiped the cold sweat from my forehead. No, that probably hadn't been a dream at all. It felt more like a remnant memory left behind by some powerful red dragon. And not just any memory, but the most painful and despairing one of his entire life. Watching the one he loved be taken away right in front of him. Even as a mere bystander, I could hardly recover from that sense of utter helplessness. That red dragon's name was Jordan, and my surname was also Jordan. Between the two, could there really be some connection? I unconsciously rubbed my chin and fell into thought. If this had happened before, I probably would have dismissed it as mere coincidence. After all, dragons and humans should, in theory, be reproductively isolated. But ever since I activated Dragon Man form, even the scales covering my body had been red. That made it difficult to keep treating this as a simple coincidence. There was one more thing. What secret exactly had that blue dragon been hiding? What could have made the enemy willing to mobilize hundreds of thousands of troops, sacrifice 3 powerful black dragons, and even expend a scroll of incalculable value just to forcibly abduct her? Question after question churned ceaselessly in my mind. The more I thought, the more my head ached. Forget it. No more thinking. For now, this matter had no direct connection to my present self anyway. I raised a hand and rubbed the space between my brows. Instead of dwelling on these vague remnants of the past, I might as well see just how much my body had been strengthened after absorbing so much dragon blood. With a slight movement of thought, I directly released Dragon Man form. My body instantly grew taller. At this point, I was probably already over 2 meters tall. The muscles in both my arms were even more developed than before, and the 8-pack on my abdomen was firm and sharply defined. I unconsciously clenched my fists and felt as though my entire body were filled with explosive power. The pair of fleshy wings on my back had also obviously grown larger. When spread now, they were almost as large as a swan's wings. I tried gently flapping them. In the next second, a burst of air pressure lifted my body. My feet actually left the ground little by little, and I slowly floated to a height of about 1 meter. Though going any higher was already difficult, this was probably close to my limit. Even so, it was still an enormous improvement. Before this, those wings could at best only assist with bursts of speed. There had been no way they could truly make me fly. But now, I had finally taken the first step toward flight. Perhaps before long, I really would be able to rely on these wings to soar freely through the skies. I slowly descended, withdrew Dragon Man form, put my clothes back on, and then pushed open the door and walked out. "Morning, my lord." Ruth stood there with a basin of hot water, a white towel draped over her shoulder, as if she had already been waiting outside for quite some time. "Morning," I answered simply, washed my face, dried the water, and then headed straight for the dining room. Tina and Linda were already seated inside. The moment I stepped in, Linda called out to me with an excited face, "Chris, the parent sentinel tree has already grown to 2 meters tall. That offspring tree is over 1 meter tall too, so it should already be able to start monitoring. Hurry up and try it." "Oh, really?" I raised a brow and casually took out the golden leaf from my spatial ring, placing it before my eyes. In the next second, the viewpoint was indeed noticeably higher than yesterday. When the maid Karina passed beneath the tree, I could even see the pores on her face clearly. Then the image gave a slight sway, and the viewpoint noticeably dropped lower. I judged it at once. This should be the location of the first offspring tree. I swept the viewpoint around and found that the other offspring trees had also already grown to 60 or 70 centimeters tall. At this rate, in just a few more days, they would likely all be ready to officially take up their monitoring posts. "What are you two playing with?" Tina's voice suddenly came from beside my ear. I could even smell the faint fragrance on her body. I took off the leaf and explained, "Yesterday we bought a magic seed at the plant market, and it ended up growing into a sentinel tree. Let me see. I've never used one of these before." Tina immediately became interested, reached out, and snatched the leaf away, placing it before her eyes. Then she paused and let out a light sound of surprise. "Huh, why isn't there any reaction at all? That's impossible. It was working just fine when I used it just now." I took the leaf back from her and placed it before my eyes again. The sentinel tree's viewpoint immediately appeared once more. "See, it's obviously still working perfectly." Tina tried it again, but in the end she still shook her head. "Still nothing. Let me try." Linda came trotting over, took the golden leaf, placed it before her eyes, then frowned and pulled it away again. "Don't tell me you can't see it either." I looked at her and said. Linda curled her lip, looking annoyed. "That's why I said at the time you shouldn't have watered it with your blood. Now look, this sentinel tree probably only recognizes you as its sole master. Nobody else can use it anymore." I put the leaf back into my ring and couldn't help asking, "Had you ever heard before of a sentinel tree becoming like this?" "No." Linda shook her head, her tone very certain. "Under normal circumstances, as long as someone got hold of the golden leaf, anyone could borrow the sentinel tree's perspective. Some sentinel trees, once they grow to a certain stage, can even grow several golden leaves so that different people can use them together." I propped my chin on my hand, feeling a little conflicted. My blood really could strengthen a sentinel tree. But the problem was that once strengthened like this, it had directly become a personal tool belonging only to me. That really was a troublesome kind of happiness. Looks like in the future, I needed to be more careful. Not everything was suitable for being watered with my blood. "Linda, after breakfast, come with me to plant fruit trees in the territory. Once the fruit ripens, I'll let you eat especially delicious jam." "Really?" Little foodie Linda's eyes lit up instantly, and even her voice rose several degrees. "Better than snowflake cake?" "Of course." I nodded. "Not only can we make jam, but we can also squeeze juice from it, and even brew fruit wine. You'll all get to taste it when the time comes." As soon as I said that, even the quietly seated Tina at the side showed a clear trace of anticipation in her eyes. "Okay." Linda agreed instantly without even thinking. "Breakfast is here. Mrs. Allen smilingly brought 3 servings of cream-filled bread to the table, hot and fragrant. Linda finished hers in just a few bites, then impatiently urged me, "Chris, hurry up and eat. Once you're done, let's go plant trees." I rolled my eyes at her. "Slow down. What's the rush? It's not like this little bit of time matters." After breakfast, I wiped my mouth and hands, then turned to Tina and said, "I'll have to trouble you to keep an eye on the snowflake cake business for the next couple of days. Once the jam is ready, you won't have to work so hard running back and forth between both places anymore." "All right." Tina gently nodded and agreed. I took the 2 of them down to the first floor of the castle. Jonathan and the others had already finished breakfast too, and were moving around in the courtyard, practicing their punches and kicks. "My lord, are we still going to Mott City today?" Jonathan came over leading the chestnut mare and Zweigen. "No, we're not going." I shook my head. "I'm staying in the territory today. Have Knight Shiloh go to Mott City with the household male servants and Tina. Everyone else stays at the castle on standby." "Yes, my lord." Jonathan immediately turned and passed the order along. To be honest, with Tina, our strongest fighter, leaving, I still felt somewhat uneasy inside. So no matter what, I had to keep the defensive strength on the castle's side as full as possible today. "My lord." Knight Shiloh quickly stepped forward. I reached into my ring and took out a bulging money pouch filled with dozens of silver coins. "Today, you'll go with Tina and help her make snowflake cake. Follow the method I taught you step by step. There absolutely must not be any mistakes. Don't ruin the hard-earned reputation snowflake cake has finally built up." Shiloh immediately gave a knight's salute and said solemnly, "My lord, I will never fail your expectations." "Good. Go on then." Soon, 3 male servants were also called out. Tina mounted the chestnut mare, gave me a light wave, and then headed off toward Mott City together with Shiloh and the others. After watching the 5 of them go, I finally turned back around. "Jonathan, go notify the territory at once. Tell all able-bodied laborers to put down whatever work they're doing and come help me plant fruit trees. Men and women alike." "Yes, my lord." Jonathan answered and immediately turned to leave. I casually took out a sheet of parchment from my spatial ring. On it was drawn a rough map of Hope Town. If I was going to build orchards in the territory, I couldn't just plant things randomly like a headless fly. This matter had to be planned in advance. I quickly selected 2 areas on the map. Both places were close to water sources, and the surrounding land was open enough. If I wanted to build processing workshops for fruit juice or jam there in the future, it would also be much more convenient. By order of the Lord, everyone is to put down whatever work they are doing at once, bring wooden buckets and shovels, and gather at the castle to help Lord Chris plant fruit trees. No mistakes, no delays. Jonathan went through the town banging a bronze gong and shouting loudly over and over. "What? The Lord wants to plant fruit trees? Then what about the crops in my field? I still need to go weed them right now." "Exactly. In 2 more months, it'll be harvest time. If something goes wrong now and the yield drops, then what?" After hearing the order, quite a few of the commoners were somewhat resistant inside. But at that moment, someone suddenly reacted. "Are you idiots? Did you forget that a few days ago when Lord Chris had us dig pond mud, he gave every one of us 20 copper coins? Maybe there'll be reward money again today." "Oh, right. As soon as that was said, the little resistance everyone had almost instantly disappeared. In the end, over the last 4 or 5 days, Lord Chris really had seemed like a completely different person. In the past, when the Lord gave an order, if the commoners went to work, they worked for nothing. As for getting paid, that was the kind of thing they wouldn't even dare dream of. But 2 days ago, all they had done was dig pond silt for one morning, and astonishingly, each of them had been given 20 copper coins. That was enough for a whole family to eat comfortably for several days. Not to mention that Lord Chris had opened the grain stores and treated everyone in the territory to a hearty lunch. There had even really been slices of meat in the food. Many of them hadn't tasted even a bit of meat for years. Come on, hurry and go work for Lord Chris." For a while, large numbers of commoners poured out from their homes and headed toward the castle in groups of 3 or 5. Everyone was afraid that if they arrived late, they might make Lord Chris unhappy. In less than 20 minutes, more than 140 people had already gathered in front of the castle, and that was almost the entirety of Hope Town's available labor force. Looking at the dense crowd before me, I felt an inexplicable sense of gratification. Thinking back to when I had first transmigrated here a few days ago, nearly all of these people had been driven here by the knights under my command through scolding and blows. But today, they had come of their own accord. That change alone already said a great deal. I swung myself on his Zweigen's back and raised my hand high with a shout. "Move out!" In the next second, More than 100 people marched grandly behind me all the way out of the territory, and the scene looked rather spectacular. As they walked, quite a few of the commoners muttered to themselves in confusion. Wasn't this supposed to be planting fruit trees? Why don't we see any saplings? But no one dared ask such a question out loud. Jonathan, meanwhile, followed steadily at the rear of the procession with the knights. About 20 minutes later, we finally reached our destination. The place I had chosen was a stretch of wasteland of more than 100 mu. The field was overgrown with weeds, many of them already waist-high. And behind this wasteland lay a fairly large lake. The surface of the lake was covered with patches of weeds and rotting lotus leaves. By rough estimate, it covered at least more than 300 mu of water. As for why such a large stretch of good land had remained abandoned, the reason was actually simple. Because a second-tier magical beast lived in the lake, a giant iron-armored crocodile. In earlier years, several serfs had already died in its jaws. It wasn't as if the Jordan family had never tried to deal with it. They had once sent quite a few powerful knights here to hunt it down. But this crocodile was extremely cunning and refused to come ashore no matter what. On top of that, the hide armor on its body was terrifyingly tough, and ordinary arrows couldn't even break its defense. The knights could only stand on the shore and glare helplessly, returning empty-handed time and time again. Over time, these 100+ mu of fertile land fell completely into disuse. With it there, no one even dared come casually to draw water from the lake. And today, I intended to solve this problem completely, right in front of all the commoners. I dismounted and walked to the lakeside, quietly looking at the unnaturally calm surface of the water, deep in thought. "My lord, be careful." Jonathan almost immediately rushed to stand in front of me, staring into the lake with a face full of vigilance. "Linda, can you grow branches as hard as iron? And preferably some tough vines too, ones that won't snap no matter how hard they're pulled." I turned to look at Linda. I knew full well that she could pull all sorts of bizarre magical plants out of herself at any time. "Yes," Linda nodded almost without thinking. "How do you want me to do it?" I took out paper and pen from my ring and quickly sketched the shape of a hook. The tip curved slightly inward, and I even added a barb to it. At the end, I left a small hole. That's right, this was a fishhook. What I was going to do today was fish that crocodile out by force, just like catching a fish. "How big do you want it?" Linda blinked and asked. "Wait a moment." As I spoke, I took out a large chunk of bright red pork from my ring, weighing at least 10 jin. I tore off a small piece first and casually threw it into the lake. I attached a trace of wind magic to the pork, causing it to float lightly on the surface without sinking. Not long after, a section of brownish-gray driftwood slowly floated over. In the next instant, the surface of the lake swirled slightly, and that piece of pork vanished in the blink of an eye. But that section of driftwood did not leave. Instead, it slowly circled nearby, clearly not having eaten its fill. Seeing this, I simply threw the remaining 10 jin of pork in my hand all at once out onto the lake. With a light tap of my wand, a gust of wind immediately held the pork steadily in the air above the water, keeping it from sinking. The lake's surface instantly fell quiet again. Everyone held their breath and stared fixedly ahead. At last, the giant iron-armored crocodile couldn't resist any longer. With a huge splash, it suddenly leapt out of the water, throwing up sheets of spray and snapping hard at the pork with its jaws. Only at this moment did everyone finally get a clear look at the full appearance of this second-tier magical beast. It was nearly 4 meters long, with a waist thicker than a water vat. Its whole body was covered in black-gray armored hide, and its brownish-yellow fangs were thick and long, each one jagged and terrifying like a sawtooth. More than 100 people almost instinctively retreated a great distance. Some even had their legs give out on the spot and fell sitting onto the ground, trembling all over. "Did you see it clearly?" I asked, turning my head to Linda. Linda nodded hard. Good. Then start making the fishhook." I had the commoners clear out a patch of open ground nearby. Then Linda immediately set to work according to the drawing. She gripped her wand, pinched out a seed the size of a soybean from her little pouch, and buried it in the soil. As a pale green light glowed from the tip of her wand, a black sprout quickly broke through the earth and began growing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than half a minute, a sapling over half a meter tall had already taken shape. Under Linda's control, the top of the sapling slowly bent, then stopped once it reached the proper angle. Next, a small barbed spike grew out at the very tip. The leaves automatically fell off one after another. Linda reached out, pulled up the sapling, then used her wand to poke a round hole through the root end. Just like that, a giant crude fishhook was complete. From beginning to end, The whole process had taken less than 3 minutes. Immediately after, she quickly planted another green seed about the size of a walnut. A cluster of thick vines burst rapidly out of the ground and began growing wildly. The vine was as thick as a baby's arm and spread sideways for over 200 meters before finally stopping. Phew, done. Linda put away her wand, sweat already beading on her forehead. Good work. Go rest to the side for a while. I patted her shoulder, then looked toward Jonathan and the others, my tone growing more serious. We only get one chance. If we fail this time, it won't be easy to trick it out of the lake again later. So this time, we have to succeed. Understood? Understood. The 4 knights roared in unison. Good. Prepare for battle. The 4 of them drew their swords almost simultaneously with ringing metallic sounds, their expressions grave as they took their stances. I personally threaded the vine through the little hole at the end of the fishhook and tied a dead knot, then securely fastened the 10 gene of pork to the hook. As for the other end of the vine, I tied it directly to Zweigen's back. At the same time, I called for all 100+ commoners around us to come forward and grab hold of the vine together. Everyone get ready. On my signal, pull together. As the words fell, I gave a powerful swing and hurled the giant baited hook far out into the lake. A dozen or so seconds later, the lake's surface suddenly churned, and the previously slack vine instantly snapped taut. It's hooked. I immediately shouted loudly. 1, 2, 3, pull. 1, 2, 3, pull. 140 people exerted force at once, and the scene was practically like a massive tug of war. The giant iron-armored crocodile was dragged toward the shore little by sheer force. How could this stupid crocodile possibly understand how devious human hearts could be? No matter how desperately it struggled, it simply couldn't break free. Even as a second-tier magical beast with tremendous strength, it still couldn't withstand more than 100 people all straining with everything they had. 1, 2, 3, pull. Seeing that things were going well, I immediately struck while the iron was hot and added, once we've successfully dragged it up, each of you will be rewarded with 30 copper coins. The moment they heard there were 30 copper coins to be earned, every commoner's eyes lit up instantly. Each and every one of them threw in every last bit of strength they had. The giant iron-armored crocodile's huge, heavy body was quickly dragged onto the shore by force. Its limbs flailed wildly, and its body twisted frantically. Even from dozens of meters away, the commoners standing in the front row were already trembling in fright. Everyone, one more push. Seeing that their strength was starting to wane, I immediately raised the stakes again. If we drag it farther away successfully, I'll increase it to 50 copper coins each. The moment that shout rang out, it was as if everyone had been injected with stimulants. The strength they had nearly exhausted seemed to surge up again all at once. Relying on that burst of ferocity, the crowd actually managed to drag the giant crocodile a full kilometer away from the lake, plowing a deep trench through the ground along the way. After confirming that there was no way this thing could easily escape back to the lake in the short term, I gave a sharp wave of my hand. Attack. Jonathan immediately led the other 3 knights charging forward, stabbing with their swords at once. Clang. The silver blades struck the black-gray armor hide, producing only a string of bright sparks. They couldn't pierce it at all. Only Jonas, who was 3rd tier, barely managed to break through a little shallow flesh. What a tough thing. My gaze tightened slightly. No wonder the Jordan family had mobilized so many knights back then and still had no way of dealing with it. The iron-armored crocodile tried to twist its head and bite, but because its mouth was still tightly hooked by the fishhook, it couldn't launch a proper attack at all. However, before the knights could deliver a second round of strikes, that incredibly thick tail had already swept over. Jonas and the other 4 raised their swords together to block. Even so, that terrifying force still knocked them back more than 10 steps. And just then, this giant iron-armored crocodile suddenly stopped struggling. Instead of continuing, it did the exact opposite and charged straight toward the crowd. That sight instantly terrified the commoners into collapse. Everyone immediately let go and scattered in all directions. But the crocodile seemed to have calculated this long ago. It actually bared its teeth in an extremely sinister grin, then turned and sprinted madly toward the lake. After all, relying on Zweigen alone, there was no way one horse could truly hold it down by force. As expected of a second-tier magical beast, its intelligence really isn't low. I muttered softly in admiration. In the next instant, Dragonman form activated. I drew the green steel sword, and my entire body shot after it as a red blur. In only a few short seconds, I had already rushed to within a dozen meters behind the crocodile. Explosive fireball. I raised my left claw, and red flames rapidly gathered before my palm, quickly forming a huge fireball over half a meter in diameter. Boom! Dragging a long tail of flame, the fireball smashed hard into the giant iron-armored crocodile's forehead. A fierce explosion detonated instantly. Flames soared, heat waves swept outward, and even the surrounding ground was faintly baked into crystallization. The crocodile froze on the spot, and the thick vine tied around it was burned to ash as well. When the flames dissipated, its forehead was scorched black and still smoking. A thick fishy stench also drifted through the air. I stood where I was and did not rashly go too close. Against a monster this large, a single slight mistake could directly doom me beyond recovery. The crocodile slowly turned its head around, and it looked as if fire were nearly about to burst from its eyes. It suddenly opened its great jaws, and several circles of water ripples rapidly gathered, condensing in the blink of an eye into 5 long, sharp water arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 5 water arrows shot toward me in an instant. I flapped the wings on my back and quickly shifted position to evade 2 of them, then raised my sword with a flick and shattered the 3rd on the spot. Next, my left claw flicked repeatedly, sending out 2 fireballs that collided head-on with the final 2 water arrows. Sizzle, sizzle. White mist immediately billowed upward. Just like that, the giant iron-armored crocodile's ranged attack was effortlessly neutralized by me. In the next second, bearing that mouthful of fangs, it lunged savagely toward me. The weeds along its path were knocked down in offhand. Good. I waved my sword to keep it in check while retreating as I fought. Now that the vine binding it had already been burned away, if this thing stopped fighting and focused solely on fleeing madly back to the lake, it really might be able to make it back. But now things were different. It had clearly been enraged by me completely, and there was only one thought left in its head: tear me to pieces. Clip-clop, clip-clop, clip-clop. Just then, Schweigen shook off the remaining vine from its body and galloped swiftly in from the side, stopping steadily at my feet. I folded my wings away and leapt up in one smooth motion, directly mounting its back. At the same time, I swung my sword backward with a reverse slash, and a streak of silver sword light shot precisely into the giant iron-armored crocodile's gaping mouth. Puffed. The sword light instantly shredded its tongue into a bloody mess. Blood gushed out wildly, and the pain made the huge beast roll on the ground and howl miserably on the spot. So you aren't invulnerable all over after all. I patted Schweigen's neck, signaling it to slow and stop while I observed carefully. Very soon, I noticed that the crocodile's belly was not covered by that layer of black-gray hard armor. On the contrary, its underbelly was pale yellow, and it clearly looked much softer. I immediately withdrew Dragonman form and gripped my wand in my left hand, then shouted loudly toward Jonathan and the others in the distance. Go block its retreat by the lake. Absolutely do not let it get back into the water. Yes, my lord. Jonathan had already seen it too. The effect of my attacks alone was nearly more threatening than the 4 of theirs combined. So they no longer stubbornly insisted on frontal confrontation and simply obediently charged toward the lakeside, sealing off the giant iron-armored crocodile's last route of survival for me. Little Croc, your death is here. I laughed loudly and thrust my wand fiercely forward. A thick, dark blue arc of electricity shot out abruptly, striking the exposed belly directly. Crackle! The giant iron-armored crocodile's huge body convulsed violently. A small hole was blasted straight through its belly on the spot, and black-red blood began gushing out. So frightened was it that it hurriedly rolled over and pressed its soft underbelly tightly back against the ground. At this moment, when it looked at me again, there was already a clear hint of retreat in its eyes. It suddenly turned its head to look toward the lake. But with that look, it discovered that Jonathan and the 3 knights had already firmly blocked the path. The 4 of them stood in steady positions, forming a combined formation. If any one of them came under impact, the other 3 could immediately support him. In other words, this crocodile no longer had any way out, unless it could first defeat me and then force its way through while enduring the knight's attacks. There was no way it was getting back to the lake alive today. At last it slowly turned its head back, staring at me with incomparably venomous eyes. To be fair, life really had made things difficult for it too. It had originally been lounging comfortably in the lake, eating fish and basking in the sun, only to be inexplicably lured ashore by a bunch of humans using pork and beaten into this state. Who wouldn't hate that? This time, it had clearly learned its lesson. Instead of charging with its mouth hanging open, it kept its jaws tightly shut and lunged at me with those heavy but savage limbs, crashing headlong forward. Unfortunately, no matter how fierce it was useless. With me on its back, Schweigen could easily outrun this thing on land by several streets. And its only real ranged method, those water arrows, still hadn't recovered yet. It couldn't catch up in speed, and for the time being it couldn't use long-range attacks. So naturally, I had no intention of giving up my kiting strategy. Magic Wind Vortex. With a swing of my wand, a whirlwind rose out of thin air. The yellow sand all around was swept high into the air and slammed toward the giant iron-armored crocodile head-on. It was instantly blinded and couldn't open its eyes. And when that whirlwind truly reached beneath it, it actually lifted the entire crocodile 4 or 5 meters off the ground by force. Good chance. Seizing the opportunity, I swung my wand repeatedly. 7 or 8 sharp wind blades whistled out, all of them slashing precisely across the exposed underbelly. Uft, uft, uft. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 bloody wounds had been torn open across that pale yellow belly. Blood immediately gushed out in streams, quickly staining the ground a head dark red. Go, Lord Baron. Kill it, my lord. The commoners watching from afar were completely fired up, erupting into roars of encouragement. Many of them had relatives who had died in this crocodile's jaws. Originally, everyone had believed that in this lifetime they would never live to see the day of revenge. But now, they had truly seen hope. The giant iron-armored crocodile finally panicked completely. It pressed itself low to the ground and desperately crawled toward the lake without caring about anything else. A long trail of blood was dragged out behind it wherever it passed. Formation, Jonathan shouted, taking point at the very front himself. The other 3 knights immediately spread into a straight line, their battle chi flaring at the same time. At this point, their mission was no longer to attack, but to defend. Against a heavily wounded, dying second-tier magical beast, that sort of pressure was much lighter for them. Very soon, a silver-white battle chi barrier condensed before the 4 of them. It stood about 2 meters high and stretched more than 10 meters long. Boom. The giant iron-armored crocodile slammed into it head-on and was instantly dazed by the impact, staggering back several steps. It shook its head and tried to go around from the side. But Jonathan and the others shifted with it in perfect sync, always blocking steadily in front of it. Only then did I finally let out a long breath. Now that this crocodile had completely lost its will to fight, it was actually less dangerous than before. Unwillingly, it backed up a few steps, opened its mouth again, and condensed 5 water arrows mixed with blood and dirty water, then hurled them hard against the battle chi barrier. Ripples immediately spread across the surface of the barrier. But Jonathan and his 3 companions remained utterly unmoving. At the end of the day, it was still only a second-tier magical beast. And here there was a full defensive line made up of 1 third-tier knight and 3 first-tier knights. They might find it hard to break through its hard armor. But as for tanking its attacks in its current state, that was more than manageable. Stop struggling. I'm sending you on your way. I slowly raised my hand, and the battle chi around my body suddenly surged. A giant silver-white dragon of battle chi spiraled upward, accompanied by bursts of dragon roars. Sensing that powerful pressure so strong it shook the soul, the giant iron-armored crocodile suddenly turned around, and for the first time, true terror finally showed in its eyes. 18 dragon-subduing palms. I thrust out my left palm with explosive force. That silver-white battle chi dragon let out a long cry toward the sky, then twisted its slender body and lunged at the giant iron-armored crocodile. The dragon's head rammed up from beneath it, lifting under its jaw and forcibly flipping the huge beast entirely into the air. And at that very instant, Schweigen and I vanished from where we stood. To the eyes of the onlookers, they could only barely catch a crimson afterimage flashing past. Borrowing the terrifying burst of speed from Schweigen, I charged forward at nearly 150 kilometers per hour. The green steel sword drove upward from beneath its jaw, piercing all the way through its skull, the tip bursting out straight through the top of its head. Clip-clop, clip-clop, clip-clop. Schweigen carried me onward for another 200 meters before we finally managed to bleed off that terrifying momentum. As for the giant iron-armored crocodile, it crashed heavily onto the ground on its back and never moved again. System prompt. Congratulations on killing the giant iron-armored crocodile. You gained 30 prestige. Long live the Baron. Long live our Lord. The commoners watching from afar instantly burst into wave after wave of frenzied cheers. After personally watching me nearly solo a second-tier magical beast by myself, they finally truly realized how strong their lord really was. Prestige from Corin +1. Prestige from Abel +1. Looking at the system prompts constantly popping up before my eyes, the corner of my mouth couldn't help lifting slightly. This had been my greatest real purpose today, to personally slay this giant iron-armored crocodile, which they had long feared, right in front of all my subjects. Of course, out of more than 140 people, not every single one contributed prestige to me. The number whose prestige actually rose was probably only around 80 or so. My dear subjects, I rode Zhuagin up to the crocodile's corpse, the sunlight falling just right across my face and covering my whole body in a faint golden glow. Together with this fairly handsome face of mine, the visual impact was indeed strong. Even Linda at my side was staring a little blankly now. I raised my voice and declared, "Now that the magical beast is dead, this land has at last returned to our hands. From today onward, you can work here in peace. And one more thing, at noon, I am treating all of you to fragrant crocodile meat. Long life." Thank you, Lord Baron. Prestige from Tim +1, prestige from David +1. This time, because it truly touched on their own direct interests, almost every commoner gave prestige without hesitation. In one burst, it rose by a full 140 points. I casually took out the batch of fruit saplings I had bought earlier from my spatial ring. The excited commoners immediately threw themselves into the work with great enthusiasm. Under Linda's direction, some used the shovels they had brought to dig holes, some were responsible for planting the saplings into them, and others ran to the lakeside to fetch water for watering. And every time a sapling was planted, Linda would immediately go over and cast plant magic on it. Driven by her magic, those originally bare branches quickly sprouted new leaves and even shot up by another section on the spot. It looked as if they had grown several years in an instant. I walked over to Jonathan and instructed him in a low voice, "Drag that giant iron-armored crocodile back, skin it, and hand it over to Mrs. Allen to stew a huge pot of meat soup. The household male servants all went to Mott City today, so you few should head back first and help out. But my lord, leaving you here alone is still far too dangerous. Why don't you come back with us?" I raised a hand and cut him off. "Don't worry, it's very safe here now. Even if something really happens, with Schweigen's speed, it's more than enough to carry me safely away." "As you command, my lord." After seeing Schweigen's speed in battle with his own eyes, Jonathan now had a completely new understanding of this dragonblood horse. So he said no more and immediately took the 3 knights with him to carry the crocodile corpse back to the castle. As for me, I stayed where I was and began personally planning out the entire orchard. The spacing between the trees absolutely could not be done carelessly. Considering the existence of Linda, a plant-type mage, once these fruit trees grew up in the future, their canopies would definitely be especially lush. So there had to be at least 10 meters of space between every sapling. I also divided them according to species into an apple orchard, a pear orchard, a sweet orange orchard, and a vineyard. The most troublesome of them all was still the grapevines, because grapes absolutely needed dedicated climbing frames. I simply rode Schweigen to a poplar grove 500 meters away and used the green steel sword to cut down more than 40 large trees in one go. Then I shaved the trunks smooth and had the commoners carry them back one by one. After that, Linda used plant magic again to grow extremely tough vines, binding and fastening those wooden poles one by one, finally making more than 20 sturdy grape trellises. And infusing every single sapling with magic was by no means an easy task, even for Linda. By the time all the saplings were finally planted, this little lady mage's face was already visibly pale. "Well done." I walked over and gently patted her on the shoulder. Linda pressed her lips together and managed to force out a faint smile at me. After a whole morning of work, all the saplings we had bought were finally planted. Altogether, they covered more than 40 mu of land. That's a wrap. I pulled Linda onto the horse in one motion and shouted loudly to the crowd, "Bring your eating tools and head back to the castle for meat." Hooray, that's wonderful. I took the lead, carrying Linda as I galloped toward the castle. The commoners first sent their shovels and wooden buckets home. Then each took a bowl and spoon before coming back out. Every single face was full of smiles. Work with both effort and reward. Only that kind of labor was truly worth giving it your all. Even from far away, I could already smell the thick aroma of meat drifting through the air. I couldn't help taking 2 deep breaths, my face full of enjoyment. The moment I entered the castle, Jonathan immediately came over to meet me. In his hand was a round bead the size of a peach, water blue in color. "My lord, this is the magic core dug out from the giant iron-armored crocodile's body." "Good." I swung myself down from the horse and casually put the magic core away into my ring. "The crocodile hide has also already been skinned and is lying in the courtyard for your inspection." Well done. I brought Linda toward the courtyard. Sure enough, a complete crocodile hide was draped over the stone table to dry. Mrs. Allen, meanwhile, was bustling back and forth with several maids, circling around the great cauldron and ingredients nonstop. I reached out, folded up the crocodile hide, and put it away into my spatial ring as well. Only then did Mrs. Allen notice that I had come back, and she quickly turned around to ask, "My lord, would you like some meat soup first now?" "No hurry, I'll drink it later. You go on with your work first." I waved a hand. Right away, I then called the steward Robert over and casually handed him a large bag of coins. "For the commoners who come to eat later, give each person 50 copper coins. Remember that." "Yes, my lord." Robert immediately accepted the order and left. Actually, if one really thought about it, there was no way I had that much small change on hand. But among the people who had come to work today, quite a few had come as couples, brothers, or fathers and sons. In that case, simply handing over one silver coin and letting them split it themselves afterward was perfectly enough. Before long, the commoners arrived one after another outside the castle carrying bowls and spoons. Each of them stared eagerly at the pot, their faces full of expectation. Mrs. Allen first specially filled 2 large bowls of meat soup and set them aside for Linda and me. Only after that did she begin serving the others one by one. More than 100 people quickly lined up into a long queue. One after another, they neither fought nor pushed, and the order was exceptionally good. Robert moved a chair over and sat to one side. Every time someone came up, he first asked whether they had any acquaintances who had come together. If they did, he directly handed over 1 silver coin and told them, "This is the wage for the 2 of you for today's work. Prestige from Corin +2, prestige from David +2. Almost every commoner contributed 2 points of prestige to me. Altogether, it rose by a full 280 points. Linda and I then returned to the dining hall on the 2nd floor. Ruth carried the tray and brought us those 2 steaming bowls of crocodile meat soup. I chose a seat by the window and looked down through it. Below, those commoners carried their bowls out through the main gate and sat together in 2s and 3s. Some first cautiously took a sip of the meat soup, then looked down at the silver coin clenched tightly in their hands, their faces full of heartfelt satisfaction. I also lowered my head and took a sip of the crocodile meat soup in my bowl. In the next second, my brows involuntarily furrowed. This taste could only be called mediocre at best. First of all, the fishy smell was too strong. Second, there was obviously too little salt, and only the faintest hint of saltiness touched the tongue. "I'm sorry, my lord. I forgot to add salt for you just now." Karina hurried in, holding a small wooden shaker box with fine holes punched in it. She stood by the table and gently shook it twice. Crystalline grains of salt were immediately sprinkled evenly into the 2 bowls of soup. "Please enjoy." With that, she withdrew with Ruth. But at that moment, I no longer had much appetite. My gaze remained somewhat absent-mindedly fixed on the commoners outside the window. Just then, a suppressed groan suddenly came from beside me. I abruptly turned my head to look. Linda had actually fallen backward stiffly. "Linda, what's wrong with you?" My expression changed drastically, and I immediately rushed over and caught her. But in the next second, an astonishingly surging life energy suddenly erupted from Linda's body and spread madly in all directions. At that moment, everyone in the entire castle felt a strange sensation as if bathed in a spring breeze. In the courtyard, the parent sentinel tree and several offspring trees all shot upward another section almost at the same time, while their branches and leaves became even more luxuriant. Even on the ground outside the castle, flowers and grasses began sprouting continuously from the sandy soil and spreading rapidly in every direction. In the blink of an eye, the earth seemed to have been covered with a soft, verdant green carpet. But the center of all this strange phenomenon, Linda, was clearly in an extremely bad state. Her eyes were tightly shut, and her face was full of pain. Her whole body was actually swelling little by little, as if she had been forcibly pumped full of air. What on earth is happening? I was so anxious I felt like an ant on a hot pan. If only Tina were here. But one glance at the situation made it obvious that this was definitely no ordinary illness. Even if I immediately summoned the town physician now, chances were 9 out of 10 that it would be useless. Worst of all, I didn't even know what exactly was happening to her. It hurts so much." Linda clenched her teeth tightly, and even her words trembled as she came out. I could only instinctively reach out and touch her forehead, trying as hard as possible to keep myself calm and soothe her. In the next instant, Linda suddenly cried out and bit down hard on my palm. Blood immediately flowed from the wound, dripping into her mouth. Then, Linda suddenly opened her eyes. There was an extremely strange light in those eyes. Seeing that she seemed a little more conscious, I hurriedly asked, "Linda, tell me quickly, what exactly is wrong with you?" But to my complete surprise, Linda's gaze was still terribly unfocused. Her red lips parted slightly as she exhaled burning breath, and then her entire body suddenly threw itself at me, her arms wrapping directly around my neck. "Linda, you..." Before I could finish, my mouth was already sealed by her two warm, soft lips. In the next second, an incomparably pure and immense energy began pouring continuously into my body through her lips. My Dragonman form almost instantly released itself out of control, and Linda seemed finally to have found an outlet. The pain tension in her expression gradually eased little by little. Her continuously swelling body also slowly began returning to normal. I unconsciously closed my eyes and, almost by instinct, greedily absorbed the energy continuously flowing from within her. The two of us just held each other like that. Breathing, body heat, heartbeat. It felt as though they had all become tangled together. Time passed bit by bit. I didn't even know how long had gone by. Only at the very end did the stream of energy from Linda's mouth finally cease completely. Only then did the two of us slowly part. At the instant our lips separated, we almost simultaneously began gasping for air. That kiss had lasted far too long. So long that it almost truly made one feel on the verge of suffocation. Linda's cheeks were swiftly dyed with 2 streaks of red, and her body had already returned completely to normal. As for me, I could clearly feel that my body was undergoing tremendous changes. My Dragonman form had clearly grown another step taller, reaching roughly around 2.2 meters. The muscles all over my body had become even more developed than before. The scales on my body had also grown obviously denser and thicker. As for the pair of wings behind my back, when spread now, they had actually reached nearly 2 meters across. Just from feeling that power, I knew. Now they were finally enough to truly carry me into flight. I slowly withdrew Dragonman form, then forcibly suppressed the shock surging in my heart and looked at Linda seriously. "What exactly happened to you just now?" Only then did Linda suddenly realize that the two of us had been embracing the whole time. She immediately let go in a panic, took several steps backward, lowered her head, and spoke in a voice tiny as a mosquito. "When I was little, I accidentally ate a dragon tongue fruit. That thing contained an enormous amount of energy. Fortunately, my teacher discovered it afterward and used magic to seal that energy away. That's how I barely saved my life. Then what happened just now?" I pressed. "Maybe I overexerted myself too much today?" Linda lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously twisting the corner of her clothes. My body had a stress reaction, so the seal my teacher left behind loosened, and the residual energy from the dragon tongue fruit leaked out all at once. "So the energy from that dragon tongue fruit has now all been absorbed by me? It won't threaten you anymore in the future?" "Yes." Linda nodded lightly. "I can no longer feel its presence." Hearing that, I finally let out a complete breath of relief. For both of us, this was actually a good thing. The time bomb buried in her body for so many years had finally been completely defused, and my Dragonman form had also been greatly strengthened again because of it. It's just that, the moment I thought of that absurdly long kiss just now, the atmosphere between us instantly turned subtle and awkward. I unconsciously pulled out my pocket watch and glanced at it. And the moment I did, I froze. It was already 3 in the afternoon, which meant that Linda and I had just stood there embracing and kissing for nearly 3 full hours. "I am tired. I'm going back to my room to rest first." Throwing out those words, Linda turned and ran, looking exactly as though she were fleeing in defeat. I stood there in place, looking at her hurriedly departing back, and unconsciously licked my lips. It felt as though the soft warmth of just now still lingered there. Come to think of it, after living 2 lifetimes, this was the first time I had ever kissed a girl's lips. This was my first kiss. Linda ran all the way back to her room, threw herself onto the bed with a thump, and buried her whole face deep into the blanket. So embarrassing, so embarrassing. How am I ever supposed to face him again after this?